At the transition from winter to spring, the biting cold winds sweep through the air. As night falls in the realm of cultivation, in the central continent of the Divine Moon Empire, the capital city is adorned with ancient-style two-story buildings, one of which features a courtyard and a room on the second floor. The atmosphere in the room is permeated with an enchanting fragrance that soothes the spirit. Beside the bed sits a young man of strikingly handsome appearance and extraordinary demeanor, whose eyes flutter open, revealing a hint of disbelief within them. To think, I am truly destined to become a Dao partner with this notorious villain, murmurs Xingyu, cloaked in black, his exterior calm while his heart races with excitement. Reflecting on the events of the past 2 days, he can't help but let out a sigh. 2 days prior, in a torrential downpour, he had rushed too quickly and fell into a gaping hole left by a swept-away manhole cover, only to find himself transported to a world known as Xiandao. This Xiandao is a 3D adventure game set in a fantastical realm of cultivation, celebrated for its exquisite character designs. A world that aligns with the collective imagination of a mystical universe, and a compelling storyline, swiftly rising to become a sensation in the gaming industry. Despite its minor flaws, such as excessive suggestive content and a plethora of female characters, where even the protagonist is female and has never interacted with Mont Game, has sparked both admiration and criticism, earning it the moniker of scandalous game. Nonetheless, it has achieved remarkable success, topping charts in numerous countries and selling millions of copies within just a month. Xingyu, a seasoned player who has completed the game a staggering 1,001 times, possesses an intimate understanding of it. Yet, this knowledge proves futile as he finds himself transported directly to a snow-covered mountain with temperatures below freezing. Dressed in short sleeves and shorts, he is ill-equipped to withstand the frigid climate. Although he awakens a support system upon his arrival, it merely enhances his charm to infinity, slightly boosts his physique, and purges impurities from his body, rendering him a flawless vessel for cultivation, yet it offers no further utility. This leaves Xingyu in utter disbelief as he lies on the snow, awaiting his demise. He realizes that enhancing charm and facilitating better cultivation are of little consequence in the face of death. Just as he succumbs to exhaustion, a graceful figure appears beside him. The door creaks open, pulling Xingyu back to the present, where his gaze lands upon a woman in a black dress who enters the room. Her mature and exquisitely crafted visage bears no expression, yet a faint blush graces her cheeks. Her waist-length black hair cascades like a waterfall, framing her delicate, flawless skin. Beneath a sheer black dress, her voluptuous figure is accentuated, with long, pale legs emerging from the fabric, unshod and resting delicately on the floor. Despite her alluring appearance, she exudes an aura as frigid as ice, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. This is none other than Leng Ningshuang, the very woman who rescued Xingyu from the snow. As Xingyu gazes at Leng Ningshuang, his throat tightens. She is the formidable antagonist he is destined to become bonded with in the game. Though not the final boss, Leng Ningshuang possesses immense power and cunning, inflicting suffering upon countless players. Had it not been for the protagonist's extraordinary advantages and plot contrivances, she would have remained an insurmountable foe. Though he is an experienced player, Xingyu has not escaped her trials unscathed. Yet, her popularity remains unchallenged. She is defined by her solitude, icy demeanor, and overwhelming strength, accompanied by a tragic past that leaves Xingyu with feelings of both admiration and resentment. To his astonishment, he now finds himself in a position where he must genuinely embrace this villainess. It is only at this moment that he comprehends the true power of his support system, which has compelled such a formidable antagonist to seek a bond with him. Leng Ningshuang's striking black and white eyes fixate on Xingyu without uttering a word. After a few moments of silence, she gracefully approaches him, her alluring scent enveloping him. As he raises his gaze to meet hers, the intensity of her presence causes him to instinctively lean back, wary of the overwhelming energy she radiates. Unfazed, she continues to regard him with a composed expression, finally breaking the silence. I ask you once more, she states, Xingyu, shall we become Dao partners? Her voice is as enchanting as her name, imbued with a chilling elegance and an irresistible authority. The tone of her inquiry evokes memories of their previous encounter on the snowy mountain, where she had found him on the brink of freezing to death. You are on the verge of death, she had remarked, her gaze piercing as she observed him lying in the snow. Xingyu, caught off guard, responds with a simple, I don't know. After a brief pause, she continues, if I save you, would that make me your benefactor? Yes, he replies without hesitation, his mind foggy and unable to focus on her appearance. Will you heed the words of your benefactor? Perhaps that a moment of silence ensues before she inquires, what is your name? I have no name, that I'm any name, my name is Xingyu. Xingyu, a lovely name. Indeed, I think so too. Xingyu, shall we become Dao partners? What? And with that, he slips into unconsciousness. When he awakens, he finds himself in the ancient-style loft, realizing he has survived, and 2 days have passed. It is then that he understands the identity of his savior, a very supervillain of Xiandao who wishes to bind herself to him as a Dao partner. Returning to the present, Xingyu gazes at Leng Ningshuang's exquisite, icy countenance, and his breath slows as he gently nods. Yes, we should become Dao partners. He recognizes his boundless charm, yet he remains astonished by the rapidity with which she has accepted him. Despite the speed of events, Xingyu relishes the prospect to be associated with such a formidable and enchanting figure in the realm of cultivation is a fortune he cannot overlook. Whether she is a villainess or a heroine, as long as he can enjoy the fruits of her power, Xingyu is certain that his life in the realm of cultivation will be nothing short of splendid. Upon receiving Xingyu's response, Leng Ningshuang maintained her placid demeanor, yet the blush upon her cheeks became increasingly pronounced. The allure within her eyes gradually spilled forth. We are now partners in the Tao, she declared, extending her delicate, fair right index finger. From the tip of her finger, a drop of dark crimson essence oozed forth, cascading onto Xingyu's forehead. Just as Xingyu felt a surge of bewilderment, he sensed a notable enhancement coursing through his body. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself restrained upon the bed, her fingers entwined with his. Chapter 2. Empowering the Journey. Gazing upon the face of Xingyu, marked by a trace of blood, Leng Ningshuang remained expressionless. Yet her eyes radiated an enchanting allure that was difficult to confront. At that moment, Xingyu finally comprehended the reason behind Leng Ningshuang's act of letting her blood fall upon him. It was to fortify his constitution, given that he was merely an unrefined mortal with no cultivation. Without this enhancement, he would stand no chance against the formidable female antagonist, regardless of his efforts. It must be said that even the most frigid of female villains possesses a warmth that belies her exterior. The sheets were tinged with crimson, and her delicate form swayed gently, as if treating him like an exceptionally precious treasure, fearful of any harm befalling it. She exhibited remarkable control, alleviating any worries Xingyu might have had. Truth be told, he could scarcely believe that in just 2 days since his arrival in this realm, he was already partaking in the benefits bestowed by this enchanting villainess. He had often fantasized about a scenario where he possessed an assistance system, brimming with charisma, indulging in the favors of various celestial beings. Yet now, with Leng Ningshuang, he felt that was more than sufficient. After all, her mere presence was enough to satiate his desires, and he could not fathom the risk of overindulgence. Just as Xingyu attempted to divert his attention to resist the spiraling onslaught, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice pierced the air near him. Ding! Detection indicates that the host has experienced the pinnacle of soul fulfillment. The assistance system has activated its remaining functions. Upon hearing this, Xingyu quickly regained his composure. What? The system has activated? Yet the manner of activation. As his gaze fell upon the impassive yet undulating figure of the female antagonist, he found the method of activation somewhat peculiar. Before he could ponder further, a golden information panel materialized in his mind. Name: Xingyu. Charisma: 9999999. Effective only for plot characters. Cultivation: none. Martial techniques: none. Acquired esoteric knowledge: none. Assistance target: none. Gazing at his attributes, which were devoid of merit aside from his charisma, Xingyu could not help but sigh. It seemed he was left with nothing but good looks. Beyond his attribute panel, his attention gravitated towards the remaining functions activated by the system. This assistance system was indeed formidable, boasting 4 functions. Function 1. Your charisma is boundless, effective solely for plot characters. Your constitution is enhanced, becoming a flawless body devoid of impurities, ideal for cultivation. Function 2. You can bind plot characters. Any resources provided by the bound character can be absorbed without negative effects. Function 3. Any knowledge imparted by the bound character, such as martial techniques, can be swiftly mastered. Function 4. Spending a night with the bound character enhances both parties' attributes and qualifications. Observing this panel, Xingyu brimmed with confidence. With these 4 functions at his disposal, he was certain that he could ascend to become a top-tier cultivator in the realm of immortals through these advantages. Detection of bindable character Leng Ningshuang. Do you wish to bind her as your assistance target? Note: binding successfully grants a beginner's gift package. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xingyu wasted no time in confirming the binding. He realized that failing to bind would mean squandering the hard-earned activation of these functions. Only through successful binding could he continue to utilize the remaining features. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the plot character Leng Ningshuang. The beginner's gift package has been dispensed. Note: successful binding cannot be undone, modified, concealed, or deleted. With the binding of the female antagonist Leng Ningshuang complete, Xingyu promptly closed the system panel. His hands felt increasingly intertwined, and faced with the alluring figure still undulating before him, he could do naught but silently endure. One day later, Xingyu slowly opened his eyes, feeling an overwhelming fatigue enveloping him. The sound of bubbling water resonated in his ears. He discovered that he was reclining in a vast wooden tub within a mist-laden bathroom, reminiscent of a celestial realm. The tub brimmed with a warm, verdant medicinal liquid, adorned with unidentifiable herbal petals, exuding a fragrant aroma. The elixir was warm, yet possessed a hint of chill, akin to the sensation of having menthol balm applied, offering him a delightful duality of sensations. Taking a deep breath, Xingyu completely relaxed, his body reveling in an unprecedented comfort. It felt as if every pore and every inch of his skin resonated with sheer pleasure. The female antagonist truly seemed to fear for his well-being. Following their intimate encounter, she had prepared a medicinal bath for him. Such a life of indulgence left Xingyu somewhat dulled in ambition. After all, who would wish to endure hardships when one could level up alongside celestial beings? At that moment, a chime echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has received assistance from the bindable character Leng Ningshuang's medicinal bath, tripling the absorption rate of the bath's medicinal effects. With that gentle chime, Xingyu felt his body eagerly absorbing the medicinal properties of the bath. He could distinctly sense his vitality rapidly rejuvenating. The originally vibrant green liquid gradually began to lose its hue, bringing a glimmer of joy to Xingyu's eyes. This medicinal bath was indeed a boon from Leng Ningshuang. If she were to provide something even more extraordinary, how much greater would his enjoyment be? Regardless of any potential side effects, he need not worry, for anything given by Leng Ningshuang would be immune to negative consequences. Sitting up slightly in the tub, Xingyu closed his eyes once more, striving to fully embrace the effects of the medicinal bath. After a brief period, he sensed a new, controllable energy burgeoning within him. Yet, as he attempted to harness this energy, he noticed his stamina swiftly dwindling. However, the more his stamina waned, the quicker he absorbed the bath's essence, resulting in an ever-increasing reservoir of energy within him. Eventually, the entire tub of medicinal liquid was consumed, transforming into clear, warm water. Opening his eyes, a radiant light burst forth from Xingyu's gaze. Exhaling a breath imbued with vitality, he realized that the energy within him was now at his command, ready to be unleashed. Understanding all the nuances of the game, Xingyu was acutely aware that the energy he had acquired was none other than the spiritual power that cultivators wielded. He had successfully embarked on the path of cultivation. Chapter 3. Such a novice upon becoming an immortal cultivator, Xingyu felt no fatigue. Instead, he was invigorated and filled with energy. Clenching his fists and channeling the spiritual power within him, he felt a surge of vitality, as if he could repeatedly confront the villainous Leng Ningshuang. Opening his information panel, he began to inspect his status. Name: Xingyu. Cultivation level: Qi Refinement Stage 1. Qi Refinement Stage 1. This marks the initial realm on the path of cultivation. Only by thoroughly mastering the spiritual power within and becoming a Qi refiner can one be deemed an immortal cultivator. Ordinarily, the time, effort, and various resources required to ascend from a mortal to a Qi refiner are staggering. Even within the narrative of a game, a prodigy hailed as a cultivation genius, endowed with a divine advantage, took an entire month to transition from mortal to Qi refiner. His partner, Leng Ningshuang, Currently one of the most formidable forces in the realm of cultivation, required a full 6 months of abundant resources to achieve the same. Yet, Xingyu, in merely a day and with the aid of a medicinal bath, had transcended from a mere mortal to a chi refiner. Should this be known, it would undoubtedly cause a stir in the cultivation world. But Xingyu was aware that this was all thanks to Leng Ningshuang. Had he not encountered her, he might not have survived at all. The villainess was truly remarkable. Amidst his excitement, Xingyu suddenly discovered a new option labeled Assistance Target in his system. Intrigued, he clicked on it, and a golden panel materialized before him. First assistance target, Leng Ningshuang. Age, 501. Cultivation level, peak nascent soul. Mastered combat techniques and methods. Eightfold magic transformation technique. Self-created, heavenly flame soul incantation. Self-created, heaven slaying sword technique. Self-created. Support abilities, alchemy, max level. Formation techniques, 3rd rank. Observation, disabled. After reviewing Leng Ningshuang's attributes, Xingyu understood why she was so powerful, with extraordinary combat capabilities and a plethora of techniques. A person capable of creating their own methods would naturally possess numerous skills. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Xingyu's eyes. Now that he had become an immortal cultivator, he could seek her guidance and wisdom, aspiring to become as formidable as she. Aside from inspecting Leng Ningshuang's attributes, Xingyu's attention was drawn to the option labeled Observation. His curiosity piqued. He activated the observation feature. In an instant, a vivid image appeared before him, revealing Leng Ningshuang seated on her bed, eyes closed in meditation. Clad in a sheer black gown, her alluring skin was subtly visible, with her dark hair cascading in a slightly disheveled manner. Beneath her gown, her long, snowy white legs were captivating, with gentle curves that made Xingyu wish to touch them. The crimson sheets had been replaced with black, and she sat cross-legged, exuding a cold elegance, surrounded by a swirling aura of dark magic, appearing both enchanting and imposing. The clarity of the observation allowed Xingyu to discern the details of her long eyelashes and soft lips, as if he had sprouted a pair of eyes to behold her. He also realized that the image could be zoomed in and out, with angles freely adjustable, without any restrictions. This observation feature was nothing short of a voyeuristic marvel. It made Xingyu's blood rush, and he couldn't help but internally lament its wickedness. It was a feature that should be used sparingly. Xingyu was no pervert. Having confirmed the function's purpose, he reluctantly disabled it. Right. He recalled that he possessed a novice gift pack. Speaking to himself, he contemplated what rewards might await him. Having read numerous web novels before his transmigration, he was well aware that novice gift packs often contained remarkable rewards, such as divine artifacts or powerful skills. He did not wish for much. Even a legendary artifact capable of reigning supreme over the cultivation world would suffice. System, open the novice gift pack. As soon as the words left his lips, the cold, emotionless voice of the system echoed in response. Ding. Novice gift pack has been opened. Charm 1. And then, silence fell. That was it. This novice gift pack was rather underwhelming. What did one charm even mean? Did he truly lack charm? Closing the system panel, Xingyu pushed aside his disappointment and continued to soak in the warm medicinal bath. Though the effects of the medicine had waned, the water remained warm, and he did not wish to waste it. Within the room, Leng Ningshuang, still meditating on the bed, opened her eyes. A terrifying aura of magic filled her gaze. At that moment, she keenly sensed a slight enhancement in her attributes. Though it was minimal, for someone of her high caliber, even the slightest improvement was distinctly perceptible. Many high-level cultivators' combat prowess sometimes hinged on such minute increments. In addition to her physical attributes, Leng Ningshuang also realized that her innate talent had improved, as the pain caused by her magical cultivation had lessened a tad. Her exquisitely mature face remained expressionless, yet a flicker of surprise danced in her eyes. She understood that the elevation of her attributes and talent was entirely due to Xingyu. After being with him, her attributes, which had not improved for decades, and her talent, which had stagnated for centuries, finally saw enhancement. This sparked immense curiosity within her regarding Xingyu. She could not fathom why this seemingly unremarkable mortal possessed such formidable abilities. Akin to a naturally gifted furnace body, could it be that Xingyu genuinely possessed an extraordinary furnace physique? When she first encountered him on the snowy mountain, she had grown accustomed to solitude, never having been moved by anyone, yet she now harbored deep feelings for him, yearning to possess him. Reflecting on it, It seemed that Xingyu's furnace physique had indeed manifested. But she had never heard of a furnace body that could be so powerful as to elevate someone already at their peak. Moreover, if Xingyu truly had such a powerful furnace physique, how could he have been in such dire straits? He had nearly frozen to death on the snowy mountain. Had it not been for her, he would have perished. Even a casual female cultivator could lead a more comfortable life. This must be merely a coincidence. Leng Ningshuang speculated that perhaps her long-standing loneliness had found solace in a companion, resulting in an elevation of her mindset. An elevated mindset could lead to enhancements in various attributes, even talent and realm. After all, in the realm of cultivation, a heightened mindset could sometimes allow a cultivator to enter a state of enlightenment, thus improving all aspects of their being. The means to elevate one's mindset were manifold. Virtually any experience could contribute to such growth. Leng Ningshuang believed that her meditative state on the bed was no peculiar occurrence. Chapter 4. After completing her medicinal bath, Leng Ningshuang ceased the circulation of her inner spiritual energy and restrained the swirling demonic aura enveloping her. She stepped off the bed, her bare feet making contact with the pristine floor. A sense of unease washed over her as her thoughts inevitably drifted to Xingyu. The enhancement of her aptitude and attributes was undeniably linked to her relationship with him. It was inconceivable that such elevation could occur without his influence. This compelled her to seek him out. However, she quickly came to the realization that Xingyu was currently in a state of complete exhaustion, still immersed in the medicinal bath. To remain with him now could genuinely jeopardize his essence, which was unacceptable to her. Leng Ningshuang harbored no desire for Xingyu to encounter any harm, not even the slightest. Should he sustain any injury to his essence, he would become akin to her, with his foundational cultivation severely compromised. A damaged foundation posed a grave issue. It was precisely due to her own compromised foundation that Leng Ningshuang was unable to cultivate conventional techniques, thus leading her to pursue demonic arts instead. She was acutely aware of the malevolence faced by those who tread the path of demonic cultivation. Were it not for her extraordinary talent in this regard, her formidable combat prowess would have long since attracted the lethal attention of the so-called righteous cultivators of the immortal realm. How could she still be alive otherwise? She had no intention of allowing Xingyu to embark on a path as blood-soaked and perilous as her own. With no other option, Leng Ningshuang sat once more on the edge of the bed, crossing her snow-white legs. Xingyu, now merely immortal, would need to soak in the medicinal bath for a full 8 hours to fully absorb its effects and achieve genuine recovery. Only then could she ascertain whether he possessed the innate qualities of a sacred furnace body. Seated on the bed, she began to contemplate their future together. She resolved that she must guide Xingyu into cultivation, enabling him to become as powerful a practitioner as she was. After all, mortals could only live for a few decades, a stark contrast to her own lifespan of thousands of years. She did not wish for their time together to be limited to just a few decades. She yearned for eternity with him. Having made her decision, Leng Ningshuang set about devising a plan. She intended for Xingyu to soak in the medicinal bath for half a year, absorbing the effects of over 100 barrels of medicinal liquid to establish a foundation for his transformation from mortal to cultivator. Subsequently, she would procure various elixirs, spiritual stones for cultivation, and an array of precious medicinal herbs for him. Within a year, Xingyu would undoubtedly ascend from a mere mortal to an initial stage qi refining practitioner. Once he became a qi refining cultivator, Leng Ningshuang could guide him in the cultivation of techniques, allowing him to grow stronger. As she envisioned this future, a trace of a smile, faint yet discernible, graced her cold, frosty visage. Her eyes, once filled with a demonic allure, now brimmed with tenderness. Only Xingyu could elicit such a response from the ruthless demon lord. Taking a deep breath, Xingyu finally comprehended why so many people cherished bathing. The sensation was genuinely delightful. Regrettably, the hot water in which he immersed himself had begun to cool, as he had only just attained the initial stage of qi refining. He remained unaware of how to use spiritual energy to heat the water. Given his lack of prior cultivation experience before his transmigration, such ignorance was entirely understandable. After soaking for a few more minutes and feeling the water grow completely cold, he exited the wooden tub and stood in the bathroom. Leng Ningshuang had already prepared a set of black clothing for him, neatly placed nearby. Xingyu donned the attire and opened the bathroom door, stepping into the grand hall of the first floor. As he emerged, Leng Ningshuang, seated on the edge of her bed on the second floor, and deep in contemplation about their future, immediately heard the sound of the door opening from the direction of the bathroom. Being an elite cultivator, her hearing was exceptionally acute. Upon hearing the door, her expression remained as icy and unreadable as ever, yet a flicker of confusion danced in her stark black and white eyes. How could Xingyu have exited the bathroom so swiftly? Was it possible that he could not withstand the medicinal bath? That seemed unlikely. The bath she had prepared was potent yet remarkably gentle. Even a mortal like Xingyu would not experience any adverse effects or pain from it. Pondering this, Leng Ningshuang rose and left her room, making her way to the grand hall below to ascertain what had transpired that caused Xingyu to leave the bathroom so abruptly. Upon reaching the hall, she clearly saw Xingyu, clad in black, leisurely seated at a tea table, sipping the tea she had brewed earlier, appearing entirely untroubled. With a voice as cold as ice, she inquired, "Xingyu, why did you not complete the medicinal bath?" Leng Ningshuang was acutely aware that a mortal must soak for a minimum of 8 hours to thoroughly absorb the effects of the medicinal bath. The fact that he had exited before even 2 hours had elapsed indicated that he had not truly undergone the bath, hence her question was entirely justified. Startled by her frigid tone, Xingyu involuntarily shuddered, quickly directing his gaze towards the unexpectedly present Leng Ningshuang, who had approached without a sound. Naturally, he was taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he replied to her, maintaining an expressionless demeanor, "I have completed the medicinal bath." Despite their previous intimate encounter, Xingyu felt an overwhelming pressure in her presence. Her lofty and commanding aura was simply too formidable. Were it not for the warmth radiating from her body, he would have certainly believed her to be a block of ice transformed into a female demon. Leng Ningshuang's eyes narrowed slightly at his words. "You have completed the medicinal bath?" Even though Xingyu was a mortal, he would undoubtedly feel the medicinal effects entering his body while soaking. His assertion of completion implied he had absorbed the effects of the bath. How could this be? A mere mortal could not possibly absorb the contents of an entire barrel so swiftly. Xingyu nodded. "Yes, I have finished." Seeing that Xingyu did not appear to be lying, Leng Ningshuang approached him, her captivatingly fair legs gracefully striding forward. She reached out her right hand, grasping his wrist and channeling her spiritual energy. She needed to ascertain whether he truly had absorbed the medicinal effects. If not, she would have to clarify the importance of completing the bath with him. To her astonishment, upon inspection, she discovered that not only had Xingyu fully absorbed the effects of the medicinal bath, but more importantly, he had attained the cultivation level of an initial stage qi refining practitioner. He had become a cultivator. A look of evident shock crossed Leng Ningshuang's exquisitely crafted features, only to be swiftly suppressed. Releasing his wrist, she fixed her gaze upon Xingyu, staring deeply into his eyes, as if seeking to penetrate his very soul and uncover all his secrets. Under her intense scrutiny, Xingyu felt a flicker of anxiety arise within him. Why was Leng Ningshuang staring at him so expressionlessly after her examination? Had he done something wrong? No, he had transformed from a mortal into a cultivator. Logically, she should be pleased for him. Why then did she regard him so intently? Chapter 5. Starfeather's contribution. The hierarchy of the immortal cultivation world is structured in ascending order, as follows: Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and transformation god. Each realm is further divided into 4 minor stages: initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak. Frost gazed at Starfeather, her disbelief palpable. The notion that her companion could transition from a mortal to an immortal cultivator in a mere day was utterly inconceivable. How could this be? Even with an abundance of cultivation resources, she had spent half a year to achieve the same transformation. She had never encountered, nor even heard of, anyone accomplishing such a feat in a single day. And yet, here she was, witnessing it firsthand. Most significantly, Starfeather had achieved this breakthrough without any external resources. A single medicinal bath, one night, and he had become an immortal cultivator. Such a claim would be met with utter disbelief. Hence, her intense scrutiny of Starfeather was understandable. After a moment of contemplation, Frost spoke, her voice retaining its characteristic iciness, albeit tinged with astonishment. "You've achieved a breakthrough." Even as a notorious demoness who had spilled countless lives, she had never encountered such a phenomenon. Upon hearing Frost's words, Starfeather realized the cause of her astonishment. His rapid ascent had clearly shocked her. Without hesitation, Starfeather confirmed, "Yes, I absorbed the medicinal bath's essence and broke through. I'm now at the initial qi refining stage." As he spoke, he demonstrated his newfound ability to manipulate spiritual energy. Observing Starfeather's mastery over spiritual energy, Frost paused before responding. A breakthrough is commendable. Her eyes betrayed an intense possessiveness and a palpable demonic aura as she fixed her gaze upon him. Starfeather, unnerved by her intensity, couldn't help but inquire, "Frost, is there something else?" In response, Frost swiftly closed the distance between them, her movements too rapid for Starfeather to react. She grasped his hands, interlacing their fingers, and led him to a seat at the tea table. Her alluring presence filled the air, leaving Starfeather defenseless. Subduing him, Frost maintained her composed demeanor, yet her tone was undeniably tender. "Your breakthrough signifies your recovery, correct?" Starfeather understood her intentions. He had barely recovered, yet she was already. Such demands were excessive. However, as a mere chi-refining cultivator, Starfeather was powerless against the nascent soul cultivator. Resistance would only fuel her excitement. Another day dawned. Starfeather awoke to find himself immersed in a misty bath. As before, he was submerged in a wooden tub filled with medicinal water, a familiar sight that elicited a sigh. Frost truly lived up to her reputation as a formidable antagonist. What was more, Frost possessed an uncanny understanding of his physical limits, ensuring that he remained unharmed. Accepting his fate, Starfeather focused on absorbing the medicinal essence. Focusing his spiritual energy to absorb the essence proved far more efficient than his previous attempts as a mortal. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed, devoid of emotion. "Ding. Host has received assistance from Cold Frost, the subject of assistance. And the speed of absorbing the medicinal bath's medicinal effect has increased by 30. Startled, Starfeather opened his eyes, surprised by the system's announcement. 30%? Not a threefold increase. He quickly realized the reason. The system, in its cautiousness, sought to prevent excessive exploitation, diminishing the benefits of similar assistance. Regardless, a 30% increase in absorption speed was still significant. Soon after, Starfeather had fully absorbed the essence of the medicinal bath, leaving the water crystal clear. However, he remained in the tub, luxuriating in the warmth. He savored the soothing sensation of the bath, while simultaneously practicing the control and manipulation of his spiritual energy. Such fundamentals were essential for any aspiring cultivator. While it was unlikely that anyone would dare to harm him, given his association with the notorious Demoness, Starfeather remained diligent in his preparations. After all, he had transmigrated to the immortal cultivation world, and he was determined to establish himself as a formidable presence. As Starfeather practiced in the tub, Frost meditated in the room above. Dressed in a white dress, she sat cross-legged. Her eyes closed as she circulated the spiritual energy within her body. Her dress was slightly wrinkled, and at the front it was open, revealing her skin. After a long time, she reopened her eyes and muttered to herself, "I can improve. It really is thanks to Starfeather. He can really improve my aptitude and attributes." Frost was now completely sure that her aptitude and attributes were greatly related to Starfeather. Being with Starfeather allowed her attributes and aptitude to be improved. This proved that Starfeather was really some kind of exaggerated furnace physique. This made Frost make a decision in her heart. She must protect Starfeather and never let Starfeather be snatched away by those bad women outside. It was also because of Starfeather that she vaguely touched the threshold of Transformation God. Her cultivation has been stuck at the peak of nascent soul for hundreds of years. Not only her, but many top experts in the immortal cultivation world are stuck at the peak of nascent soul. At this realm, no matter how talented or hardworking you are, you cannot improve your cultivation any further. It seems that there is some kind of restriction in the immortal cultivation world. For so many years, no cultivator has been able to break through to the Transformation God stage. But now, Frost has found the key to breaking through to Transformation God. That is Starfeather. As long as she spends more time with Starfeather, she will definitely be able to break through to Transformation God. Moreover, not only will her realm break through, but her severely damaged foundation will also be completely restored. Once her foundation is restored, her combat power will be greatly improved. Because her foundation has been restored, she will be able to master more skills, and the intensity and quality of the spiritual energy in her body will also be improved. It is even very likely that she can become the first person in the immortal cultivation world to break through to the Transformation God stage. At the thought of being able to break through to Transformation God, a clear smile appeared on Frost's cold and beautiful mature face. She really wanted to break through to Transformation God. Chapter 6. Not wanting Xingyu to become a demon cultivator. Leng Ningshuang, halted the flow of her spiritual energy, suppressing the terrifying demonic aura that had been released. Knowing the truth about the enhancement of her innate attributes filled her with joy. Rising from her bed, she exited her room and made her way to the corridor. Through the window, she glanced at the dawn outside, then continued forward with her long, fair legs. Arriving at the hall on the first floor of the attic, noticing that Xingyu was absent from the hall, she exhibited no particular reaction and instead approached the bathroom door. With her right hand, she pushed the door open. The sound of the door opening stirred Xingyu from his slumber, and he beheld Leng Ningshuang as she entered the bathroom. At that moment, although clad in a white dress, Leng Ningshuang wore no undergarments, which startled Xingyu, prompting him to inquire, "Ningshuang, do you need something?" He had never anticipated that Leng Ningshuang would barge in while he was bathing. Observing his perplexed expression, she remained silent. Her demeanor calm as she slowly removed her only white gauze dress and stepped into the wooden tub. Seeing Leng Ningshuang's flawless and breathtaking visage up close, Xingyu felt his throat constrict, his heart racing. The tub was not particularly spacious. Even with just Xingyu, it felt cramped. Now, with Leng Ningshuang joining him, it became exceedingly tight, forcing them to sit closely together. In stark contrast to Xingyu's tension, Leng Ningshuang appeared remarkably composed and relaxed. She regarded him quietly, hesitating multiple times, ultimately deciding against revealing the extraordinary circumstances that had led to the enhancement of her attributes. If this information were to slip from Xingyu's lips, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of countless female cultivators, and even male ones, from the cultivation world. Many cultivators who had lost hope of breaking through in this life would vie for Xingyu's favor. Though her combat prowess was formidable, she would be unable to fend off those eager to claim him. Not to mention, there were numerous top-tier women with combat capabilities equal to hers. Should they learn of Xingyu's existence, they would undoubtedly rush to compete for him. Some might even resort to extreme measures, destroying him if they could not possess him. Fortunately, Xingyu had encountered her. Had he stumbled upon another woman, he might have been reduced to nothing more than a furnace, a tool for cultivation. Yet, she would never treat him as such. Though she was a demon cultivator, a figure feared by many in the cultivation realm, she would never regard Xingyu as an instrument for her own ascendance. In her eyes, he would always be Xingyu, not a mere tool. All she desired was to remain by his side. Observing Leng Ningshuang silently entering the tub and gazing at him without uttering a word, Xingyu could no longer contain himself. "Ah, Ningshuang, it's fortunate you're here. I have something to discuss with you." His words snapped Leng Ningshuang from her contemplation. "What is it?" she replied, her voice still cool but imbued with a gentle warmth that was quite pleasing to the ear. This seemingly frigid, yet internally warm demoness gradually eased Xingyu's tension, prompting him to respond, "It's nothing major. Now that I have become a cultivator, I wish to ask if you have any suitable cultivation techniques for me. I would like to begin my training." Being well-versed in all the information regarding the game Xiandao, Xingyu understood that to ascend to higher realms, cultivators must practice cultivation techniques. Without them, a cultivator could only reach the peak of qi refinement before stagnating. Additionally, the disparity in combat prowess between those with techniques and those without was substantial. A cultivator at the initial stage of qi refinement with a technique could easily defeat one at the peak stage without one. To grow stronger, Xingyu needed techniques. And the sooner he learned them, the better, as it would solidify his foundation and prevent irreversible mistakes. However, such techniques were exceedingly rare. Even the most basic yellow-grade techniques were not easily obtainable for ordinary cultivators, let alone the higher-level Xian, Earth, or Heaven-grade techniques. Yet, Xingyu faced no such concerns. His esteemed partner, Leng Ningshuang, created her own methods, all of which were demonic techniques, yet even her lowest were Earth-grade. The techniques she practiced were all Heaven-grade. With Leng Ningshuang's assistance, Xingyu was set to avoid 300 years of needless detours on his path to cultivation. Countless cultivators had reached the nascent soul stage without ever glimpsing a Heaven-grade technique, while Xingyu could access such techniques during the qi refinement stage. This was the advantage of having a supportive partner. Upon hearing Xingyu's request, Leng Ningshuang's expression turned serious, and she replied coldly, "I can provide you with a technique, but not at this moment." She understood that Xingyu sought the techniques she practiced, but she had no intention of sharing her own. It was not due to stinginess, rather. She feared the consequences of him practicing demonic techniques. Should he embark on that path, he would be branded a demon cultivator in the eyes of the cultivation realm. No one knew better than Leng Ningshuang, referred to as the demon sovereign, the torment that accompanied such a title. She wished to prevent this from occurring. Hence her agreement to help Xingyu, albeit without immediately providing him with a technique. She intended to find a set of righteous techniques suitable for him, as those would be far more appropriate than any demonic methods. Regrettably, she currently possessed no righteous techniques. In the past, she had many, but she had discarded or gifted them to others, leaving none for herself. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's response, Xingyu felt a flicker of confusion. Did she not have an abundance of powerful techniques? Why was she withholding them now? Perhaps she intended to find a truly suitable technique for him before handing it over. Yes, that must be it. With that thought, warmth spread through Xingyu's heart. His female antagonist truly cared for him, considering his well-being in every aspect. How ironic that before his transmigration, he had often devised various schemes to undermine this very woman. This was what they called repaying kindness with enmity. Nodding slightly, Xingyu smiled in response. All right, I will await your decision. After this exchange, silence enveloped the bathroom. The two remained in the same wooden tub, akin to a serene battlefield after a fierce conflict, with nothing further transpiring. Ultimately, it was Leng Ningshuang who broke the silence. The sound of water rippling echoed as she extended her arms from the water. Without uttering a word, she drew closer to Xingyu, enveloping him in her embrace. She was of similar height to Xingyu, and with her voluptuous figure, it was more accurate to say she was cradling him rather than merely sharing the space. As for Xingyu, he could only passively accept this situation. Held in Leng Ningshuang's arms, if she tightened her grip even slightly, he would find it difficult to breathe. Leng Ningshuang remained silent, simply holding him close, while Xingyu was at a loss for words, reciprocating her embrace. The sensation of her softness enveloped him like a warm, fluffy cloud, rendering him utterly relaxed and at peace. Compared to the chilling experience of collapsing in the snow, this felt like a slice of paradise, so comfortable that it sapped his will to fight. In that moment, Xingyu understood why so many who were pampered lost their motivation. Anyone would feel the same. Gradually, he succumbed to slumber. Chapter 7. The revitalizing technique. Gazing tenderly at the slumbering Xingyu in her arms, Leng Ningshuang felt a warmth envelop her heart. After holding him a moment longer, she gently carried Xingyu upstairs to the second-floor room. Once she tucked him snugly beneath the covers, she turned around, and in a flicker of her gaze, her voluptuous figure was draped in an exquisitely modest black gown that left no skin exposed. However, due to her ample curves, even this conservative attire accentuated her enchanting silhouette, particularly her alluring posterior. In the next instant, Leng Ningshuang executed a spatial teleportation, vanishing from the room. Her departure was not without purpose. She sought to acquire a suitable orthodox technique for Xingyu from other factions. She was determined to present it to him before he awoke, believing it would bring him immense joy. The thought of witnessing his happiness filled her with anticipation. In the Xingyu Empire, within the imperial palace, the empress's chambers were unguarded, save for two female attendants stationed outside. After all, within the entirety of the Xingyu Empire, and even in the realm of cultivation, few possessed strength comparable to hers. With such formidable power, there was no need for defense. Inside the chamber, the Xingyu Empress, Zilin Xian, reclined upon her bed. She adorned herself in a flowing black gauze dress, her long purple hair cascading like a waterfall. From beneath the black fabric emerged two delicate, fair, and voluptuous legs. Although she lay down, her figure remained statuesque, her height almost reaching the heavens. With her eyes slightly narrowed, Zilin Xian rested, having reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Yet, she retained many habits from her mortal days, indulging in sleep and fine cuisine. After all, cultivators sought to become more human, not less so. Furthermore, beyond cultivation and combat prowess, the state of one's mind was paramount. A compromised mindset rendered even the greatest strength and skill ineffective. Suddenly, Zilin Xian's eyes snapped open, and she swiftly rose from her bed. With a wave of her right hand, a black dragon robe floated over, which she donned hastily before stepping out into the grand hall. Upon entering, she immediately spotted a striking figure clad in a conservative black gown, a statuesque beauty with long, straight hair, standing in the center of the hall, her expression cold and indifferent. This enchanting woman was none other than Leng Ningshuang. As Leng Ningshuang approached, Zilin Xian's finely crafted face revealed little emotion. Yet her heart brimmed with disdain. She harbored a deep-seated aversion for this female demon. It was unclear when this sorceress had taken residence in her imperial city, and she felt powerless to expel her, fearing the potential repercussions. After all, their combat abilities were on par, but Leng Ningshuang commanded the vast resources of the Xingyu Empire, while Leng Ningshuang had nothing. Engaging in conflict would surely put her at a disadvantage. Thus, she had no choice but to acquiesce to this formidable sorceress. Not only Leng Ningshuang, but many top-tier cultivators in the realm harbored similar sentiments, wary of Leng Ningshuang's carefree demeanor as a demon cultivator, fearing the chaos she might unleash. Observing the mature and elegant Leng Ningshuang emerging from her chambers, Leng Ningshuang's eyes betrayed no fear as she coldly demanded, "Hand over your revitalizing technique." Leng Ningshuang felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Revitalizing technique? She was well aware that this was a technique she had practiced during her qi refinement stage, designed to enhance the recovery of spiritual energy and physical stamina, as well as to accelerate the absorption of cultivation resources. Beyond that, it bore no unique benefits. She could not fathom why Leng Ningshuang, now at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, would desire such a technique. Moreover, as a demon cultivator, Leng Ningshuang was wholly incapable of practicing orthodox techniques. Leng Ningshuang had only practiced the technique during her early qi refinement days and had switched to a different method long ago. Had it not been for Leng Ningshuang's request, she might have nearly forgotten she even possessed it. With a slight nod, Leng Ningshuang remained silent. Once Leng Ningshuang confirmed that this rather ordinary technique was indeed what she sought, she summoned the technique and presented it to her. Upon receiving the technique, Leng Ningshuang did not linger. In an instant, she teleported away from the Empress's chambers. Leng Ningshuang's curiosity deepened as she observed Leng Ningshuang's departure with the most rudimentary technique. Previously, when Leng Ningshuang sought items from her, she had always requested vast amounts of cultivation resources or rare medicinal herbs. On one occasion, she even asked for a celestial-grade technique. It was unprecedented for her to depart after merely acquiring a basic technique devoid of any rank. After a moment of contemplation, Leng Ningshuang addressed the air, "Someone, come forth." As her words fell, a shadow appeared outside the window. Upon noticing the figure, Leng Ningshuang continued, "Go investigate what that demon is up to lately. Exercise caution, do not be detected." As her command resonated, a melodic female voice responded, "Understood." Following this, the shadow vanished from sight. Dazed, Xingyu slowly opened his eyes and propped himself up. "Why am I still asleep?" Upon realizing he lay in bed, a wave of helplessness washed over him. He had not anticipated that Leng Ningshuang's embrace would be so comfortable that he would drift off. Throwing off the covers, Xingyu rose from the bed. He found himself dressed, not in any state of undress. Not seeing Leng Ningshuang in the room, he pushed open the door and ventured into the grand hall on the first floor. Unfortunately, he still could not find her presence, leaving him puzzled. Where could Leng Ningshuang have gone? Just as he pondered this, Leng Ningshuang materialized back into the hall in a flash of spatial movement, adorned in her conservative black gown. Upon seeing Xingyu in the hall, she stepped forward. "Xingyu, here is the technique you requested." Her cool voice resonated, and Xingyu keenly observed as Leng Ningshuang raised her right hand, delicately touching his forehead with her slender finger. In the next moment, a cascade of information flooded his mind. "This is the technique." Then, the system's voice chimed in. "Ding. The host has acquired the revitalizing technique from the supporting character, Leng Ningshuang. Automatic learning has commenced. Mastery will be achieved in 3 hours." The revitalizing technique. Leng Ningshuang had indeed procured this technique for him. Knowing the intricacies of the game's narrative, Xingyu recognized that this was an exceptional early-stage technique, enhancing recovery and resource absorption rates. It was akin to a shortcut in the early game. Only by completing the side quest of the Xingyu Empress during the early game could one attain such a technique. The difficulty of this side quest was considerable, and even a seasoned player like Xingyu could not guarantee a flawless completion. To his astonishment, Leng Ningshuang had directly provided it to him now. Chapter 8. Have you mastered it? After imparting the technique, Leng Ningshuang withdrew her right hand from Xingyu's forehead and coldly reminded him, "Once you have thoroughly mastered this technique, I will provide you with a new one for your cultivation." Leng Ningshuang was acutely aware of how immensely beneficial the rejuvenation technique would be for Xingyu, who was just beginning his journey in cultivation. Therefore, after teaching him the technique, she intended to guide him on how to practice it, striving to expedite his mastery and enhance his cultivation level. Upon hearing her words, Xingyu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Internally, he couldn't help but smile. If only Leng Ningshuang knew that he would fully master this technique in just 3 hours, she would undoubtedly be astonished. Xingyu was quite eager to witness the expression of surprise on his stoic companion's face. Enough talk, Xingyu. Begin your cultivation. I will instruct you, she stated. Understanding that newly initiated cultivators often struggle with how to practice their acquired techniques, she recalled that when she first obtained a technique, it took her an entire year to merely grasp the basics. The difficulty of that technique was even less than that of the rejuvenation technique. Thus, she felt it imperative to guide Xingyu to help him avoid unnecessary detours. Xingyu nodded in agreement. All right, I shall begin my cultivation now. He then settled onto the sofa at the tea table, crossed his legs, closed his eyes, and activated the spiritual energy within him. The disparity between having a technique and not having one was vividly apparent at this moment. Previously, when Xingyu circulated his spiritual energy, he felt nothing extraordinary. Now, however, he could distinctly sense the energy within him becoming denser and of superior quality. No wonder in the narrative, the female protagonist experienced a 10 increase in all attributes after acquiring this technique. Coupled with the accelerated recovery of both body and spirit, it rendered the technique even more formidable. Were it not for the fact that this technique was only suitable for Qi refinement stage cultivators, it would undoubtedly be classified as a heavenly grade technique rather than one of no specific rank. Noticing the enhancement in Xingyu's spiritual energy, a faint smile graced Leng Ningshuang's lips, though she quickly masked it. Initially, she believed Xingyu would require her assistance, but it was evident now that his innate talent was even more formidable than her own. He could operate the technique and cultivate without her guidance. It seemed that before long, Xingyu would completely master the rejuvenation technique. Truly, he was a prodigious genius capable of breaking through from a mere mortal to a cultivator in a single day. Time passed swiftly during cultivation. It felt as if only a brief moment had elapsed when Xingyu heard the system's voice in his ear. Ding! 3 hours have passed, and you have fully learned the first auxiliary technique of the rejuvenation technique. Upon hearing this, Xingyu immediately felt that he had completely mastered the rejuvenation technique, enabling him to unleash its full power, significantly amplifying the quality of his spiritual energy. Ceasing his circulation, Xingyu slowly opened his eyes and found Leng Ningshuang, clad in a black dress, standing before him with her gaze lowered. Her eyes reflected evident astonishment, and upon noticing that he had stopped cultivating, she finally spoke. Xingyu, you have completely mastered this technique. Though her voice remained cool, a tremor of disbelief tinged her tone. Xingyu had surpassed her expectations. She had been observing him closely and realized that although he was still at the initial stage of Qi refinement, the strength of his spiritual energy had reached the pinnacle of that stage. One could even assert that if Xingyu were to fully harness his power, he could defeat a cultivator at the pinnacle of Qi refinement while still at the initial stage. This left Leng Ningshuang at a loss regarding how to further instruct him. Xingyu, you are truly exceptional, she remarked. As her cool voice resonated in his ears, Xingyu smiled back, pride evident in his tone. It was merely luck. I have now mastered the rejuvenation technique. Only after fully grasping the technique did he truly comprehend its extraordinary might. Now that it was in his possession, he wondered if the female protagonist in the narrative would still have the opportunity to acquire this technique. Surely, it should still be possible. Yet, he pondered where the plot currently stood. The only thing he could ascertain was that they were still in the early stages, and the first main storyline had yet to conclude. The reason for his certainty stemmed from the fact that Leng Ningshuang had not departed from the Divine Moon Empire. In the narrative, she would leave the empire just as the female protagonist was about to complete the first main storyline, embarking on a quest to discover methods of breakthrough. Xingyu considered himself fortunate. Had he arrived after the conclusion of the first storyline, he would have undoubtedly perished on the snowy mountains. Receiving Xingyu's response, Leng Ningshuang fell silent for a moment before continuing. I shall provide you with the subsequent techniques, but there is no need to rush. She had come to fully understand the extent of Xingyu's remarkable talent. She believed that in no time, he would become one of the top cultivators in the realm. Coupled with his unique constitution, Leng Ningshuang was convinced that she herself would soon become the first cultivator to break through to the transformation stage. The thought of such a breakthrough ignited a palpable possessiveness in her gaze as she looked at Xingyu, laced with undeniable allure. Sensing the shift in her expression, Xingyu instantly realized what was about to unfold. He even suspected that she might want to test his recovery abilities. After all, how could she possibly desire him right after he had just mastered a cultivation technique? Now aware of her intentions, Xingyu decided to take the initiative rather than passively accept. This caught the female antagonist slightly off guard. Unfortunately, her formidable attributes and the spiral mechanism rendered Xingyu, who had only just completed the novice tutorial, utterly defenseless. Ultimately, he found himself defeated, just as he had before his transmigration. However, unlike before, where defeat meant the end of the game, Xingyu now found himself unable to conclude the game. The option to do so lay solely in Leng Ningshuang's hands. Yet, she chose not to end it, opting instead to continue the game. With no other choice, Xingyu yielded to her whims. As night fell, a shadow flickered, and a woman appeared in the loft where Xingyu and Leng Ningshuang resided. She possessed exquisite and beautiful features, her waist-length azure hair cascading naturally. Her tall figure was enveloped in a flowing black gown, from which emerged 2 legs clad in black stockings, leading down to black ankle boots. Her presence was shrouded in secrecy, merging seamlessly with the darkness. Not even a high-ranking cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul stage would be able to detect her. She was none other than Mo Ying, the leader of the most clandestine force under the Empress. Chapter 9, he seems to be called Xingyu, the Dark Guard, the most enigmatic force under the command of the Empress Xingyu. This organization answers solely to the Empress, tasked with the surveillance of officials, assassination, tracking, and investigation. The Dark Guard serves as the Empress's most formidable weapon, enabling her to exert precise control over the entire empire and steering it toward her envisioned direction. The captain of this Dark Guard is the sharpest blade in the Empress's arsenal, capable of flawlessly executing countless arduous missions. Currently, her assignment is merely to monitor the formidable figure of Leng Ningshuang, a task that poses little challenge. Mo Ying is uncertain why the Empress has commanded her to observe this woman, yet she is resolute in fulfilling her duty. She harbors no concerns about being discovered by the formidable Leng Ningshuang, for she possesses a unique physique known as the shadow body. This extraordinary trait allows her to effortlessly conceal her presence and meld into darkness. Not even Leng Ningshuang could detect her. In fact, not even the Empress herself could sense her when Mo Ying fully suppressed her aura. In the entire realm of cultivation, none can rival her in the art of concealment. As she approached the loft, a thought crossed her mind, and she found herself standing in the courtyard. Upon entering, she perceived some strange sounds, which sparked her curiosity. Having never encountered such noises before, she was unaware of their origin. She crept closer to a window in the hall to peer inside. Upon doing so, her eyes widened in astonishment. The woman was indeed, and with a practitioner in the initial stage of qi refinement. It was only now that Mo Ying comprehended the Empress's directive to observe Leng Ningshuang. She had not anticipated that this usually aloof and expressionless figure would maintain her demeanor even now, save for a slight flush on her cheeks. Mo Ying did not linger, but swiftly departed. She needed to report to the Empress about the man. Mo Ying felt a wave of confusion. How could a man with merely the cultivation of qi refinement attract the attention of a woman at the peak of the nascent soul stage? Did he possess some extraordinary ability? Or perhaps, the woman's dark nature had emerged. Mo Ying had often heard tales of how practitioners of dark arts could display excessive, even malevolent behaviors, such as committing heinous acts or harming innocents. For Leng Ningshuang to merely seek out a handsome man during such a time could be considered quite restrained. Transforming into shadow, Mo Ying sped towards the imperial palace. The Xingyu palace, though night had fallen, was illuminated with an extraordinary brightness, exuding an air of solemn grandeur. Numerous radiant crystals adorned the palace, showcasing its magnificence. The Xingyu Hall is where the Empress conducts her affairs. Clad in a black dragon robe, Empress Xi Linxian sat at her desk, diligently attending to a mountain of official documents. Her ample figure was still evident despite the wide robe. Before her stood 3 female officials, their expressions fraught with anxiety, their bodies trembling, scarcely daring to meet the gaze of Xi Linxian. She was known as the Iron Blood Empress, a figure under whom countless had perished. Serving under her demanded utmost caution. Any error could lead to dire consequences. After finishing one document, Xi Linxian did not lift her gaze, but inquired, "At this late hour, what brings you to my presence?" She was acutely aware that her subordinates regarded her as if she were a harbinger of misfortune. Unless absolutely necessary, they would never approach her. The fact that these 3 officials sought her out at such an hour indicated that something significant had transpired. As Empress, she needed to ascertain the situation and determine if it warranted her direct intervention. Upon receiving the Empress's permission, One official finally lifted her gaze, her voice trembling. Your Majesty, they have sent someone again. At this, Leng Ningshuang slightly raised her eyes, curious. They? Who are they? Under the weight of the Empress's scrutiny, the official felt a wave of terror wash over her, nearly rendering her breathless. The other two officials exchanged anxious glances. They had come together for courage, yet now found themselves petrified before the Empress. After a moment of trepidation, the official managed to respond. It's the Xiandao sect. They have sent someone again, saying that if your Majesty does not publicly apologize soon, they will come seeking vengeance. After uttering this, the official quickly lowered her head, unwilling to look the Empress in the eye. They understood all too well that the Empress despised hearing news of the Xiandao sect. Each time she was confronted with their name, her wrath would be incited. Hence, the fear exhibited by the three officials. However, to their surprise, the Empress did not react with anger, but rather responded coolly, I am aware, you may leave. Seeing the Empress remain calm, the officials exchanged glances and swiftly exited. Once the Xingyu hall was empty, with only Leng Ningshuang remaining, she exerted a slight force with her right hand, shattering the document in her grasp. The Xiandao sect pushes their luck too far. Do they truly believe I am made of clay? Leng Ningshuang seethed with indignation. Just then, a shadow entered the Xingyu hall. Mo Ying, clad in black, appeared in the center of the hall. Upon her arrival, she immediately knelt. Your Majesty, I have completed the investigation regarding Leng Ningshuang. Seeing Mo Ying, Leng Ningshuang's suppressed fury softened her expression, and she rose, speaking gently. Mo Ying, did I not instruct you that when we are alone, we are no longer bound by the titles of monarch and subject? Why do you persist in such formalities? Mo Ying had been by Leng Ningshuang's side since she was a mere teenager, their bond akin to that of sisters. It was only in Mo Ying's presence that the iron-willed Empress revealed a softer side. Upon hearing the Empress's words, Mo Ying replied, Your Majesty, this is the Xingyu hall, and visitors may come. Should anyone witness your Majesty in an unguarded moment, it could lead to undesirable repercussions. Mo Ying's words prompted a slight smile from Leng Ningshuang, who then inquired in a more relaxed tone, In that case, please share what you have uncovered. Mo Ying proceeded to recount everything she had observed while investigating Leng Ningshuang in the loft. After listening to Mo Ying's account, a hint of surprise crossed Leng Ningshuang's exquisite and mature visage. What? Leng Ningshuang is involved with a practitioner in the initial stage of qi refinement? No wonder. So that is the case. Reflecting on the earlier visit when Leng Ningshuang requested a cultivation technique, Leng Ningshuang realized that the woman had sought her out for the sake of the man. After all, the revitalization technique was a fundamental method suitable only for those in the qi refinement stage. It seemed that this man was indeed Leng Ningshuang's partner. Who could have imagined that the icy Leng Ningshuang would seek a companion? This revelation filled Leng Ningshuang with joy, for it indicated that the once solitary dark sorceress had finally acquired a vulnerability. Henceforth, she would no longer need to worry about lacking means to contend with this formidable woman. As an empress, she could not allow such a powerful and uncontrolled entity as Leng Ningshuang to exist within her empire. Meanwhile, Leng Ningshuang harbored a sense of curiosity within her. Who exactly was that man, and what extraordinary abilities did he possess that allowed him to be with the seemingly emotionless Leng Ningshuang? Driven by her intrigue, she pressed for more information. What was his name? In response to her inquiry, Mo Ying continued, He seems to be called Xingyu. Xingyu. Leng Ningshuang etched this name into her memory. She had a premonition that this man, named Xingyu, was destined to stir the very winds of change within the realm of cultivation. As the night deepened, in the main hall on the first floor, Xingyu sat cross-legged, practicing the revitalizing technique, rejuvenating his various depletions at an astonishing pace. Meanwhile, Leng Ningshuang was indulging in a bath. Ever since she had shared a bath with Xingyu, she had grown fond of the soothing experience. Moments later, Xingyu opened his eyes, filled with astonishment. He had believed he comprehended every aspect of the revitalizing technique. Yet he realized he still lacked understanding. He had underestimated its formidable power. The depletion he had experienced over several hours could be completely restored in a mere quarter of an hour. The speed of recovery was nothing short of miraculous. Chapter 10. There is always a way out, however. Xingyu harbored some doubts regarding the intentions of Leng Ningshuang in teaching him the rejuvenation technique. It was quite possible that she aimed to transform him into a perpetual motion machine. Such a notion, Xingyu found himself oddly amenable to it. After all, He had exerted every ounce of his strength and still could not vanquish this formidable enchantress. Thus, he had no choice but to submit to her overwhelming authority. Ceasing his cultivation, Xingyu began to contemplate the matters that lay ahead. According to the narrative, his esteemed companion, Leng Ningshuang, was fervently seeking a breakthrough to the transformation stage. Yet, the current state of the cultivation world rendered such aspirations nearly impossible. The heavenly Tao was incomplete, limiting practitioners to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Only by opening the gate of heaven and utilizing materials to restore the Tao could one hope to ascend to the transformation stage. This predicament ensured that no amount of effort on Leng Ningshuang's part would lead her to transcend into that realm. Unlike others, many of whom could only reach the peak of the nascent soul stage by virtue of their limitations, Leng Ningshuang's potential far exceeded the constraints imposed by the Tao. Reflecting on the game's storyline, Xingyu felt a pang of sympathy for her. In the narrative, her quest for a method to breach the transformation stage had even given rise to inner demons, subjecting her soul to incessant torment akin to being seared by fire. When the heroine eventually discovered the materials needed to complete the Tao and arrived at the designated location, there stood Leng Ningshuang. Ultimately, in that tale, she met her demise at the hands of the heroine, collapsing in the final moment before the Tao was restored. Now, Xingyu was resolute in altering Leng Ningshuang's fate. He was convinced that this would not prove to be a formidable challenge. After all, the current Leng Ningshuang remained relatively stable, free from any inner turmoil, save for some foundational issues. Restoring her cultivation was not an insurmountable task. It merely required his diligent efforts. His assistance system was not solely capable of aiding this villainous fairy in her own cultivation, but could also facilitate her progress. Aside from matters concerning Leng Ningshuang, the narrative hinted at an impending significant event. The Xiandao sect, one of the top 5 righteous sects in the cultivation world, situated adjacent to the territory of the Divine Moon Empire, was poised to sever ties with the empire entirely. The situation was escalating to the point of potential conflict. However, this clash of the two great forces was ultimately resolved by the heroine, for the rift that had formed was merely a misunderstanding. 50 years prior, the previous leader of the Xiandao sect, by Xingyu, shared a close bond with the Divine Moon Empress, Xiandao, akin to that of sisters. The relationship between their two factions had flourished, characterized by profound cooperation. On a fateful day, invited by Xiandao, Xingyu visited the capital of the Divine Moon Empire. On her return, she encountered an unknown peril, sustaining grievous injuries that nearly claimed her life. Upon her return to the Xiandao sect, she immediately fell into a deep coma, remaining so to this day. In her absence, the esteemed elder of the Xiandao sect, Chu Qingya, assumed leadership, becoming the new sect master. Given by Xianyu's severe injuries upon her return from the Divine Moon Empire, Chu Qingya concluded that she had been ambushed by the Divine Moon Empress. After all, by Xianyu, a practitioner at the peak of the nascent soul stage, could only have been harmed by someone of equal standing. Who else could have inflicted such wounds upon her? Regardless of Leng Ningshuang's explanations, Chu Qingya remained unconvinced. From that day forth, relations between the Xiandao sect and the Divine Moon Empire plummeted. Recently, the Xiandao sect issued an ultimatum to the Divine Moon Empire, demanding a public apology and compensation, along with an acknowledgement from the Empress admitting her ambush on by Xianyu. Failure to comply would result in a complete breakdown of relations. Naturally, Leng refused these demands outright. The incident involving Bai Xianyu had no bearing on her. Upon learning of Bai Xianyu's misfortune, she was deeply affected, as they shared a bond akin to sisterhood. This misunderstanding was the catalyst for the rift between the two powerful factions. Xingyu understood all too well that the incident bore no actual relation to the Divine Moon Empire. The true culprit behind Bai Xianyu's injuries and her subsequent coma was none other than his esteemed companion, the enchantress Leng Ningshuang. At that time, she had been fervently cultivating to achieve her own breakthrough to the transformation stage. In a critical moment, a sudden thunderstorm struck, drawing Bai Xianyu's attention as she sought to return to her sect. Unbeknownst to her, as she approached the scene of the calamity, the bolts of lightning targeted her. While the tribulation posed little threat to Leng Ningshuang, it was utterly devastating for Bai Xianyu, leaving her grievously wounded and in a coma upon her return to the sect. This truth remained concealed from all, even from Leng Ningshuang, who was oblivious to the fact that her tribulation had inadvertently affected another. It was indeed a stroke of misfortune that Leng Ningshuang bore the blame for this incident. When the heroine arrived at the Xiandao sect and utilized her extraordinary artifact to heal by Xingyu, she discovered traces of Leng Ningshuang's demonic energy upon her. Consequently, she informed the members of the Xiandao sect and the Divine Moon Empire that Leng Ningshuang was responsible. Although by Xiandao awakened, she had not seen Leng Ningshuang during the thunderstorm, leading her to believe that the enchantress was indeed culpable. Such misunderstandings were not uncommon within the game's narrative. Leng Ningshuang was effectively the scapegoat of the game, Xiandao. Lacking a platform to voice her side, and given her reputation as a villain, no one believed her claims, resulting in widespread conviction that she was responsible for many misdeeds. Her solitude was profound. Had it not been for her overwhelming loneliness, she would not have pursued the transformation stage as her ultimate ambition, leading to the inner demons that ultimately culminated in her demise. No, I cannot stand idly by. Leng Ningshuang is entirely innocent. I must ensure she is not misunderstood. With that thought, Xingyu rose from his bed. As her partner, he could not allow Leng Ningshuang to be misjudged as she was in the original narrative, particularly by the heroine and other characters like Xianxian. Xingyu envisioned a future of harmonious coexistence with Leng Ningshuang. If she were to be misinterpreted, their tranquil life would be irrevocably disrupted. Having made his decision, he contemplated how to unveil the truth to everyone. In the storyline, the truth surrounding this incident remained concealed, and Leng Ningshuang dismissed any notion of explanation upon realizing her misjudgment. Only the players with a godlike perspective were privy to the reality of the situation. Presently, within the comatose by Xingyu, remnants of Leng Ningshuang's demonic energy lingered from the time of her tribulation. The presence of this energy would render any explanation from Leng Ningshuang futile. No one would believe her. Though this situation appeared to be a deadlock, one must remember, there is always a way out. As the game progresses into its mid-stage, the heroine would collect a material essential for opening the gate of heaven and restoring the Tao. This material not only serves to complete the Tao, but also possesses the capability to replay events from the past 50 years in the cultivation world. Amongst these events, the truth of the incident could be revealed, displaying the occurrences for all to witness. Chapter 11. Only care for the star feather. The protagonist possesses an extraordinarily powerful rewind feature, enabling players to glean various insights from the realm of cultivation. They can unearth hidden treasures and discern numerous happenings within this world, even altering the trajectory of certain plots. Although the cost of activating the rewind is steep, many players continue to utilize this feature to explore the intricacies of their universe. However, a game remains a game. The protagonist's rewind ability does not grant players the liberty to witness any desired outcome at will. Ultimately, one must still adhere to the unfolding narrative. Now, with Star Feather's arrival in this realm, it has transformed into a tangible reality. Armed with comprehensive knowledge, he intends to steer the plot as he wishes. Star Feather resolved to procure a material essential for mending the celestial path. More accurately, he sought one of the artifacts necessary for this purpose. With such an object in hand, he could instruct the protagonist to reveal the truth to the world. This would absolve the misunderstood cold condensation frost. Contemplating this, a subtle smile graced Star Feather's lips. Indeed, I am a genius. He was confident that if he executed his plan, he would not need to worry about cold condensation frost being unjustly blamed. Moreover, this course of action would endear him to the Divine Moon Empire, the Xiandao sect, and the protagonist herself. In future endeavors, he could enlist their aid. Yet, a minor flaw existed in his plan. The artifact's location lay within a secret realm. Only those who had reached the Foundation establishment stage could gain entry. Currently, Star Feather was merely a novice in chi refinement. Cold condensation frost, though highly skilled, was also constrained by the realm's stipulation that those of excessively high cultivation could not enter. Access was limited to those in the early and mid-Foundation establishment stages. Those above or below were barred. This was a crucial area within the main storyline, marking the first plot point of its mid-development phase. Thus, Star Feather needed to hasten his cultivation progress during this interval. Otherwise, should the protagonist resolve matters concerning the Xiandao sect and the Divine Moon Empire, cold condensation frost would indeed bear the brunt of the blame. In the bath, cold condensation frost luxuriated in the warm water, her heart feeling oddly desolate. It was only now that she realized she did not genuinely enjoy bathing. Rather, she cherished the moments spent soaking alongside Star Feather. Consequently, She channeled her inner spiritual energy, tearing through the fabric of space and teleporting back to her room. Upon her arrival, she encountered Starfeather standing in the center of the chamber. The sight of him elicited a gentle smile and a glimmer of joy in her eyes. Caught in thought, Starfeather was taken aback by Cold Condensation Frost's sudden appearance, especially in her unadorned state. He quickly regained his composure. Condensation. How? Before he could finish his sentence, Cold Condensation Frost grasped his hand and teleported them both into the wooden tub in the bath. In the process, only his body was transported, his garments remained behind. They found themselves once again enveloped in the warm water, feeling rather cramped. As he gazed down at Cold Condensation Frost, who clung to him, her face nestled against his chest, he realized her intent. It seemed she felt uncomfortable bathing alone and desired his company. With no other choice, Starfeather wrapped his arms around the enchanting figure, acknowledging her loneliness. It appeared that after being solitary for so long, she yearned to be close to him, fearing the return of her previous solitude. This enchanting sorceress truly was adorable. Compared to the aloof and fearsome figure depicted in the narrative, her transformation was remarkable. After a few minutes of holding Cold Condensation Frost, Starfeather finally spoke. Condensation, do you know where the Fallen Valley is? The Fallen Valley? Cold Condensation Frost lifted her face, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes before she quickly realized. You must be referring to the Abyss of Desolation. It is the only place in the cultivation realm with Fallen in its name. Prompted by her reminder, Starfeather recalled that the Fallen Valley was a colloquial term among players for the Abyss of Desolation. In the game, it had always been referred to as the Abyss of Desolation. Yes, that's the place. Condensation, are you familiar with it? Starfeather's inquiry was not merely out of curiosity. The materials to enhance the protagonist's rewind feature were located within the Abyss of Desolation. However, he was unaware of its precise location, as the game narrative had depicted the protagonist being attacked by beasts while soaring through the skies on a sword, inadvertently falling into the abyss. It was not a scenario where players could simply traverse the landscape to advance the story. The events surrounding the Abyss of Desolation constituted an unforeseen occurrence, compelling Starfeather to seek guidance from Cold Condensation Frost, who had lived in the cultivation realm for centuries. Unlike other high-ranking cultivators, Cold Condensation Frost was a wanderer without allegiance to any faction, frequently traversing the cultivation world. Therefore, she possessed intimate knowledge of various locales within it. Upon hearing Starfeather's question, Cold Condensation Frost nodded. I know of it. It lies in the northern part of Zhongzhou. It is desolate, teeming with beasts. Her tone carried a hint of perplexity. Why do you ask? She was puzzled by Starfeather's sudden inquiry, and even more so by how he came to know of such a place as the Abyss of Desolation. As a mere mortal, he should not have been able to access it, let alone the fact that the area was rife with formidable beasts. The Abyss's remoteness from civilization made it unlikely for anyone to be aware of its existence. In fact, many cultivators were oblivious to the Abyss of Desolation's presence, let alone a mortal like Starfeather, who had nearly frozen to death prior to their meeting. Over a century ago, Cold Condensation Frost had discovered the Abyss of Desolation while searching for a method to ascend to the divine transformation stage. The abyss resembled a canyon, significantly deeper than ordinary ravines, shrouded in darkness and devoid of any discernible features. At least, she had found nothing of note. Consequently, she had not given it much thought. Had Starfeather not inquired, she would have remained oblivious to its significance. Nothing much, just that I wish to visit the Abyss of Desolation. I have heard tales of that place, and am quite curious about it. Starfeather refrained from divulging the existence of the secret realm within the abyss or the artifact capable of mending the celestial path. This was to prevent awakening her latent desire for ascension. In the narrative, Cold Condensation Frost was aware of the material's significance, understanding that only with the mending of the celestial path could she hope to ascend to the divine transformation stage. Thus, she fought against the protagonist for the coveted materials at the celestial path's gate. While desire can be a powerful motivator, it becomes perilous when it transforms into a manifestation of inner demons. Currently, Cold Condensation Frost harbored a strong yearning to ascend. Starfeather could not afford to exacerbate her desires. Receiving Starfeather's response, Cold Condensation Frost did not press further, but instead buried her face once more into his chest. If you wish to go, I can take you. She did not offer any excuses to refuse his request, such as concerns about the dangers surrounding the abyss or fears for his safety. She held no such apprehensions. With her formidable strength, provided Star Feather's unique status as a natural furnace body remained undisclosed, she was more than capable of ensuring his safety within the cultivation realm. Furthermore, this was Star Feather's request, and she would never turn him down. As long as it is what Xingyu desires, she will fulfill it, just as he indulges Xingyu's myriad of peculiar poses. She is oblivious to the source from which Xingyu has acquired such an array of strange postures, yet she remains indifferent. The only concern that Leng Ningshuang harbors is for Xingyu. Chapter 12. A breakthrough once more. Upon receiving a response from Leng Ningshuang, Xingyu's lips curled into a smile. Well, once I elevate my cultivation a bit more, we shall proceed. At present, Xingyu felt his strength was still insufficient, lacking even the qualification to enter the secret realm. Hearing this, Leng Ningshuang recalled that she had scarcely provided any cultivation resources to Xingyu. Given his formidable talent, if he were endowed with abundant resources, he would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights at an accelerated pace. And once Xingyu transcended to a higher realm, the enhancements she would gain from being with him would surely be amplified. Contemplating this, a hint of enchantment flickered in her distinct black and white eyes. She extended her legs slightly, and, employing both hands and feet, entwined herself around Xingyu like an octopus. Oblivious to her thoughts, Xingyu sensed that something felt amiss with the embrace of Leng Ningshuang. As night descended, in the hall on the first floor, Xingyu sat cross-legged on the sofa before the tea table, channeling the spiritual energy within him. With Leng Ningshuang's assistance, his cultivation had surged to the mid-stage of qi refinement. In mere days, he had transformed from a mere mortal into a cultivator at this level, a rate of advancement that was nothing short of extraordinary. All of this was due to Leng Ningshuang's efforts. Regrettably, Xingyu felt this pace was still inadequate. Even with nightly revelries, he could not rapidly elevate his cultivation. After all, his support system was not a dual rest system. It merely enhanced both parties' cultivation aptitude and talent. Genuine cultivation was still imperative. Outside the attic, before the courtyard gate, stood Leng Ningshuang clad in a modest black dress, her long legs encased in black stockings, her figure remarkably tall and voluptuous. She held a bag of small cakes in her left hand and gently pushed open the courtyard door with her right. Suddenly, she sensed a peculiar aura. As a top-tier cultivator, and one pursued by many formidable entities in the cultivation world, she was highly attuned to various energies. Now, she detected a familiar presence lurking near her residence, covertly observing, none other than the aura of Mo Ying, the captain of the Shadow Moon Secret Guard. With a cold smirk, Leng Ningshuang stepped into the courtyard and closed the gate behind her. Not far from the attic, atop the rooftop, a figure in a black dress, blending seamlessly into the darkness, observed as Leng Ningshuang entered the attic. An unusual glint flickered in Mo Ying's eyes. This was her first encounter witnessing such a gentle side of Leng Ningshuang, who had even procured a small cake, presumably for her companion. With this thought, Mo Ying resolved to inform the Empress, revealing that Leng Ningshuang harbored genuine feelings for the youth named Xingyu. Henceforth, should they wish to confront this formidable woman, they could leverage her attachment to Xingyu. Taking a deep breath, Mo Ying stood up slightly and turned around. Just as she did, she was startled to discover a figure behind her, Leng Ningshuang, who had entered the courtyard moments ago. Seeing her, a flicker of panic crossed Mo Ying's eyes. She had never anticipated that Leng Ningshuang could perceive her presence. How could this be possible? Even the Empress, Zilin Xian, who possessed similar strength, had failed to detect her. How could Leng Ningshuang? What Mo Ying did not realize was that if this had been just a few days prior, Leng Ningshuang would indeed have been unable to sense her existence. However, after her cultivation aptitude and talent had been significantly enhanced through Xingyu's guidance, her previously damaged foundation had also seen a minor restoration. Now, apart from her cultivation and combat capabilities, she surpassed Zilin Xian in nearly every aspect. It could even be said that Leng Ningshuang was now one of the most formidable cultivators in the realm, approaching the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. All of this was attributed to Xingyu. Gazing at Mo Ying, Leng Ningshuang's expression remained impassive, her black and white eyes betraying no emotion. Under her scrutinizing gaze, Mo Ying felt a wave of pressure envelop her, rendering her breathless. The fearsome figure of Leng Ningshuang was indeed intimidating. After a few seconds of silence, Leng Ningshuang finally spoke in a chilling tone. "You, and the one behind you, should you dare to lay a hand on Xingyu, do not blame me for being ungracious. With those words, her figure vanished without a trace. It was only after Leng Ningshuang had completely disappeared that Mo Ying regained her senses, taking shallow breaths. A sheen of perspiration broke out, dampening her black dress. At that moment, she felt as if she had narrowly escaped a calamity. Simultaneously, she was profoundly astonished. Leng Ningshuang's strength had indeed grown. Previously, not only had she been unable to detect Mo Ying, but her spatial teleportation had required the tearing of space, leaving residual energy behind. Now, however, Leng Ningshuang had accomplished teleportation without the need to tear through space, an indication of her enhanced prowess, something even the Empress could not achieve. Mo Ying realized that she must relay everything that had transpired to the Empress. For Leng Ningshuang was no longer a figure that could be easily controlled through Xingyu's vulnerability. In the hall of the attic, Xingyu, engrossed in his training, heard the sound of the door opening. As he opened his eyes, he beheld Leng Ningshuang, clad in black stockings and holding a bag of small cakes, entering the hall with a calm demeanor. Her aura, combined with her attire, was truly remarkable, fully revealing the allure of a mature and captivating woman. Despite her modest clothing, which revealed no skin, she inexplicably delighted Xingyu. This must be what they referred to as the allure of restraint. Setting the small cake on the tea table, Leng Ningshuang gazed at Xingyu, who was still seated in meditation, and spoke in a slightly cool and alluring tone. When channeling spiritual energy, one must stabilize their mind. Otherwise, complications may arise. Xingyu, you have made a grave error. She noticed that Xingyu's gaze had converged upon her legs, encased in black stockings, prompting her to remind him. Should Xingyu wish, she would be willing to share this moment with him. However, as he was currently in the midst of cultivation, his focus must remain undistracted. Hearing her voice, Xingyu nodded and promptly closed his eyes, casting aside distracting thoughts to focus on his training. After several moments, he ceased the flow of energy within him and slowly opened his eyes. Exhaling a breath of relief, he felt an overwhelming sense of lightness and vitality. Having broken through to the mid-stage of qi refinement, he was significantly stronger than he had been in the early stage. As he opened his eyes, he noticed that Leng Ningshuang had, unbeknownst to him, taken a seat beside him, extending a small cake with her right hand. You have advanced again, she remarked. Her voice still cool, yet tinged with a hint of disbelief, her black and white eyes fixed intently on Xingyu's face. Accepting the small cake, Xingyu took a bite and smiled. Nodding, indeed, thanks to you, Ningshuang, I have broken through to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Chapter 13. Beyond expectations. Upon receiving Xingyu's response, Leng Ningshuang's lips curled into a subtle smile. A hint of mirth graced the exquisite and enchanting visage of the mature woman. Yet, this smile was quickly subdued. A breakthrough would suffice. With a brief reply, Leng Ningshuang produced a storage ring from her pocket, containing spiritual stones, elixirs, and various herbs. Take this for your cultivation. If it proves insufficient, I shall provide more, she stated with an icy indifference that, paradoxically, warmed Xingyu's heart. He had never mentioned his need for cultivation resources to her, yet she had procured in abundance for him. Initially, Xingyu assumed that Leng Ningshuang had ventured out merely to procure a small cake, unaware that her true purpose was to gather cultivation resources. As for whom she had acquired them from, it was no surprise that it was the unfortunate Empress Zilin Xian. After all, the Xinyu Empire was not lacking in cultivation resources, boasting several veins of spiritual energy capable of infinite growth, yielding a copious supply of spiritual stones. Ningshuang, you are too kind to me. After embracing Leng Ningshuang and savoring the warmth of her soft, curvaceous form, Xingyu turned his gaze toward the storage ring on the table. Extending his right hand, he grasped the ring, and with a flicker of thought, he beheld the vast array of spiritual stones, elixirs, and herbs within, purely resources for cultivation. These resources would suffice for Xingyu to advance from qi refining to foundation establishment. As Xingyu marveled at the contents of the storage ring, a cold, mechanical voice devoid of emotion echoed in his ears. You have received cultivation resources from the support object, Leng Ningshuang. When refining and absorbing these resources, your speed will be doubled, and you will achieve complete absorption. Doubling his speed, Xingyu was astonished. He hadn't anticipated triggering the system's support reward. Regardless, the prospect of accelerating his cultivation was exhilarating, enabling him to reach higher realms more swiftly and venture into secret realms to procure materials for mending the heavens. Noticing the excitement reflected in Xingyu's eyes, Leng Ningshuang felt a surge of joy. She relished seeing him happy. Moreover, Xingyu's cultivation speed surpassed her expectations. Initially, she had believed that if Xingyu could transition from a mortal to a cultivator within a year, it would be commendable. She envisioned him breaking through to foundation establishment within 10 years and perhaps reaching the golden core stage within a century. However, it now seemed that within a year, he might very well attain the golden core stage. This realization filled Leng Ningshuang with delight. The stronger his power, the longer his lifespan, allowing them to remain together for an extended time. Yet, Leng Ningshuang was not fully satisfied. She yearned to ascend to even greater heights with Xingyu, ultimately achieving eternal life, so they could be together forever. Returning to the moment, Xingyu quickly devoured the small cake that Leng Ningshuang had brought back and turned to her with a smile. Ningshuang, I will begin my cultivation now. Should anything important arise, do summon me. With that, he closed his eyes once again, channeling the spiritual energy within him and utilizing the cultivation resources provided by Leng Ningshuang. Seeing Xingyu immediately dive into cultivation upon receiving the resources, Leng Ningshuang found nothing strange about it. Most cultivators, upon becoming immortal and breaking through one or two minor realms, often experienced a sense of inflated confidence when newly endowed with resources, believing they could swiftly absorb and refine them to reach higher realms. This had been evident when Xingyu transitioned from a mortal to a cultivator, feeling invincible and launching an offensive against her. Such arrogance often stemmed from an overestimation of one's abilities. Even Leng Ningshuang, when she had first advanced from early qi refining to mid-qi refining, had been similarly overconfident, believing she could refine her resources within a few days. Instead, she found herself unable to cultivate due to her inflated ego, resulting in a prolonged stagnation in her progress. It took a shift in her mindset to dissolve that sense of inflation. While Leng Ningshuang could easily diminish Xingyu's overconfidence, she could not remove the inflated sense of self regarding his cultivation path. That transformation had to come from within him. She hoped he would quickly adjust his mindset, as the path of cultivation required not only immense talent, perfect techniques, and abundant resources, but also a stable state of mind. Indeed, the most significant disparities among cultivators often lay not in talent, techniques, or resources, but in their mental fortitude. Before becoming a cultivator, Leng Ningshuang had suffered irreparable damage to her foundation due to reckless consumption of elixirs, leading to her poor aptitude and lack of quality techniques and resources. Under normal circumstances, someone like her would not only fail to become a powerful cultivator, but would lack the qualifications to even step onto the path of immortality. Many in her situation had long since abandoned the path of cultivation. Yet, she persevered, ultimately rising to become a supreme cultivator and a formidable force in the demon path. Just as Leng Ningshuang contemplated Xingyu's inability to cultivate seriously due to his mental state, she was astonished to discover that he was, in fact, successfully absorbing and refining the resources from the storage ring. Moreover, his speed was remarkably rapid. What was happening? Wasn't his mental state supposed to hinder his ability to cultivate properly? Yet here he was, not only able to cultivate effectively, but doing so at an astonishing rate. If he continued at this pace, it would take no more than 2 or 3 days for him to completely exhaust the resources. Leng Ningshuang was thoroughly astonished. The clarity in her contrasting eyes reflected her surprise. Were it not for Xingyu's current focus on his cultivation, she would have immediately seized him and meticulously examined every facet of his being. Each time she believed she had come to understand him, Xingyu would invariably exceed her expectations. In the Xianyue Imperial Palace, within the Empress's chamber, the purple-haired matron, Leng Ningshuang, clad in a flowing purple veil that accentuated her fair, full legs, sat at a tea table, her legs crossed. In one hand, she held a cup of tea, while the other supported a document. At that moment, the space before the tea table warped, and the next instant, a figure in a black gown with flowing green hair, Mo Ying, materialized. Upon seeing Mo Ying, Leng Ningshuang's lips curled into a slight smile. Mo Ying, you've arrived just as I brewed your favorite tea. Without acknowledging Leng Ningshuang's greeting, Mo Ying spoke urgently. Your Majesty, Sister Lin Xian, it's dire. That female demon's strength has undergone a tremendous enhancement. At this revelation, Leng Ningshuang's previously cheerful demeanor morphed into one of seriousness. What? That female demon has grown stronger? Nodding, Mo Ying revealed the ease with which Leng Ningshuang had detected her presence, effortlessly teleporting without tearing the space. leaving no trace behind. After absorbing Mo Ying's words, Zilin Xian set aside her documents and tea, closing her eyes to contemplate. Taking a deep breath, she finally opened her eyes. Let us pay a visit to that female demon. With that declaration, Zilin Xian rose from the tea table. She was resolute, given the current developments. She had to take the initiative to meet with Leng Ningshuang. After all, she had dispatched Mo Ying to secretly observe her. If they remained undetected, it would be well and good, but if discovered, it would not be a trivial matter. Should she provoke Leng Ningshuang, especially now that her powers had significantly increased? The repercussions were something Zilin Xian could not possibly endure. Chapter 14. A hidden beauty draped in a new black gown. Song Ning Frost departed from the Sacred Moon Palace alongside Zilin Xian, making their way to the residence of Leng Ningshuang. Rising to her feet, Leng Ningshuang observed Xingyu in deep meditation, contemplating her own practice. With Xingyu's assistance, her progress had been remarkably profound. She was confident that soon, her foundation would be restored and her talents enhanced, enabling her to break through to the transformation stage. Just as Leng Ningshuang was about to ascend the stairs for her own training, she suddenly sensed two familiar auras approaching from outside the loft. Her gaze sharpened, and in an instant, she vanished from the hall, reappearing at the entrance of the courtyard. Upon arrival, she saw the Sacred Moon Empress, Zilin Xian, and the captain of the Shadow Guard, Mo Ying, standing before her. Startled by Leng Ningshuang's sudden appearance, Zilin Xian halted, her violet eyes reflecting a clear shock. Leng Ningshuang's power had grown even stronger than before. If she had not been fully channeling her spiritual energy, she would likely have missed Leng Ningshuang's arrival. Most importantly, facing the formidable Leng Ningshuang directly instilled a palpable pressure in Zilin Xian, a testament to Leng Ningshuang's undeniable strength. What could have transpired? Just days prior, when she had given her the rejuvenation technique, Leng Ningshuang had not been so formidable. Now, however, she exhibited an overwhelming prowess. Earlier, when Leng Ningshuang had requested training resources, she had not met with her directly, but had simply accessed the imperial storehouse. Zilin Xian had not given it much thought. Having previously commanded that all resources desired by Leng Ningshuang be provided, had it not been for Mo Ying, Zilin Xian would have remained oblivious to Leng Ningshuang's remarkable ascent. Mo Ying stood silently to the side, observing Leng Ningshuang without making a sound. Seeing the two women, Leng Ningshuang spoke in a voice as cold as ice. What brings you here? With Xingyu still engrossed in his cultivation, she wished not to disturb his practice due to their presence, hence her decision to meet them outside. Gazing at Zilin Xian, a glimmer of frost flickered in Leng Ningshuang's eyes. Zilin Xian possessed a figure even more voluptuous than her own. Though she herself was ample enough, Xingyu often remarked that she was of E size. She remained unaware of its meaning. Yet, compared to Zilin Xian, she felt inadequate. Zilin Xian's curves seemed almost as large as a head, an unparalleled comparison. Furthermore, Zilin Ningshuang's slightly greater height only fueled Leng Ningshuang's desire to keep her away from Xingyu. Should Xingyu be captivated by this empress, or vice versa, it would spell trouble. Leng Ningshuang had no intention of sharing Xingyu with anyone. Upon hearing Leng Ningshuang's frigid tone, Zilin Xian felt a measure of relief. Clearly, Leng Ningshuang did not take the matter of Mo Ying's surveillance to heart. Otherwise, she would have demanded an explanation rather than merely inquiring about the purpose of their visit. Over decades of acquaintance, Zilin Xian understood Leng Ningshuang's temperament well. She was one to act violently at the slightest provocation. Their first encounter had culminated in a month-long battle, erasing the highest peaks within the Sacred Moon Empire without respite. It is nothing. I merely feared you might misunderstand. I sent Mo Ying not to spy on you or to instigate a confrontation, but rather to prevent any mistakes on your part. Upon hearing Zilin Ningshuang's words, Leng Ningshuang remained expressionless. After a moment's pause, she nodded slightly. Having been isolated for so long, her naturally taciturn personality made her reluctant to converse with others, though she found it easier to engage with Xingyu. With Zilin Ningshuang's reassurance, she felt less concerned about potential conflicts with the Empress. Simultaneously, as the Empress, Zilin Ningshuang perceived that Leng Ningshuang had undergone significant change. No longer did she radiate the same ominous aura. Instead, her demeanor had softened, revealing a hint of understanding. Had the prospect of finding a partner truly transformed her? Even a woman of such fierce reputation could be altered. Should Zilin Ningshuang seek a partner herself? Ultimately, she dismissed the notion. As the sacred moon empress, she found herself uninterested in any man, having never engaged with the opposite sex throughout her life. In truth, Leng harbored a curiosity about Leng Ningshuang's companion, Xingyu. It was astonishing that a nascent cultivator could form a bond with a woman of such fearsome reputation. Such a tale would be deemed unbelievable. Yet, Leng recognized that such inquiries were beyond her reach. Leng Ningshuang's regard for Xingyu clearly surpassed her assumptions. In the future, I shall no longer send anyone to monitor you. Rest assured. With that, Leng turned and departed with Mo Ying, having initially come to quell Leng Ningshuang's ire over the surveillance, only to discover that she was unconcerned. Once Leng and Mo Ying had completely left, Leng Ningshuang executed a swift teleportation back to the hall. Standing before Xingyu, she watched him practice earnestly, a smile of satisfaction gracing her features. For reasons unknown, the thought of concealing Xingyu from unsavory women outside thrilled her. After all, should word of his unique constitution spread, it would undoubtedly disrupt the entire cultivation world, a secret known solely to her. This, indeed, was the essence of a hidden beauty, albeit in reverse. Ultimately, Leng Ningshuang dismissed her earlier intention to train upstairs. Instead, she crossed her legs, adorned in black stockings, and sat beside Xingyu, cultivating together. This arrangement proved advantageous, as it accelerated Xingyu's training pace and allowed her to guide his spiritual energy, facilitating a more effortless flow within him. You have received the spiritual energy boost from Leng Ningshuang, increasing your energy cultivation speed by 50. With his eyes closed in meditation, Xingyu was taken aback by the cool, mechanical voice that echoed in his ears, feeling the surge of energy within him. He had not anticipated that Leng Ningshuang could aid his cultivation, enhancing his energy absorption speed by 50. While this percentage might seem modest, such an augmentation was significant. In the context of equal realms, a quicker energy flow allowed for swifter attacks, adhering to the universal truth that speed conquers all in the martial world. Even if his opponent had yet to mobilize their energy, he could strike first. Was this not formidable? Given that Leng Ningshuang was now assisting him, Xingyu resolved to focus intently on his practice. He began to exert himself fully, absorbing and refining the abundant resources within his storage ring at an accelerated pace. He need not worry about overindulgence leading to an explosive demise, for these resources had been purified by Leng Ningshuang, devoid of any negative effects, retaining only their beneficial properties. This was the power of a celestial's aid. Were Xingyu to slacken his pace, he could leisurely engage with Leng Ningshuang, exchanging wisdom and advancing effortlessly. Chapter 15. The absence of departure until all the cultivation resources within the storage ring were completely absorbed and refined by Xingyu. He did not cease the operation of spiritual energy within his body. Slowly, he opened his eyes. A brilliant light burst forth from his gaze as Xingyu summoned his personal attributes panel. Name: Xingyu. Cultivation level: peak qi refinement. He had broken through, ascending through 2 realms to now stand at the later stage of qi refinement. Xingyu initially believed that the cultivation resources provided by Leng Ningshuang would suffice for him to reach the foundation establishment stage. However, it appeared to be inadequate. Being a flawless body by nature, coupled with the philosophical discussions shared with Leng Ningshuang, had significantly enhanced his cultivation aptitude. Although a stronger talent indeed translates to greater power within the same realm, the resources required for cultivation are not to be underestimated. Sensing a fragrance reminiscent of an enchanting woman, Xingyu slightly turned his gaze to his side. There, he beheld Leng Ningshuang, her expression calm as she sat beside him. Her legs, clad in black stockings, were unencumbered, extending naturally before her. She wore no shoes, her delicate feet resting softly upon the pristine floor. Upon noticing Xingyu's gaze, Leng Ningshuang turned her head slightly. "You have broken through," she remarked, her voice still carrying its usual coolness. Feeling the peak qi refinement aura emanating from Xingyu, she was no longer as astonished as before. She understood well that Xingyu could not be regarded as an ordinary cultivator. He was a rare super genius, unmatched by anyone. Acknowledging her words, Xingyu smiled and nodded. "Yes, thanks to you, Ningshuang. I have now reached the peak of qi refinement. I believe it will not be long before I break through to the foundation establishment stage." His tone was imbued with excitement. After all, breaking through 2 realms was a cause for celebration. Yet, amidst his exhilaration, Xingyu remained cognizant of the purpose behind his cultivation. He continued to inquire, By the way, Ningshuang, how long have I been cultivating? Have there been any significant events happening recently? Xingyu was keen to avoid any plot developments that could lead to misunderstandings. Putting Leng Ningshuang and himself in the crosshairs of the Divine Moon Empire and the Xiandao sect, should they find themselves targeted, their current tranquil existence would be irreversibly disrupted. Unbeknownst to Xingyu, Leng Ningshuang's strength had risen to remarkable heights with his assistance. It was not merely the two major factions he need fear. Even with the addition of another force, Leng Ningshuang could at least hold her own against them. This was an inevitable outcome, as within the game's narrative, Leng Ningshuang had often found herself thwarted by the machinations of these two factions. Initially, only the two major factions were involved, but as time passed, more forces aligned against her. If it were not for this, the female protagonist would not have had the opportunity to develop and eventually utilize her unique abilities to triumph over Leng Ningshuang. When questioned by Xingyu, Leng Ningshuang did not respond immediately. Instead, she turned her gaze to the tea table, extending her left hand to pour herself and Xingyu a cup of tea from the already brewed pot. Only after did she speak in her cold tone, 3 days. You have cultivated for 3 days. After taking a sip of tea, she continued, as for significant events, there has not been much. However, the Empress and the Xiandao sect have developed a conflict, confronting each other at the borders of the empire. Yesterday, the two sides nearly clashed. These matters did not capture Leng Ningshuang's attention excessively, particularly since she had spent an extended period in Xingyu's company. Thus her knowledge was somewhat limited, merely encompassing what was common knowledge. Upon receiving her answer, Xingyu felt a slight sense of relief. Thankfully, his cultivation time had not been long, only 3 days. The two major factions had not yet reached a point of irrevocable conflict. In the narrative, the Xiandao sect and the Divine Moon Empire had faced off for nearly half a month before fully severing ties and entering a state of hostility. The near clashes mentioned by Leng Ningshuang were merely the first of 3 such incidents. It was only on the 4th occasion that the members of both factions could no longer contain their frustrations, leading to actual skirmishes among the cultivators. Ultimately, this confrontation concluded with a victory for the Divine Moon Empire, leaving the Xiandao sect's members severely injured. The day following this battle, the protagonist, Luo Li, with her unique abilities, arrived at the Divine Moon Empire to help resolve the matter. The difficulty of this resolution was not particularly high, as it was merely the early stages of the plot, essentially the first main storyline to be tackled after players exited the novice village. Thus, it was reasonable to conclude that Xingyu had approximately 10 days remaining. He needed only to break through to the Foundation establishment stage and acquire one of the divine artifacts necessary for the restoration of the heavens from the depths of the desolate abyss. This way, Leng Ningshuang would not have to bear the unjust blame as per the original storyline. He could not bear the thought of his partner suffering needlessly. Nodding lightly, Xingyu replied, "It's good that nothing significant has occurred. Ningshuang, if you can procure more cultivation resources, please do so. I wish to see if I can break through to the Foundation establishment stage." Xingyu's request was merely a display of modesty. He was fully aware that, with sufficient cultivation resources, he could undoubtedly achieve this breakthrough. Upon hearing his words, Leng Ningshuang set down her teacup and turned to meet his gaze. "Xingyu, do you wish to break through so urgently because you intend to leave me once you attain power?" Although her expression remained devoid of emotion and her tone icy, the slight tremor in her voice betrayed her inner turmoil. She was bewildered by Xingyu's fervent desire to cultivate. After breaking through 2 minor realms, he was not content and sought to continue advancing. She harbored deep concerns that once he gained strength, he might distance himself from her. It was not unreasonable for her to think this way, having endured prolonged solitude. To her, Xingyu represented her entire world. She was anxious that he might entertain even the slightest notion of departing from her side. Upon hearing her words and gazing into her striking black and white eyes, Xingyu was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a warm smile, he enveloped Leng Ningshuang in his embrace. Feeling the soft, alluring warmth of her mature and voluptuous figure, which exuded an intoxicating fragrance, Xingyu spoke gently. "Ningshuang, did I not mention before that I wished to venture into the desolate abyss? My desire to enhance my strength is solely to alleviate your worries. The desolate abyss is fraught with danger, and I must possess the means for self-preservation. I harbor not a shred of intention to part from you. My sole wish is to remain with you, forever." As he spoke, Xingyu's left arm encircled Leng Ningshuang's waist, while his right hand cradled her head gently. He had not anticipated that Leng Ningshuang, the formidable antagonist of the narrative, would exhibit such vulnerability, especially because of him. Xingyu could understand why Leng Ningshuang might believe he would abandon her after achieving a breakthrough. After all, she had been alone for far too long, and the 3 days of his cultivation had left her feeling neglected, instilling a sense of abandonment within her. With her face nestled against Xingyu's chest, Leng Ningshuang wrapped her arms around him, holding him tightly. After a moment of silence, she closed her eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips as she savored the warmth of Xingyu. Finally, she spoke in her cool voice. Chapter 16. 3 days had passed, and the two remained in a profound silence, embracing each other. After what felt like an eternity, the enchanting visage of cold condensation frost emerged as she lifted her head. It has been 3 days, she spoke in a chilling tone, causing Starfeather to feel a flicker of confusion as he inquired. What is it, condensation? Unbeknownst to him, the reason for her sudden utterance would soon become evident. With a sudden surge of force, cold condensation frost pinned Starfeather to the sofa, still clad in her pantyhose. Her expression, as frigid as ice, contrasted starkly with her fervent actions, rendering him incapable of resistance. My lord, the people from the Xiandao sect have arrived, announced a flustered female official within the Xingyu palace. Seated at her desk, Leng Ningshuang felt an irksome agitation rising within her. Yet she understood that mere frustration would yield no results. The pressing matter at hand required resolution. The rift between the Xiandao sect and the Xingyu Empire had escalated to a critical point, their once amicable relations now hanging by a thread. Leng Ningshuang was acutely aware that if allowed to fester, the two factions would inevitably devolve from centuries of camaraderie into outright hostility. You shall delay them. Do your utmost to stall them. If you cannot, it matters not, she commanded, the official promptly departing the palace. Once the hall fell into a complete silence, Leng Ningshuang rose from her seat. Mo-ing, she called, and a shadow swiftly entered from the doorway. Upon her arrival, Leng Ningshuang inquired, What have you discovered regarding Xiangyu? She was eager to uncover the truth behind the transformation of the former leader of the Xiandao sect by Xiangyu. If she could ascertain the reasons, the Xiandao sect's opposition to the Xingyu Empire could be quelled. Mo-ing shook her head in resignation. Your Majesty, there is nothing. Had we been able to investigate, we would have done so long ago. The inquiry was initiated on the very day by Xiangyu encountered her misfortune 50 years ago. Yet even now, no leads have surfaced. Leng Ningshuang sighed, disheartened by the response. After a brief silence, she continued, Mo-ing, seek out individuals with unique abilities, such as those adept in divination or the interpretation of the past. Enlist their assistance in the investigation. Those who uncover even the slightest clue shall be handsomely rewarded. Remember, this matter must remain confidential. Conduct your inquiries discreetly. Understood. Mo-ing affirmed without hesitation, promptly exiting the palace. The hall fell silent once more. Leng Ningshuang could not shake her suspicion that Xiangyu's predicament was orchestrated by that notorious sorceress, cold condensation frost. After all, she had once been within her empire. Furthermore, cold condensation frost was immensely powerful, easily capable of vanquishing Xiangyu. Regrettably, without evidence, she could not act against the sorceress, even if it meant incurring significant losses for the empire. A glimmer of cold fury flickered in Leng Ningshuang's eyes. She had provided cold condensation frost with techniques, resources for cultivation, and all that she desired, not out of fear, but rather an understanding of the immense advantage of stabilizing a formidable sorceress at a minimal cost. Yet, should this matter truly involve cold condensation frost, her approach would shift drastically. Moreover, the sorceress now harbored a significant vulnerability, a nascent cultivator named Starfeather. As the dawn of the following day broke, Starfeather gradually opened his eyes, enveloped by a familiar sensation. He found himself once again immersed in a medicinal bath, reminiscent of previous experiences. You have received the benefits of the medicinal bath from cold condensation frost, accelerating the absorption of its effects by 10%. Oh, the enhancement seems to diminish with time. Initially, it had been threefold, then 30%, and now merely 10%. Nevertheless, with his cultivation having reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, Starfeather absorbed the medicinal properties at an unparalleled pace. Channeling his internal energy, he swiftly consumed the effects of the bath within mere moments. Exhaling deeply, Starfeather sensed only a slight increase in his internal energy. Indeed, the later stages of cultivation proved increasingly arduous. Without cold condensation frost's assistance, he believed it would have been impossible to achieve such rapid advancement. Yet, this was still insufficient. The urgency of the situation compelled Star Feather to hasten his cultivation. Cold condensation frost was likely procuring resources for him. Once he acquired them, he could resume his training and strive for breakthroughs. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard the gentle sound of the hall's door being ajar. The rhythmic tapping of short boots approached the bathing area, and soon, the door swung open. Star Feather, here are the cultivation resources you requested. Cold condensation frost stood at the threshold, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Channeling her energy, the storage ring in her hand floated gracefully towards him. As he received the ring and beheld the abundant resources within, Star Feather's eyes sparkled with delight. These resources were more than sufficient for him to break through to the foundation establishment stage. You have received the cultivation resources from cold condensation frost, doubling your absorption speed and nullifying any negative effects during refinement. His gaze settled on cold condensation frost, who remained clad in her conservative black gown, her long legs encased in black stockings. Condensation, would you care to join me in the bath? Star Feather inquired with a smile, feeling a sense of concern for her, given the sacrifices she had made for him. In response to his invitation, a flicker of anticipation crossed cold condensation frost's eyes, only to be swiftly suppressed. No, I sense a breakthrough approaching, so I intend to cultivate first. With that, she quickly closed the door, fearful that another glance at Star Feather would lead her to succumb to her desires. Watching the door close, Star Feather smiled. After spending time with cold condensation frost, he could see that his words had indeed swayed her. She had nearly succumbed to the temptation of joining him. Yet, her yearning for advancement took precedence, compelling her to prioritize her cultivation. Despite this, Star Feather recognized the profound impact his words had on her, nearly causing her to waver in her resolute pursuit of ascension. It was worth noting that in the narrative, nothing had ever been able to sway cold condensation frost's unwavering obsession with transcending to the divine transformation stage. In her relentless pursuit, she had nearly sacrificed countless cities and millions of lives. However, now, his mere words had ignited a shift in her steadfast resolve. He believed that soon, he would succeed in dissipating the sorceress's obsession with ascension, liberating her from the role of the merciless antagonist. Chapter 17. The Abyss of Obsession. Upon returning to the second floor and pushing open the door to her room, Leng Ningshuang surveyed the chaotic scene before her. A faint smile graced her lips as she channeled her spiritual energy, and in an instant, the room was restored to its former order. She then removed her short boots, seated herself cross-legged upon the bed, and closed her eyes to commence her cultivation. After several minutes of focused practice, the flush on her exquisitely beautiful face began to subside. At this moment, Leng Ningshuang distinctly sensed that she was on the verge of breaking through to the transformation realm. It was precisely this realization that led her to abandon her intimate moments with Xingyu in favor of her cultivation. Once she achieved this breakthrough, she would no longer worry about anyone threatening Xingyu. She would possess the strength to protect him. Unbeknownst to her, the reason for her desire to break through had shifted from a mere pursuit of power to a profound wish to safeguard Xingyu. Only by transcending to the transformation realm and becoming the sole practitioner of this level in the world of cultivation could she truly ensure his safety. However, given the current incompleteness of the heavenly Tao, despite her proximity to the threshold of this breakthrough, she found herself unable to ascend. Initially, she attributed this to her foundation not being fully restored. Yet, upon further examination, she discovered that her damaged foundation had completely healed under Xingyu's nurturing, and her innate talent for cultivation had significantly improved, reaching a pinnacle from which it could not advance further. This realization ignited a sense of urgency within her as she rapidly channeled her spiritual energy. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of malevolence erupted from her being. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Xingyu had just finished his bath. "Ah, this life is truly delightful," he sighed, stretching lazily with a smile spreading across his face. Indeed, to lead a fulfilling life in the realm of cultivation, one must rely on the favors of a celestial maiden. After all, as the saying goes, a woman 3 years older holds the golden elixir, and Xingyu was confident that he too would soon break through to the golden core stage. Dressed in dark attire, he stepped into the hall, only to find it tidied by Leng Ningshuang. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him, he approached the tea table and began brewing tea. He pondered how long Leng Ningshuang's cultivation would take. Surely, it wouldn't be long, after all. The current cultivation world did not permit practitioners of the transformation realm to emerge. There was no way she could break through. He believed that soon she would encounter a setback and cease her cultivation. However, as more than an hour passed, Xingyu still had not seen Leng Ningshuang. Instead, he sensed an immense amount of malevolent energy emanating from the second floor. What is happening? Has it really taken her this long? Is something wrong with Ningshuang? Puzzled, he glanced at the staircase leading to the second floor and activated Leng Ningshuang's information panel. The observation function of this assistance system was something he usually refrained from using. He had no need to spy on her when he could simply interact with her directly. Yet now, as she was engaged in cultivation, he dared not disturb her and resorted to the observation feature to discern what was unfolding. The familiar camera-like view materialized once more. Xingyu could clearly see Leng Ningshuang sitting cross-legged on the bed, her surroundings distorted, engulfed in swirling malevolent energy, exuding an intense sense of pressure that aligned with his perception of a formidable female demon. Yet, something felt amiss. As the malevolent energy coiled around her, it was evident that her condition was dire. The sight of her troubled expression was unsettlingly familiar to Xingyu, yet he could not recall why it felt so. Just as he was lost in thought, Leng Ningshuang's eyes snapped open, a boundless killing intent radiating from her gaze. Startled, Xingyu, observing through the function, was taken aback. If he were to face her current expression directly, he would be paralyzed with fear. Her appearance was far more terrifying than when she battled the protagonist in the narrative. Upon closer inspection of her starkly contrasting yet lethal eyes, a realization struck him. This was a sign of her succumbing to demonic obsession. In the story, her ambition to break through to the transformation realm led her to this perilous state, causing her significant harm and rendering her incapable of wielding her true strength. Otherwise, the protagonist would never have been able to best her. Yet, the narrative suggested that her descent into madness occurred later in the story. Why then? Was she succumbing to it so early? She should not have been so fixated on the breakthrough at this stage. Furthermore, he had recently shaken her resolve, making it even less likely for her to fall into this state. Nevertheless, the evidence was undeniable. Closing the observation function, Xingyu swiftly rose and made his way up the staircase. As he reached the staircase landing, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him, nearly robbing him of breath. It was only then that he fully grasped that his partner was not merely the obedient and accommodating Leng Ningshuang, who often displayed a gentle demeanor before him, but rather a formidable female demon capable of annihilating the world. Defiantly pushing against the oppressive force, he proceeded to the second-floor corridor and arrived at her room's door. Extending his right hand, he pressed down on the doorknob. The door creaked open, and a wave of terrifying malevolence, killing intent, and pressure surged forth, sending chills down his spine and momentarily clouding his consciousness. Regaining his senses, he called out to her, "Ningshuang." Upon hearing his voice, her starkly contrasting eyes turned towards him, devoid of expression. Her gaze appeared vacant, as if she had lost her grip on reality, yet she remained fixated on him, uttering not a single word. However, Xingyu could distinctly feel that the oppressive energy, killing intent, and malevolence emanating from her had diminished significantly, allowing him to approach her. Without uttering a word, he enveloped her in his arms. The incredibly soft and voluptuous sensation enveloped him, accompanied by an alluring fragrance that left him momentarily dazed. Yet, he could feel that the moment he held her close, all of her malevolent pressure, killing intent, and dark energy dissipated entirely. The overwhelming aura of demonic energy faded away, and Leng Ningshuang's consciousness gradually returned to her. Raising her head, she met Xingyu's gaze. "Xingyu, I just succumbed to demonic obsession." Though she had lost her awareness during the episode, she did not forget what had transpired. While in that state, she remained conscious, unable to control herself, thus entering a state of unconsciousness. Leng Ningshuang was acutely aware that once a practitioner fell into demonic obsession, the consequences could range from severe injury to the complete dissolution of their cultivation or even death. It was impossible to escape unscathed. Yet, with Xingyu's assistance, not only had she avoided disaster, but she had also achieved enlightenment, enhancing her state of mind and strength. Lowering her gaze to meet Leng Ningshuang's, Xingyu nodded. "Yes, you succumbed to demonic obsession, but fortunately, you have recovered without any lasting harm." A sigh of relief washed over him. Had she been unable to recover, his own fate would have been sealed. It is highly probable that one could be slain by the chilling frost when consumed by madness. A cultivator may become ruthless and bloodthirsty. Even the most righteous among them can exhibit a fierce aggression. How much more so for a practitioner of the demonic arts, such as the frost of condensation. Upon receiving Xingyu's response, the frost fell into a moment of silence before finally speaking in a voice as cold as ice. If I were to lose control again, please do not approach me. I may inadvertently harm you. Upon hearing this, Xingyu smiled gently and embraced her delicate form more tightly. No, regardless of how you may transform, I shall always draw near to you, holding you just as I do now. As soon as these words left his lips, he distinctly noticed a slight flush rising to the frost's cheeks, her body temperature evidently increasing. This ice-cold, reticent sorceress reacted profoundly to his words. Chapter 18. The necessity of an encounter. After a few moments of silence, enveloped in Xingyu's embrace, Leng Ningshuang finally spoke. If I were to succumb to madness again, I would ensure that I do not kill you. Once a cultivator loses control, they become a danger to all. However, during my previous episode, I discovered that merely seeing you allows me to regain a semblance of control. If it were otherwise, you would not have been able to approach me at all. The sheer force of my released aura alone would have rendered you immobile. Upon hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, a smile graced Xingyu's face. Rest assured, you cannot kill me. Should you attempt to do so, I shall simply flee. With this reassurance, for the first time, a genuine smile appeared on the icy countenance of Leng Ningshuang. It was a smile she had never shown in her life until now. Yet, as she remained nestled in Xingyu's arms, he could not witness her expression. After a tender embrace lasting several minutes, Xingyu gently released Leng Ningshuang. He knew that if he did not take the initiative, she would cling to him indefinitely. Ningshuang, if there is nothing else, I shall resume my cultivation. You should take some time to rest. Xingyu expressed concern that Leng Ningshuang might fall into madness again if she continued her cultivation, hence the need for his reminder. She must refrain from practicing for the time being. The current path of the heavens is flawed, no matter how hard she cultivates. She cannot break through to the transformation stage and remains at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. Upon hearing Xingyu's caution, Leng Ningshuang nodded slightly. With that, Xingyu departed from the room where they had been engaged in profound discussions, heading to the adjacent training chamber. On the second floor of the loft, there were 3 rooms, 2 of which were designated as training chambers devoid of any furnishings. Only one served as a living space, a necessity for cultivators. As soon as he entered the training room, Xingyu took out the storage ring that Leng Ningshuang had given him and began his cultivation. His rate of cultivation had accelerated significantly. The assistance system appeared to have merely doubled his absorption speed, yet in reality, it was an exponential increase based on the previous 2-fold enhancement. The growth was geometrically rapid, far surpassing his prior pace. Feeling the influx of spiritual energy into his body, Xingyu was certain that his cultivation this time would not require an extended duration, at least not the full 3 days. He was convinced that upon leaving the training room once more, he would have reached the foundation establishment stage. In the room, Leng Ningshuang sat at the edge of the bed, her expression devoid of emotion, still savoring the warmth of her earlier embrace with Xingyu. As she reminisced, a subtle smile crept onto her lips. Rising from the bed, she slipped into her soft black boots, her feet gliding over the clean floor. Since Xingyu had suggested she rest, she resolved to heed his advice. The recent episode of madness had unveiled the turmoil within her heart. While Xingyu's presence had aided her in achieving some mental clarity, it was insufficient. She needed to master herself and prevent any future lapses into madness during cultivation. Only then could she ensure Xingyu's safety and prevent any unforeseen consequences due to her instability. Stepping out of her room into the corridor, Leng Ningshuang first cast a glance towards Xingyu in the training chamber before descending the stairs to the hall. She pondered the reasons behind her recent bout of madness. After a moment's reflection, she concluded that her desire to protect Xingyu had driven her to seek a breakthrough to the transformation stage, which had led to her loss of control. Now, however, her aspiration to reach that stage had diminished significantly. Instead, her thoughts were consumed with the longing to remain with Xingyu forever. As long as he remained unharmed, the likelihood of her succumbing to madness again would be greatly reduced. Her obsession had shifted from achieving transformation to simply being together with Xingyu. In the Divine Moon Palace, within the Divine Moon Hall, Zillian Xian sat at a table, her mind unsettled as she perused the documents before her. Just moments ago, she had sensed a terrifying surge of demonic energy emanating from Leng Ningshuang's quarters. Strangely, this malevolent energy dissipated almost immediately. Ever since she had begun to suspect that Leng Ningshuang was the culprit behind by Xiangyu's grievous injuries, which had left her unconscious. Zilin Xian had dispatched individuals to monitor Leng Ningshuang constantly, fearful that the female demon might commit further transgressions. The recent disturbance had compelled Zilin Xian to pay closer attention. After a brief interval, a figure clad in a black dress, with azure hair, appeared in the hall with a flash. "Your Majesty, I have completed the investigation." Leng Ningshuang's cultivation led to her loss of control, but at a critical moment, her partner, Xingyu, intervened and helped her regain her composure. Zilin Xian had discreetly sent Mo Ying to continue observing Leng Ningshuang while harboring her suspicions. With the knowledge of Leng Ningshuang's increased strength, Mo Ying took every precaution, masking her presence and maintaining a considerable distance from Leng Ningshuang's loft to avoid detection. It was only when she sensed the overwhelming demonic energy and the terrifying aura emanating from the loft that she approached to investigate. Upon witnessing Leng Ningshuang's episode of madness and Xingyu's timely intervention, she realized she had been fortunate. Leng Ningshuang had just regained control, her attention entirely focused on Xingyu, allowing Mo Ying to remain undetected. Of course, the primary reason for her success in evasion was her exceptional ability to conceal her presence. Any other would have been easily perceived by the current Leng Ningshuang. What? Lost control and yet recovered? Zilin Xian's exquisitely mature face displayed astonishment. As a top-tier cultivator, she understood the grave dangers posed by losing control. Moreover, Leng Ningshuang was also among the elite cultivators. For lower-tier cultivators, losing control might not have severe repercussions, and the chances of recovery were relatively high. They could even take measures to prevent a recurrence. However, for top-tier cultivators, losing control equated to sustaining significant harm, with no preventive or remedial measures available. Thus, many elite cultivators exerted tremendous effort to elevate their mental state, aiming to reduce the likelihood of losing control during cultivation. In the realm of cultivation, there had never been a recorded instance of a high-tier cultivator recovering after losing control. Previous cases had resulted in catastrophic damage, with some even meeting their demise. None had returned to their former state. Yet now, Leng Ningshuang had managed to recover. How could this not astonish Zilin Xian? Mo Ying nodded. "Indeed, Your Majesty, Leng Ningshuang has recovered." With Mo Ying's confirmation, Zilin Xian found herself increasingly intrigued by Xingyu. If he were merely Leng Ningshuang's partner, he would not hold such allure for her. At most, she would regard him as a capable individual who had captured Leng Ningshuang's heart. However, now that she knew he could restore Leng Ningshuang from the brink of madness, her interest in him surged to new heights. After all, many cultivators who had lost control had loving partners, yet none had managed to recover, and some had even killed their partners during their episodes. No, she must find an opportunity to meet Xingyu. Chapter 19. No more whimsical thoughts. Zilin Xian swiftly arrived at a resolution. "Mo Ying, henceforth, you need not concern yourself with Leng Ningshuang. Direct your attention to Xiantian's sect instead." Zilin Xian was determined to resolve the issues surrounding Xiantian's sect, for only then could she find the time to meet Leng Ningshuang's partner, Xingyu. "Understood, Your Majesty." Without the slightest hesitation, Mo Ying executed another instantaneous movement and departed from the Xingyu palace. Resuming her perusal of the documents on the table, Zilin Xian could not help but sigh in resignation. Xingyu's capabilities appeared formidable, capable of aiding the troubled Leng Ningshuang in her recovery. However, could he truly manage the misunderstandings between Xiantian's sect and the Xingyu Empire? This thought brought a wry smile to Zilin Xian's lips. Xingyu was Leng Ningshuang's partner, and it was plausible that he could assist her. Yet, with no knowledge of her Xingyu Empire or the opposing Xiantian sect, how could he possibly mediate the discord between these two powerful factions? Zilin Xian had spent 50 years investigating and uncovered not a single clue. How could Xingyu achieve what she could not? Zilin Xian realized that in her dealings, she could not help but fantasize about an exceptional man like Xingyu appearing by her side, possessing the ability to resolve her dilemmas. Much like how Xingyu aided Leng Ningshuang with her significant troubles, never had she envied Leng Ninghuang's companionship as she did at this moment. No, I must cease these fanciful thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Zilin Xian forced herself to regain composure. After so many years of solitude, how could she allow herself to feel envious of Leng Ningshuang for finding a worthy partner, and entertain the notion of seeking a partner herself, especially one like Xingyu? No, absolutely not. She was the Empress of Xingyu, bearing the weight of the entire empire and its provinces. She could not afford to indulge in such whims. Did she truly believe she could not survive without a partner? Another day passed. In the training chamber, Xingyu slowly opened his eyes. Exhaling, he released the aura characteristic of a foundational stage cultivator. Clenching his fist, he reveled in the power coursing through him, a smile curving his lips. He had finally attained the foundational stage. Now he was qualified to enter the ruined Abyss secret realm. Once he acquired the materials to mend the heavens and awaited the arrival of the female protagonist, he could resolve the conflict between Xiantian sect and the Xingyu Empire without implicating Leng Ningshuang. What troubled Xingyu, however, was the realization that even upon breaking through to the foundational stage, the demand for cultivation resources had escalated significantly. The batch of resources provided by Leng Ningshuang could typically elevate a peak qi refining cultivator to the pinnacle of the foundational stage. Yet, Xingyu had depleted them all merely to reach the initial phase of foundational cultivation. This was an inevitable outcome. Spending day and night with Leng Ningshuang had enhanced his cultivation talent each time. He could hardly restrain himself from allowing his abilities to flourish. Even if Xingyu wished to exercise moderation, Leng Ningshuang was relentless. This enchantress, consumed by her passion for him, would only grant him fleeting moments of respite. With no means to resist Leng Ningshuang's allure, he could only let things unfold as they would. He was confident that as long as she was by his side, no matter how vast his needs for resources grew, she would provide for him. Such were the advantages of a dependent relationship. Stepping forward, Xingyu opened the door to the training chamber and emerged into the corridor on the second floor. The moment he arrived, he beheld Leng Ningshuang, clad in a flowing black gown, her tall and voluptuous figure framed by cascading ebony locks. She stood serenely by the window, gazing out at the world beyond. Her attire remained modest, revealing no skin, yet her curvaceous form exuded an alluring elegance that heightened Xingyu's excitement. The allure of this reclusive enchantress was undeniably potent. Upon hearing the door open and sensing Xingyu's presence, Leng Ningshuang did not immediately turn her gaze. Instead, she lingered on the beautiful scenery outside before finally directing her attention to Xingyu. "You've broken through again," she remarked, her voice devoid of familiarity, a result of her prolonged solitude. Each interaction with Xingyu often led her to utter trivial or repetitive remarks. Xingyu regarded her with a smile, nodding in affirmation. "Yes, Ningshuang. We can now venture to the ruined abyss. My cultivation has progressed to the foundational stage, granting me the ability to protect myself." Eager to explore the ruined abyss, Xingyu sought to obtain the materials as soon as possible, for the sooner he acquired them, the fewer concerns he would have. His cautious nature disallowed any room for unexpected occurrences. At his words, Leng Ningshuang wasted no time in responding. "Very well, let us depart." While Xingyu trained, Leng Ningshuang pondered how she might elevate her own mindset, striving to avoid the pitfalls of her previous obsession. Despite her contemplation, no answers emerged. However, prompted by Xingyu's suggestion, she realized that nothing could compare to the tranquility gained from witnessing the breathtaking scenery of Zhongzhou alongside him. This journey to the ruined abyss could serve as a delightful excursion with Xingyu. With her presence, she was certain he would not encounter any danger in the abyss. Having made her decision, Leng Ningshuang approached Xingyu, extending her hand to grasp his. A wave of dizziness enveloped them, and in an instant, they found themselves in an open meadow outside the imperial capital of Xingyu. The exhilarating sensation of instantaneous movement thrilled Xingyu. The swiftness of the transition was remarkable, transporting them from within the imperial capital to the outside in the blink of an eye. Yet, Leng Ningshuang had not brought Xingyu out merely for the sake of experiencing the thrill of teleportation. She sought to avoid attracting the attention of others, especially that of Zilin Xian, the empress. With a thought, she summoned a flying vessel, several meters in length, from her storage ring. Should they use this vessel within the capital, it would undoubtedly draw attention, particularly from the observant empress, whose femininity was striking. Upon seeing the sleek, black vessel, Xingyu recognized it instantly as a high-grade flying treasure. In the realm of cultivation, treasures and weapons are categorized from lower to higher grades as inferior, medium, superior, exceptional, and celestial. This superior vessel could match the speed of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator at full throttle. In the narrative, this treasure was obtained by Leng Ningshuang after her first successful conquest of her foe. Many hidden paths within the game were unlocked thanks to this very artifact. While playing, Xingyu had often fantasized about riding such a vessel himself. Now, he was about to do just that. As they reached the vessel, Leng Ningshuang turned her gaze to the still-stunned Xingyu and urged, "Xingyu, come aboard. The vessel is secure, protected by a barrier. You need not fear being thrown off." She assumed Xingyu hesitated due to fear of boarding the vessel, which was why he stood frozen. This is quite normal, for when she first encountered the flying vessel, it had also frightened her to the point of hesitation. With a gentle reminder from condensation frost, Xingyu quickly recollected herself. "Oh, Frost, I'm coming," she replied. And without hesitation, she ascended onto the vessel, positioning herself beside condensation frost. Standing at the forefront of the vessel alongside her, Xingyu felt a sudden embrace as condensation frost wrapped her right arm around her waist. Just as Xingyu pondered the reason for this affectionate gesture, the next moment, the flying vessel surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, soaring thousands of meters into the sky in an instant. The speed was so exhilarating that Xingyu struggled to maintain her balance. Fortunately, condensation frost's hold prevented her from tumbling off the vessel. Chapter 20. No shame, Xingyu. Hold me tightly. On the flying boat, Leng Ningshuang observed Xingyu's unsteady stance and offered a gentle reminder. Upon hearing this, Xingyu hesitated no longer. He extended both arms and embraced the soft, full figure of Leng Ningshuang. As he felt the warmth of her embrace, a smile illuminated Leng Ningshuang's eyes, and her gaze returned to the horizon. Channeling her inner spiritual energy, she accelerated the boat's speed. To her surprise, she noticed that the faster the boat flew, the tighter Xingyu held onto her. This compelled her to push forward at full speed. In her desire to spend more time with Xingyu, Leng Ningshuang deliberately took a longer route toward the abyss of despair. After all, Xingyu was unfamiliar with the path, and he would not notice her detour. Thus, time slipped by from morning to noon, and the flying boat finally soared above a vast canyon. "Xingyu, we have arrived." As she gazed down at the canyon, Leng Ningshuang's expression remained calm, while Xingyu felt an inexplicable chill. He had anticipated the abyss of despair to be merely a large canyon, but he was unprepared for its staggering enormity. Below lay a vast chasm, thousands of meters wide and stretching for dozens of miles, seemingly bottomless. It felt as if a colossal beast might leap from its depths at any moment, launching an attack upon them. No wonder this place was dubbed the Abyss of Despair. Though Xingyu did not suffer from acrophobia, the boundless darkness below instilled a measure of fear within him. He clung even tighter to Leng Ningshuang. Only this formidable woman could provide him with a sense of security. After swallowing hard, Xingyu spoke. "Ningshuang, have you ever been down there?" "I have. There is nothing below." Leng Ningshuang replied nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. The abyss of despair, which struck fear into the hearts of many cultivators, was merely an ordinary canyon to her. Her immense power rendered her capable of effortlessly dealing with any formidable beasts lurking within. Fear only arose from a lack of strength. With great power, what is there to fear? Upon hearing Leng Ningshuang's response, Xingyu nodded slightly. "Then Ningshuang, let us descend and explore. I wish to see what lies within." Of course, Leng Ningshuang would not refuse Xingyu's request. Thus, she piloted the boat into the inky darkness of the abyss of despair. The endless darkness obscured their vision, yet a faint glow emanated from Leng Ningshuang's eyes. Noticing that Xingyu remained still, she offered another reminder. "Xingyu, concentrate your spiritual energy in your eyes. This will allow you to see clearly." Without her prompting, Xingyu had not realized. He focused his thoughts and directed his inner energy, and in an instant, a soft light radiated from his eyes. The previously pitch-black surroundings brightened, granting him the ability to see everything beneath the abyss. However, even with this newfound clarity, Xingyu felt a sense of awe. The abyss of despair truly lived up to its name. It extended at least dozens of miles deep. He wondered how the protagonist in the story had fallen without consequence. Surely, it was the legendary halo of the protagonist. Leng Ningshuang skillfully maneuvered the boat, swiftly bringing Xingyu to the abyss's deepest point. Once the boat landed, Xingyu finally released his hold on Leng Ningshuang. As he beheld the familiar scene before him, a smile crept upon his lips. Fortune favored him. Not far ahead lay the entrance to the secret realm of the abyss of despair. It was a massive protruding stone, towering dozens of meters high and wide. In the narrative, players needed to control the protagonist to shatter this enormous stone to discover the entrance to the secret realm. Otherwise, they would remain trapped in the barren abyss of despair. After disembarking from the flying boat and landing smoothly, Leng Ningshuang released Xingyu and stowed the vessel away. "There is nothing to see here," she remarked, surveying the desolate landscape with an expression devoid of emotion. She could not comprehend why Xingyu had come to this place. The sunlight could scarcely penetrate, and there was not a single blade of vegetation. Without flora, no beast would inhabit this lifeless expanse. After all, beasts preferred thriving natural environments over barren wastelands. Listening to Leng Ningshuang's words, Xingyu raised an eyebrow. "Ningxue, I suspect there are treasures hidden here." Her gaze reflected a hint of exasperation. If there were treasures, they would have been discovered long ago. Leng Ningshuang had not sensed any aura of valuables. This desolate place could hardly harbor treasures. Xingyu was merely indulging in fantasies. Without responding to Leng Ningshuang, Xingyu approached the massive protruding stone. Observing this, Leng Ningshuang stepped forward, her legs clad in black stockings peeking from beneath her flowing skirt, following him. Arriving before the enormous stone, Leng Ningshuang turned to face Xingyu. "Do you believe there are treasures within this stone?" she asked, her tone tinged with mild exasperation. Such protruding stones were scattered throughout the abyss of despair. Surely, Xingyu could not intend to strike every single one. Under Leng Ningshuang's watchful gaze, Xingyu nodded. "Indeed, I suspect there is a secret realm behind this stone. And within that realm, there must be treasures. Ningxue, step back. I will shatter this stone." As Xingyu spoke, he began to channel his spiritual energy. Leng Ningshuang, however, felt no need to retreat. The fragments from the stone would not pose any threat to her. Not even the impact from Xingyu's punch would harm her. Instead, it would invigorate her. Having grown accustomed to a position of power, she relished the sensation of being challenged. Gathering all his energy into his right hand, Xingyu unleashed a powerful punch at the stone. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed throughout the abyss of despair, reverberating in the air. The stone was left with a large indentation of over 3 meters, but remained intact. The stone was colossal, and while Xingyu possessed cultivation and techniques, he lacked combat skills and knowledge of how to wield his spiritual energy in battle. Thus, creating a 3-meter-deep crater was already quite an achievement. "How is it that I failed to shatter it?" Xingyu gasped in surprise. This was not right. In the story, the protagonist had effortlessly destroyed the stone with a single blow, and her cultivation was comparable to his, merely at the initial stage of foundation building. How could she succeed where he had faltered? As Xingyu continued to pound the stone, Leng Ningshuang made a decision. If Xingyu wished to indulge in his antics, she would join him in this playful endeavor. Consider it a warm-up exercise. Therefore, Leng Ningshuang approached Xingyu's side. "Stand behind me," she instructed. With that, she raised her delicate right arm, gently placing her palm against the stone, not channeling any energy. Seeing Leng Ningshuang take action, Xingyu instinctively moved to shield her. The sight of her voluptuous figure, particularly her alluring curves, caused him to swallow hard. Though he had embraced her from behind numerous times, each encounter still stirred a flutter of emotions within him due to her enchanting form. Generally speaking, for a man to hide behind a woman is considered rather shameful. However, Xingyu is utterly indifferent to this notion. In fact, he perceives the act of sheltering behind a woman as perhaps the most honorable and comfortable experience in the world, devoid of any sense of embarrassment. After all, why should he feel shame when he thrives on the support of a formidable woman? Chapter 21. Breaking the Formation. With a resounding crash, a powerful force surged from Leng Ningshuang's palm as she pressed it against the stone. The massive, protruding rock instantly cracked, splintering into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. The colossal stone crumbled with a thunderous roar. Leng Ningshuang initially intended to indulge Xingyu for a moment, warming up before engaging in a series of fierce exchanges. She had noticed that although the abyss of desolation was devoid of anything, it produced eerie echoes that amplified sound. She yearned to repeatedly hear Xingyu's voice. However, after assisting him in toppling the massive stone, she was astonished to discover a true entrance concealed behind it. It was not merely an opening, but rather the portal to a secret realm. Flanking the entrance were weathered couplets, their inscriptions barely discernible yet still hinting at ancient characters. Above, the words Taoist court were inscribed with remarkable clarity, as if freshly carved, in stark contrast to the nearly obliterated couplets beside them. Upon witnessing the stone's collapse and the emergence of the secret realm's entrance, Xingyu stepped forward with a look of delight. This secret realm was indeed identical to the one from the game's narrative. No, it was even superior. After all, the game's modeling lacked such intricacy. Just as Leng Ningshuang was more stunning in reality than in the game. Gazing at the Taoist court entrance, Xingyu felt a surge of anticipation. Ningshuang, there must be treasures within. His words barely encapsulated the significance of the treasures. They were among the materials capable of restoring the heavenly path, a true treasure among treasures. Noticing a flicker of doubt in Leng Ningshuang's eyes, Xingyu quickly realized he had been too forthright, mentioning the abyss of desolation, then immediately discovering the entrance to the secret realm. Logically, as a mere mortal, he should not possess such knowledge. Surely, he would not raise the suspicion of this formidable antagonist regarding his awareness of such matters. Fortunately, Leng Ningshuang did not seem to harbor any doubts, merely nodding in acknowledgement. I hadn't anticipated the existence of a secret realm here. With her confusion dissipating, a glimmer of anticipation took its place. It appeared she intended to venture into the secret realm, her desire to transcend to the transformation stage still lingering. She undoubtedly hoped to find treasures within that could facilitate her breakthrough. In truth, there were indeed items within capable of aiding her ascension. After all, the materials for restoring the heavens would enable Leng Ningshuang to ascend. Then let's proceed, Ningshuang, Xingyu suggested. Aware that only cultivators at the early and mid-foundation stages were permitted entry into the secret realm, he intended for her to wait outside while he retrieved the materials. With a slight nod, Leng Ningshuang walked alongside Xingyu towards the entrance of the secret realm. As they arrived, Xingyu stepped through the threshold, entering the realm. However, when Leng Ningshuang attempted to follow, a translucent barrier materialized, obstructing her passage and pushing her back a step. Ningshuang, are you all right? Although Xingyu had anticipated this outcome, witnessing her being repelled still weighed on his heart. His feelings for this female antagonist were far from ordinary. Hastily exiting the secret realm, he rushed to her side, offering support to her alluring form. Leng Ningshuang regarded the entrance with a frosty demeanor. There's a formation restricting entry based on cultivation level. Realizing her icy tone, Xingyu understood that she planned to wait here while he entered. After all, with such restrictions, how could she gain entry? Yet, what came next from Leng Ningshuang exceeded his expectations. Xingyu, hide behind me. Watch as I dismantle this formation. As her words fell, an overwhelming pressure emanated from her being, accompanied by a surge of spiritual energy that engulfed the entire abyss of desolation. The air around her warped dramatically. In that moment, Xingyu recognized that Leng Ningshuang was indeed a formidable figure. If another celestial being were in her place, they might have adhered to his suggestion, waiting outside while he ventured in. But not Leng Ningshuang. Her thoughts were solely fixated on annihilating any obstacles in her path. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for her to unleash her full power against the formation restricting the secret realm. Yet, in Xingyu's eyes, this task seemed insurmountable. In the narrative, the female protagonist had visited the abyss of desolation twice. The first time, she was cast down by a beast, fortuitously discovering the materials for restoring the heavens. The second visit occurred later in the story when she was pursued by powerful beings after successfully restoring the heavenly path. To survive, she had to hide within the secret realm, rendering those formidable beings powerless to breach its defenses. This allowed her to discover another exit and escape. How could a mere peak Yuaning practitioner like Leng Ningshuang shatter a formation that even transformation stage cultivators could not breach? Yet, much like her surprise at Xingyu's innate talent, he was equally astonished to witness her instantaneous movement. She arrived at the right side of the formation, her palm extended, conjuring a black sword of spiritual energy that glinted ominously. With a swift motion, the formation and the translucent barrier shattered like glass, crumbling to the ground. Leng Ningshuang had indeed dismantled a formation that even transformation stage practitioners could scarcely breach. No wonder she was the only antagonist in the narrative who could only be defeated through relentless plot contrivances. If she were to survive until the narrative's later stages, no one in the cultivation realm could hope to constrain her, not even the protagonist endowed with extraordinary abilities. As she receded the unleashed spiritual energy, the sword in her hand transformed into a radiant light and vanished. Observing the entrance to the secret realm, a smile crept upon Leng Ningshuang's lips. It is done. Although her voice remained cool, her tone conveyed a distinct buoyancy. Xingyu could see that Leng Ningshuang reveled in her display of prowess. This once aloof and emotionally detached antagonist now resembled a girl eagerly awaiting compliments, reluctant to voice her desires. Understanding her sentiments, Xingyu seized the opportunity to flatter her. Ningshuang, you are incredible. To have shattered such a formation. Receiving his praise, Leng Ningshuang's smile widened, a hint of crimson blooming on her exquisitely mature features. Humph. Let us go? With a light huff, she strode forward. Xingyu quickly followed, and together they entered the secret realm. Chapter 22. Materials for mending the heavens. The secret realm began as a narrow and dark passage, but after traversing several hundred meters, everything became illuminated. Xingyu and Leng Ningshuang found themselves in a vast secret realm, hundreds of meters high and thousands of meters wide. The walls of the realm were adorned with crystals emitting a blue glow. At the center of this secret realm, there lay a ceiling formation, within which floated a jade pendant. This pendant was one of the materials needed for mending the heavens, known as the Qitian jade pendant. Not only was the pendant a crucial material, but it was also a celestial artifact within the game. When used alone, it could unlock entrances to any location, functioning as a universal key in the realm of immortality. Many places remained inaccessible without the Qitian jade pendant. Moreover, when combined with the protagonist's unique ability, it could activate a playback function, revealing much of the past. As Xingyu gazed at the pendant, Leng Ningshuang's attention also fixated upon it. Her expression was indifferent, showing little interest in the pendant itself, yet she was intrigued by the formation that protected it. She discerned that this formation not only shielded the pendant, but also drew energy from the surrounding spirit stones, channeling it directly to the pendant. It resembled a gathering formation. But unlike the latter, which merely concentrated the spiritual energy in the air, this formation refined the spirit stones while transmitting energy simultaneously. If she could comprehend this formation, she could set it up during Xingyu's cultivation, thereby accelerating his training speed. Only then would she have more time to cherish moments with him. Ningshuang, there truly is a divine artifact here, Xingyu remarked as he approached the Qitian jade pendant at the center of the secret realm. Sensing his movement, Leng Ningshuang cautiously advanced as well, her demeanor alert, seemingly wary of potential dangers lurking within the realm. However, such concerns were unfounded. Xingyu, well versed in the game's narrative, knew that this secret realm posed no threats whatsoever. If it had been otherwise, the protagonist would not have escaped danger here twice. Upon reaching the formation, Xingyu extended his right hand and effortlessly passed through the protective barrier to grasp the Qitian jade pendant. The moment he did, a terrifying surge of energy coursed through his right hand. However, this energy did not penetrate his body. It merely circulated around his form before dissipating entirely. With the Qitian jade pendant in hand, a slight smile graced Xingyu's lips. Now, all that remained was to present this artifact to the protagonist, Luo Li, who, according to the storyline, was currently engaged in a boss battle during her novice phase, defending against a beast tide in a beginner town. Once she successfully fended off the tide, she would depart the town and enter the Xianyue Empire. Standing beside Xingyu, Leng Ningshuang's gaze remained fixed on the formation before them. As she witnessed him retrieve the Qitian jade pendant, she extended her right hand and unleashed a formidable wave of spiritual energy. In that instant, the formation before them visibly shrank until it was reduced to the size of a palm and floated into Leng Ningshuang's hand. Witnessing this spectacle, Xingyu felt a profound shock. Truly, she was the flawless antagonist of the narrative, demonstrating such mastery over the art of formations. The ability to absorb an unfamiliar formation so effortlessly was a testament to Leng Ningshuang's formidable prowess. In the storyline, this formation remained dormant until the protagonist, Luo Li, sought to break through during her second visit to the secret realm, ultimately leading to its collapse and disappearance. Thus, this self-sustaining formation capable of absorbing and refining cultivation resources became lost to the world of immortality. However, if Leng Ningshuang could master it completely, its legacy would endure. And it appeared she was more than capable of doing so, igniting a sense of excitement within Xingyu. Indeed, she was his partner, Leng Ningshuang, whose strength was undeniable. Moreover, had she chosen to wait outside rather than enter the realm, she would have never obtained this formation, and Xingyu would have consequently missed out on its benefits for his cultivation. After securing the formation, Leng Ningshuang turned her gaze to Xingyu. Xingyu produced the storage ring. Her cool voice echoed in his ears. Without hesitation, Xingyu retrieved the storage ring from his pocket and handed it to her. Upon receiving the ring, Leng Ningshuang channeled her internal spiritual energy. In the next moment, all the spirit stones within the secret realm were drawn into the storage ring, plunging the once bright realm into darkness. After collecting the stones, she returned the ring to Xingyu and spoke. Xingyu, let us depart. There is nothing more to be found here. Hearing this, Xingyu nodded gently. Yes, let us go. The most precious item within the secret realm was undoubtedly the Qitian jade pendant, followed closely by the formation. As for the spirit stones, he regarded them as dispensable, being merely ordinary stones. However, since Leng Ningshuang had collected them all, he resolved to utilize them for his training, as they were invaluable resources. Together, Xingyu and Leng Ningshuang retraced their steps. Upon returning to the Forsaken Abyss, Leng Ningshuang remained silent, summoning a flying vessel, and led Xingyu aboard. As before, once aboard the vessel, Xingyu embraced Leng Ningshuang from behind. The alternative position felt cumbersome, and this way offered both comfort and relaxation. Her soft, curvaceous form enveloped him in a sensation akin to sinking into cotton, allowing him to fully unwind. As the vessel soared to heights of 10,000 meters, Xingyu heard Leng Ningshuang's cool voice from the front. Xingyu, what is the purpose of that pendant? You seem to possess considerable knowledge about it. Not just the pendant, but the secret realm as well. Leng Ningshuang discerned that Xingyu appeared well acquainted with the pendant. It was evident he had an extensive understanding of the secret realm, for he had entered without hesitation and retrieved the pendant without concern for danger. She, too, had ventured into many secret realms, often encountering significant risks while seeking treasures. On several occasions, she had narrowly escaped traps designed to protect those treasures. Yet, Xingyu seemed utterly unperturbed, leading her to conclude that he must have extensive knowledge of the realm. Caught off guard by her inquiry, Xingyu's heart raced. Indeed, he had been too conspicuous in his demeanor, revealing his awareness to Leng Ningshuang. However, he had anticipated such moments. With a subtle movement of his right hand, he pinched the soft flesh at her waist, causing her to momentarily lose her balance. Only then did he speak. Indeed, Ningshuang, you have keen perception. I learned from an ancient text that there exists a secret realm within the Forsaken Abyss, a realm rich in treasures. Yet, the veracity of this remains uncertain to me, which is precisely why I wish to accompany you. Upon witnessing the entrance to the secret realm, I became convinced of its authenticity. Xingyu's voice was gentle and serene, softly whispering close to Leng Ningshuang's ear. This caused the typically aloof and unexpressive Leng Ningshuang, even during moments of intimacy with Xingyu, to blush, her countenance betraying a hint of bashfulness. Chapter 23. Such coincidence. For the first time in many years, the exalted cold condensation frost found herself treated in such a manner. She felt somewhat unable to resist the onslaught of Starfeather. The speed of the flying vessel had to be reduced, otherwise, calamity might ensue. Once it was confirmed that cold condensation frost had completely entered an emotional state, Starfeather felt a slight relief and continued speaking. As for the jade pendant, I too am uncertain of its exact purpose. The ancient texts merely state that it can unlock all entrances. It should be considered a universal key, though I have never tested its authenticity. Even when cold condensation frost was composed, she would never doubt Starfeather's words. Now, in her agitated emotional state, her belief in him was unwavering. Her throat stirred. Although her complexion was flushed, she suppressed her restlessness and spoke in her still cold voice. What else does the ancient text say? Cold condensation frost began to take an interest in the ancient text that Starfeather had mentioned. This was something she had never even heard of before. What if it contained methods for breaking through to the transformation god stage? If so, she could ascend to that stage alongside Starfeather. Upon hearing her question, Starfeather instantly realized that cold condensation frost's desire to break through to the transformation god stage had resurfaced. This could not be allowed, at least for now. He must prevent her from harboring such thoughts. Moreover, she must not learn what could facilitate such a breakthrough. After all, once the Tao of Heaven was fully restored, she would be able to transcend. Thus, Starfeather spoke. There is a wealth of information in the ancient texts, but much of it is beyond my comprehension, and much I have forgotten. It may require some serendipity for me to recall the contents of the ancient texts. After hearing Starfeather's words, cold condensation frost did not harbor any suspicions. After all, he had been merely a mortal before encountering her, so it was only natural he could not decipher the ancient texts. As for the whereabouts of the ancient texts, she did not inquire further. They were surely lost. If they still existed, Starfeather would have long since taken them and embarked on a treasure hunt with her rather than remaining to cultivate. Once Starfeather was assured that cold condensation frost held no doubts, he finally breathed a sigh of relief within. He had effectively deceived her. ensuring that she would not contemplate breaking through to the transformation god stage in the near future. Thus, she would not fall into madness, nor would any issues arise. Consequently, Starfeather ceased to toy with this female demoness and instead embraced her soft, alluring figure normally. At that moment, Cold Condensation Frost quickly regained her composure, and the speed of the flying vessel increased dramatically. This time, she was no longer as cautious as before and directed the vessel straight towards the Divine Moon Imperial capital. The rapid speed alerted the guards of the capital. The only one who reacted was the captain of the Shadow Guard. Upon seeing that the one piloting the vessel was Cold Condensation Frost, who was being embraced by Starfeather, she dared not intervene. This female demoness could be reckless when enraged. Should she attempt to stop her and incite her wrath against the Empire, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, Cold Condensation Frost was currently a focal point of observation for the Empress. She must not discover that the Empress had sent someone to investigate her. Of course, the events that transpired here still required a report to the Empress. Once it was confirmed that Cold Condensation Frost and Starfeather had returned to their attic courtyard without further incident, Mo proceeded to report to the Empress. Within the attic, Cold Condensation Frost landed the vessel in the spacious courtyard. As soon as they touched down, Starfeather released his hold on her voluptuous, fragrant figure. However, at the moment he let go, he saw Cold Condensation Frost turn and grasp her own arm. A wave of dizziness engulfed her, and when Starfeather regained his senses, he found himself within the attic room. His garments mysteriously vanished. It seemed he had once again been teleported by Cold Condensation Frost, and this time, only he had been transported, leaving everything else behind. Turning his gaze, Starfeather noticed that Cold Condensation Frost, still clutching his arm, was now in a similar predicament. She was clad only in black stockings, devoid of anything else. Starfeather, you were far from obedient on the vessel. I intend to teach you that some actions come with consequences. Cold Condensation Frost's voice was cold and detached, yet it carried a tremor of excitement. Her striking eyes glimmered with a potent possessiveness. Observing Cold Condensation Frost in this state, Starfeather felt an inexplicable sense of regret. Had he known better, he would not have dared to tease her waist on the vessel. Now, he feared he might have to pay dearly to calm this female demoness. There was no escaping it. Since evasion was futile, he would have to initiate this confrontation with Cold Condensation Frost willingly. At the very least, he would die with some semblance of dignity and resist symbolically. In the Divine Moon Palace, within the Divine Moon Hall, a mature and voluptuous woman named Leng Ningshuang sat at a table, robed in black dragon silk. After hearing Mo Ying's report regarding Cold Condensation Frost, and Starfeather piloting the vessel out and returning, a look of perplexity emerged on her exquisitely mature face. Such coincidence. How is it that just as we are embroiled in conflict with the Xiandao sect, Cold Condensation Frost ventures out with her partner? Is she attempting to sow discord? Leng Ningshuang couldn't help but ponder. The more she contemplated, the more pronounced her frown became. She had ample reason to suspect that the escalating tensions between the Xiandao sect and the Divine Moon Empire bore the shadow of Cold Condensation Frost. However, what could be her motive? Was it for cultivation resources? That seemed unlikely. She lacked for nothing and could obtain whatever she desired. Could it be to cover up her earlier assault by Xingyu? Yes, that must be it. With this thought, a hint of murderous intent flickered in Leng Ningshuang's eyes as she turned her gaze to Mo Ying before her. Mo Ying continued to monitor Cold Condensation Frost without being discovered. Besides her, pay close attention to her partner. Report back to me if you notice anything amiss. Leng Ningshuang's tone was icy, unmistakably laced with malice. Could it be that the Empress intends to take action against that female demoness? Yet, had not that female demoness' power increased significantly? Could she truly contend with her now? However, such matters were beyond the scope of a mere Shadow Guard captain. She needed only to fulfill Leng Ningshuang's orders. After Mo Ying departed, Leng Ningshuang set down the documents she had been perusing, inhaled deeply, and slowly rose to her feet. She felt herself drawing closer to the truth. Bai Xiangyu had undoubtedly been harmed by Cold Condensation Frost. For now, it was simply a matter of lacking evidence. Once she secured proof, she could reconcile with the Xiandao sect and join forces against Cold Condensation Frost. Even if it required a considerable sacrifice, she was determined to avenge her dear sister, Bai Xiangyu. Chapter 24 Concealment and Departure. The afternoon of the following day had arrived. Xingyu emerged from his room. Clutching his lower back, his appearance betraying an unusual frailty. Fortunately, with the aid of his rejuvenation technique, he was able to recover at a swifter pace. Upon returning to the lobby on the first floor, he ceased the circulation of his internal spiritual energy, feeling a slight restoration of his strength. Sitting at the tea table, he summoned the Qitian jade pendant he had acquired earlier, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Currently, Leng Ningshuang was engrossed in her training, which would require a considerable amount of time. This afforded Xingyu the opportunity to seek out the female protagonist and deliver the jade pendant into her hands. Earlier, he had informed Leng Ningshuang of his intention to take a stroll, to which she had consented. Conveniently, her flying vessel remained in the courtyard, allowing Xingyu to attempt piloting it to find the female protagonist. Although it might seem peculiar to use his partner's belongings to seek another woman, it was a necessity. Xingyu was motivated solely by the desire to shield Leng Ningshuang from any blame. He believed that even if she were to discover the truth, she would comprehend his intentions. After resting for a few more moments, Xingyu descended from the loft and entered the courtyard. Gazing at the flying vessel ahead, anticipation gleamed in his eyes. Boarding the vessel and standing at its forefront, he channeled his internal energy. Instantly, a mechanical female voice devoid of emotion echoed in his ears. You have acquired the assistance of Leng Ningshuang's superior-grade flying vessel. You have successfully mastered the control method of the vessel. With this announcement, Xingyu felt an effortless command over the entire vessel. With a mere thought, the vessel surged skyward at remarkable speed. Naturally, his piloting speed could not compare to that of Leng Ningshuang. After all, this flying vessel was a superior-grade artifact, requiring a cultivator at least at the Golden Core stage to unleash its full potential. At present, Xingyu was merely at the early foundation establishment stage, making his endeavor akin to a small horse pulling a grand carriage, unable to fully harness the vessel's velocity. Drawing from his memories, Xingyu promptly directed the vessel toward a certain location within the Xiandao Empire. The small town where the female protagonist resided was in close proximity to the empire, and according to the timeline, she was currently fending off a beast tide. By nightfall, she would be engaged in battle with the boss of the novice village. It was still merely afternoon, and given his speed, he would likely find the female protagonist, Luo Li, before evening arrived. As Xingyu piloted the vessel away, inside the loft, Leng Ningshuang sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed in meditation. This time, her goal was not to pursue a breakthrough, but rather to suppress the energy within her, consolidating her internal spiritual power to minimize the risk of succumbing to madness. At that moment, she sensed Xingyu piloting her vessel away from the capital of the Xiandao Empire. A slight smile graced her lips as she opened her eyes. She harbored no concerns for Xingyu's safety. Within his storage ring, she had set up a protective formation. Should he encounter a life-threatening attack, the formation would automatically activate to safeguard him and alert her. Even a peak nascent soul cultivator would find it challenging to breach her protective formation. Thus, she had no need to worry about Xingyu. For now, her focus was on solidifying her own spiritual power, ensuring that Xingyu would remain untroubled. However, it was not only Leng Ningshuang who was attentive to Xingyu's actions. Nearby in the loft, Emoing observed as Xingyu piloted the vessel away, her expression filled with confusion. Why was it that the formidable Leng Ningshuang did not accompany him this time? Hadn't they been inseparable for 12 hours a day? Recollecting the events of the previous night, a faint blush crept onto Mo Ying's cheeks, her azure eyes reflecting a hint of shyness. She found herself in a predicament. The Empress had tasked her with monitoring Leng Ningshuang, ensuring that she heard every commotion created by the two. Like the Empress, Mo Ying had never interacted with the opposite sex and had thought herself indifferent to matters of the heart. Yet, after hearing so much, she began to fantasize. If someone like Xingyu were to be with her, perhaps she would, like Leng Ningshuang, spend every day in his company. As thoughts of Xingyu's strikingly handsome visage flooded her mind, Mo Ying's cheeks flushed deeper. Under normal circumstances, she should report these developments to the Empress. However, in her view, this matter could remain unreported. After all, the Empress had instructed her to keep an eye on Leng Ningshuang, not Xingyu. As long as Leng Ningshuang did not escape, there was no need for her to inform the Empress. Qingyang Town, a small settlement situated on the borders of the Xiandao Empire. Despite its location, the residents considered themselves citizens of the empire, and officials from the Xiandao Empire frequently visited. Consequently, this town was virtually regarded as territory of the Xiandao Empire. At this moment, the entire town was engulfed in bloodshed. Countless corpses of beasts and humans lay strewn about, and many houses had been destroyed. Amidst the ruins stood a young girl, her face twisted in disgust as she surveyed the devastation before her. With delicate features and lustrous neck-length black hair, she exuded an air of elegance. Beneath her flowing black dress, her youthful form was encased, while her fair legs were adorned with black stockings and short boots. This black-haired maiden was none other than Luo Li, the protagonist of Xiandao. Her eyes burned with fury as she beheld the near destruction of the town. Her right hand, gripping a long sword, trembled slightly. The town could no longer withstand the onslaught. Among the cultivators who had remained, all but her had perished in battle. Luo Li could not fathom why such a small town had attracted a beast tide. She only knew that if she did not leave now, she would never be able to escape. The nearby beasts had been drawn in by the overwhelming scent of blood emanating from the town. Her cultivation level was merely at the late Qi refinement stage. It was already an impressive feat for her to fend off 2 waves of beasts. She certainly could not withstand a 3rd wave alone. Exhaling deeply, Luo Li extended her left hand, summoning a 9-tiered ancient tower radiating white light, which she cradled in her palm. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds gathered ominously above the once clear skies of the town. Although she wished to flee, she resolved to eliminate the Beast King controlling the horde first, intending to disperse the tide before making her escape. This entire calamity was the Beast King's doing. With a thunderous crash, a lightning strike fell in the distance, prompting Luo Li to stow the ancient tower and grasp her sword, dashing toward the source of the thunder. The tower she summoned was a treasure she had acquired a year prior, on the occasion of her coming of age at 18. From a fortuitous encounter in a secret realm, this ancient tower could be used for personal defense or to summon lightning to strike her chosen target within its range, making it incredibly powerful. Now, Luo Li had successfully directed a strike at the Beast King responsible for the impending tide. She was determined to eradicate that Beast King completely. Chapter 25. Gratitude unnecessary. As the airship soared thousands of meters above, Xingyu observed a sudden tempestuous convergence of dark clouds and lightning where the sky had been clear moments before. He recognized it instantly as Qingyang Town, the location of Luo Li and the manifestation of her extraordinary advantage, the Celestial Pagoda. During his gaming days, Xingyu had considered the visual effects of Luo Li's Celestial Pagoda somewhat unremarkable. However, witnessing it now, he was profoundly awestruck. It was a unique artifact capable of altering the very atmosphere. No other treasure possessed such an extravagant display. Moreover, the storm summoned by Luo Li's pagoda was far from mere spectacle. Anyone struck by its conjured lightning would find themselves confined beneath the clouds, unable to ascend or burrow underground, lest they face the wrath of the celestial bolts. It was, in essence, an artificially erected dueling domain, which would only dissipate upon Luo Li's defeat. The ability to manifest such a personal domain was typically reserved for cultivators in the transformation realm. Yet, Luo Li could achieve it with the Celestial Pagoda, a testament to the sheer power of her advantage. With anticipation, Xingyu accelerated the airship, eager to witness the true combat prowess of the heroine, Luo Li, unburdened by player control. Soon, the airship pierced the veil of the storm, immune to Luo Li's lightning. Xingyu could freely navigate the boundaries of her domain. From his vantage point, he observed a colossal, purple-skinned tiger with a violet crystal embedded in its head locked in confrontation with Luo Li in a forest clearing below. It was the Violet Crystal Tiger King, the final boss of the game's novice stage. The tiger's crystal granted it control over other beasts, which explained the horde's assault on Qingyang Town. Without the Tiger King's influence, such a gathering would have been impossible, let alone daring to attack human settlements. Xingyu assessed Luo Li's cultivation level to be in the late Qi condensation stage, a rather low level. He wondered if she could truly prevail. Players typically advanced Luo Li to the peak of Qi condensation by this point in the story, given that the Violet Crystal Tiger King was a late-stage Qi condensation beast. In equal footing, beasts possessed greater combat strength than human cultivators. Hence, Xingyu questioned if Luo Li could defeat her opponent, or if she could merely survive with the aid of the Celestial Pagoda. As Xingyu predicted, Luo Li charged at the Violet Crystal Tiger King, longsword in hand. Despite inflicting several wounds, she couldn't deliver a fatal blow. Instead, she was swatted away, crashing heavily to the ground. Had it not been for the Celestial Pagoda's protection, she would have perished. Without hesitation, Xingyu steered the airship downwards. Swoosh! With a deafening roar, the airship descended, crushing the violet crystal Tiger King's skull upon impact, killing it instantly. The airship served as more than mere transport. It was a weapon. The violet crystal Tiger King, a mere late-stage chi condensation beast, was no match for the superior artifact. Luo Li, who had just regained her footing, beheld the sight of Xingyu's airship obliterating the Tiger King. Her delicate face was etched with bewilderment. Never before had she witnessed such power. The violet crystal Tiger King, whom she couldn't defeat, had been dispatched with ease by this refined young man. Observing Luo Li's dazed state, Xingyu disembarked and approached her. Gazing at the girl who was half a head shorter than him, he was struck by her beauty. The real heroine was far more captivating than her in-game counterpart. Arousing an impulse to caress her head, suppressing his desires, Xingyu spoke, "You must be Luo Li." Hearing his voice, Luo Li startled, retreating half a step. Her expression wary. "Who are you? How do you know me?" Her voice was soft and pleasant, laced with a youthful tenacity. Luo Li was known for her stubbornness, kindness, and hatred for evil. She wouldn't be effusively grateful simply because he had saved her, but rather suspicious of his motives. Being an orphan, she was naturally guarded. With a gentle smile, Xingyu reassured her, "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. My name is Xingyu. As for my identity, I'll leave that for later." He then casually pocketed the violet crystal Tiger King's core. "You possess the celestial pagoda, correct?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Luo Li channeled her spiritual energy, brandishing her sword at Xingyu, her eyes filled with hostility. To her, the celestial pagoda was her greatest secret. For this young man to know it meant he had been spying on her. Unfazed, Xingyu continued, "I have something that can upgrade your celestial pagoda." With that, he produced the Revelation Jade. Luo Li's eyes widened at the sight of the jade. The Revelation Jade. After obtaining the celestial pagoda, Luo Li had received a wealth of information, including the fact that the heavens were incomplete and that she needed to gather materials to upgrade the pagoda. With the completed pagoda, she was to mend the heavens. As such, she knew the information of all the heavenly materials. Nodding, Xingyu confirmed, "Indeed. This is the Revelation Jade you need. I've brought it to you." He then tossed the jade to Luo Li. Startled, Luo Li dropped her sword and caught the Revelation Jade with both hands. Securing it, she gazed at Xingyu with reproach. "This is the Revelation Jade. How could you just throw it like that? What if it broke?" Seeing Luo Li catch the jade, Xingyu turned to leave, reboarding the airship amidst her shock. Having delivered what he needed to, there was nothing more to discuss with the heroine. Moreover, he was concerned that Luo Li might discover his true identity. Her family had been murdered by demonic cultivators, making her vehemently opposed to evil. If she were to find out that he was a man who had become a demon, it would be problematic. However, just as Xingyu reached the airship, he heard Luo Li call out, "Wait, where can I find you later?" I can't accept your kindness without repaying it. I must repay you." Turning back, Xingyu smiled gently. "Your gratitude is unnecessary. We will meet again when the time is right." With that, he piloted the airship into the sky. Gazing at Xingyu's departing figure, which grew smaller and smaller, Luo Li's eyes were filled with curiosity. Unbeknownst to her, she found herself irresistibly drawn to the unexpectedly appearing gentleman, leaving her somewhat unable to forget him. Chapter 26. The swordsman having delivered the artifact to the heroine, Xingyu swiftly returned to the Divine Moon Imperial capital. This brief errand concluded, he could now await the unfolding events without further concern. In truth, Xingyu preferred to minimize interactions with the heroine, a necessity born from his bond with Leng Ningshuang. The heroine, Luo Li, harbored an intense aversion to demonic cultivators, and even if he were not one himself, her animosity would be fueled by his relationship with Leng Ningshuang. Upon landing the airship in the courtyard of the pavilion, Xingyu disembarked and headed towards the main hall on the ground floor. To his surprise, Leng Ningshuang, who had declared her intention to seclude herself for cultivation, was seated there, clad in a black dress, her alabaster legs bare, awaiting his return. She turned her gaze towards him as he opened the door. "You reek of blood. Where have you been?" Leng Ningshuang inquired, rising to her feet and approaching Xingyu with haste. Though her exquisite, alluring face remained impassive, her actions betrayed her deep concern. Xingyu offered a gentle smile. "It was nothing. I merely took a brief excursion and used your airship to slay a demonic beast." The scent of blood must have lingered from that encounter. He refrained from mentioning the exchange of the with Luo Li, keen to prevent Leng Ningshuang's ambition to ascend to the transformation god realm from resurfacing. Leng Ningshuang nodded in response, seemingly appeased by his explanation. Her demeanor had become more animated, a departure from her previously aloof and unemotional disposition. With a hint of anticipation in his eyes, Xingyu addressed her, "Ningshuang, your swordsmanship is truly remarkable." Recalling the scene of Leng Ningshuang piercing through the formation with a single strike before entering the secret realm, Xingyu felt a surge of excitement. What man had not dreamt of becoming a swordsman in his youth? Witnessing Leng Ningshuang's swordsmanship reminded him that she was not only the foremost demonic cultivator in the cultivation world, but also a genuine swordsman. All her combat skills were sword techniques. Initially, she had practiced sword techniques, but upon reaching the peak of the nascent soul stage, she had intuitively developed her own true swordplay. Her sword techniques were devoid of conventional patterns. They were simply strikes. With sufficient power and speed, no amount of intricate swordsmanship could withstand her attacks. She had truly attained the state of oneness with the sword, where the sword resided in her heart. This was the path of the sword that Xingyu yearned to learn, to simply strike without the need for elaborate techniques. Xingyu's words elicited a flicker of contentment in Leng Ningshuang's eyes. To be praised by her Dao companion was a source of gratification. She nodded slightly, her voice clear and cool. "Indeed, it is passable. I doubt there is anyone in the cultivation world who can surpass me in swordsmanship." Leng Ningshuang's assertion was not mere boasting. She had never encountered a swordsman who could rival her prowess in the art of the sword. This sentiment was not hers alone. Many in the cultivation world, while disapproving of her identity as a demonic sovereign, acknowledged her strength as a swordsman. Otherwise, her renown would not have resonated throughout the cultivation world. Her cultivation of the sword was honed through countless life and death battles, making her far superior to those swordsmen who could barely wield their swords after a single encounter. In that case, Xingyu's expression grew serious as he locked his gaze with Leng Ningshuang, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Ningshuang, teach me how to wield the sword. I wish to become a swordsman." Xingyu was acutely aware that while his spiritual power was vast and his cultivation advanced rapidly, his combat prowess was lacking. Without effective means of attack, his immense spiritual power remained untapped. Becoming a swordsman would allow him to fully unleash his power. In Xiandao, swordsmen were renowned as the most formidable combatants among cultivators of equal rank, without exception. The heroine, Luo Li, had become a swordsman midway through the story, a transformation that significantly enhanced her combat capabilities and enabled her to contend with Leng Ningshuang. A smile graced Leng Ningshuang's lips as she listened to Xingyu's request, her eyes twinkling with amusement. "Very well. From this day forward, I shall teach you the art of the sword." Leng Ningshuang had foreseen Xingyu's desire to learn swordsmanship from her. She was willing to impart her knowledge, as sword techniques transcended the boundaries of orthodox and demonic paths. Unlike cultivation methods, Leng Ningshuang raised her right hand, extending her slender, delicate index finger, and gently tapped Xingyu's forehead, as she had done when imparting cultivation methods. A wealth of information regarding an extraordinary sword technique known as severing immortal swordplay flooded Xingyu's mind. Xingyu was elated. Leng Ningshuang was imparting to him the severing immortal swordplay. In the narrative, this sword technique, capable of surpassing even heaven-grade techniques and reaching the level of immortal-grade techniques, was among the items dropped by Leng Ningshuang after her demise at the hands of the protagonist, Luo Li. It was the only sword technique of its kind in the cultivation world. Luo Li's mastery of Leng Ningshuang's swordplay had led to a remarkable increase in her strength, enabling her to continue her journey through the plot. In essence, Leng Ningshuang, despite being Luo Li's nemesis, served as her mentor. Luo Li's advancements were often attributed to Leng Ningshuang. Had it not been for the plot-driven demise, misunderstandings, and Leng Ningshuang's frigid personality, the two might have forged a strong bond, mutually benefiting each other. As Xingyu organized the newly acquired memories of the technique, the system's voice resonated once more. "You have received the combat skill severing immortal swordplay as assistance from your support target, Leng Ningshuang. In 12 hours, you will have fully mastered severing immortal swordplay. You may expend cultivation resources to accelerate the mastery. Take this sword and attempt to practice the swordplay," Leng Ningshuang instructed. Withdrawing her right index finger from Xingyu's forehead, she summoned a black-gold longsword from her storage ring, presenting it to Xingyu. Upon seeing the black-gold longsword, Xingyu recognized it as the inferior-grade sword that Leng Ningshuang had wielded since she began cultivating the sword. Though its grade was not high, it was a cherished possession of Leng Ningshuang, a keepsake she had retained. Despite her portrayal as an emotionless, aloof figure in the narrative, she harbored emotions within her heart, albeit suppressed. Now, with Xingyu's presence, she could freely express her inner feelings, caressing the black gold longsword as if caressing Leng Ningshuang's alluring form. Xingyu handled it with utmost care. It was a memento of Leng Ningshuang, and he dared not damage it. Nodding gently, Xingyu drew the longsword. Then, Ningshuang, I shall practice the sword. If there are any issues, please do not hesitate to point them out. He stored the scabbard in the storage ring within his pocket and proceeded to the courtyard outside, brandishing the black gold longsword and commencing his practice of the swordplay based on the techniques in his mind. Leng Ningshuang observed from the sidelines, skeptical that Xingyu could master the swordplay quickly. It had taken her a century to comprehend the sword technique fully. Even with Xingyu's exceptional talent, it would take him at least several years to master it completely. Chapter 27. The truth of 50 years ago. As time slipped away, a day and night passed, and the gaze with which Leng Ningshuang looked at Xingyu transformed from its previous indifference to one marked by evident astonishment. She had clearly observed that Xingyu was becoming increasingly adept at executing the sword of celestial slaying technique. In the blink of an eye, 12 hours had elapsed. A formidable and piercing aura emanated from Xingyu's being. Leng Ningshuang could distinctly sense that Xingyu had thoroughly mastered the essence of the sword. In the realm of swordsmanship, there exist 3 realms: sword path, sword intent, and sword heart. Beyond the sword heart lies the supreme realm, a level reached only by the most elite sword practitioners. Typically, a cultivator requires decades of rigorous training to attain the sword path, and over a century to grasp the sword intent. The subsequent sword heart, however, is not merely a product of cultivation. It demands innate talent and fortuitous circumstances. Yet, Xingyu achieved this remarkable feat in a mere 12 hours, attaining a level that usually takes others centuries to reach, mastering the sword intent. The astonishment in Leng Ningshuang's eyes lingered. Once again, Xingyu had surpassed her expectations. Drawing a deep breath, Xingyu reined in the released sword intent and spiritual energy, retrieving his sheath from his storage ring. With his sword sheathed, he felt an exhilarating sense of accomplishment. At this moment, he had finally become a formidable warrior, lacking only in combat experience. Just as he finished consolidating his spiritual energy and sword intent, a voice reached him from beside. You have mastered the sword technique. A familiar scene unfolded as Xingyu turned to see Leng Ningshuang, who had appeared at his side without him noticing, nodding gently in acknowledgement. Yes, I have mastered it. Ningshuang, am I now considered a sword practitioner? As he spoke, a slight smile graced his lips, his eyes brimming with confidence. With Leng Ningshuang's guidance, he had transitioned from an ordinary person to a foundational cultivator, becoming a sword practitioner who grasped the sword intent. The speed of his advancement far outstripped that of the heroine, Luo Li. Indeed, the benefits of being favored by the formidable Leng Ningshuang were remarkable. Even now, Xingyu felt fortunate to be enjoying the fruits of her support. Upon hearing his words, Leng Ningshuang quickly masked her emotions, reverting to her calm demeanor, her gaze devoid of sentiment. Yes, you are now considered a sword practitioner. After stating this, she felt it necessary to continue her praise. Xingyu, you are truly destined to be a sword practitioner. Leng Ningshuang perceived no fault in her words. After all, Xingyu had praised her, and she believed it only fair to return the compliment. Moreover, Xingyu was indeed exceptional. He was the most outstanding cultivator she had ever encountered, without exception. Furthermore, his brilliance was not singular. Being with him would undoubtedly enhance her own prowess. Her words elicited a mischievous smile from Xingyu. Ningshuang, you are also a sword practitioner, aren't you? In a buoyant mood, he posed the question. Without hesitation, Leng Ningshuang nodded in affirmation. Yes. However, it soon dawned on her what Xingyu's question implied, and a faint blush crept onto her exquisitely beautiful face. Having struggled to suppress her inner thoughts, she could no longer hold back at this moment. Was Xingyu attempting to take the initiative? That was out of the question. Until he could surpass her, she would take the lead. In an instant, she tugged at him, pulling him into the room before he could react. Feeling the warmth and softness in her embrace, Xingyu sighed in resignation. Every time he sought to initiate a confrontation, Leng Ningshuang, the formidable boss, would always beat him to the punch, igniting the battle herself. This was, to say the least, exceedingly delightful for Xingyu. In the Divine Moon Imperial capital, within the Divine Moon Palace, the enchanting and mature Empress, Zillian Xian, clad in a black dragon robe, sat poised upon her throne. Before her lay an abundance of information gathered over the years regarding Leng Ningshuang. Zilin Xian was determined to unearth evidence of Leng Ningshuang's machinations against Bai Xiangyu. However, just as she was about to sift through the documents, a voice echoed from outside the door. "Your Majesty, I have brought someone who can resolve our conflict with the Xiantian sect." Upon hearing this, Zilin Xian immediately rose, her eyes alight with anticipation. Enter. In walked a youthful girl clad in a black dress, her short black hair framing a blooming visage, with knee-high black stockings adorning her legs. This girl was none other than Luo Li, who had previously met with Xingyu. The moment Zilin Xian laid eyes on Luo Li, her anticipation evaporated, for she could discern that Luo Li's cultivation was merely at the late stage of qi refinement, and at the tender age of 19. It was implausible for such a girl to possess the ability to resolve the strife between two grand factions. Noticing the shift in Zilin Xian's expression, Mo Ying hastily interjected. "Your Majesty, although her cultivation is modest, she possesses the ability to replay the past. She can reveal the truth of the events that transpired." Only after Mo Ying's assertion did Zilin Xian's interest peak as she turned her gaze toward Luo Li. "Is what you say true?" Facing the inquiry of a sovereign, Luo Li felt immense pressure but stood resolute, raising her gaze to respond. "Yes, what Sister Mo said is true. I possess the ability to revisit the past. I heard of the misunderstandings between the Xiantian sect and the Divine Moon Empire, and I hoped my ability could assist Your Majesty." Upon hearing Luo Li's words, Zilin Xian did not respond immediately. Instead, she remained silent for several seconds before speaking again. "What reward do you seek?" Zilin Xian understood that resolving this matter would not come without a cost. In her estimation, the girl likely desired some treasured artifact of the empire or a substantial amount of cultivation resources, things many lower-tier cultivators yearned for. However, to Zilin Xian's surprise, Luo Li shook her head. "I do not seek any reward. I only wish for Your Majesty to disclose the whereabouts of the demon lord, Leng Ningshuang." Upon hearing this, both Zilin Xian and Mo Ying were momentarily taken aback. They were utterly perplexed as to why this girl sought Leng Ningshuang. Did she aspire to become a demon cultivator? That seemed implausible. Given Leng Ningshuang's icy demeanor towards all, it was inconceivable that she would take the girl as a disciple. Nonetheless, since the girl desired Leng Ningshuang's location, Zilin Xian felt no loss in granting her request. "Very well, I agree." Zilin Xian acquiesced readily, continuing, "Now, may I witness your ability?" With Zilin Xian's consent, Luo Li began to channel her spiritual energy. Rather than summoning the celestial tower or the Qi Tian jade pendant, she projected her spiritual energy onto the adjacent wall. A semi-transparent barrier materialized, displaying vivid scenes. Boom. The visual revealed an individual undergoing tribulation. That individual was none other than the demon lord, Leng Ningshuang. At this moment, she exuded an aura of regal coldness, surrounded by malevolent energy, exuding an aura of terror. Lightning descended from the heavens, striking her without any apparent effect, as if she were immune to the tribulation. Observing the scene of Leng Ningshuang enduring the tribulation, even Zilin Xian felt immense pressure. Were she in that position, she could never withstand the lightning with such ease. Just as Leng Ningshuang faced her tribulation, a petite figure stealthily approached from the side. Upon witnessing the figure's appearance, Luo Li enlarged the playback screen. Subsequently, the three women clearly beheld that delicate silhouette, which was none other than the former leader of the Xiantian sect, Bai Xiangyu, adorned in a flowing white dress and possessing long silver hair. Shortly after her emergence, Bai Xiangyu was struck directly by a lightning tribulation, collapsing to the ground, gravely injured. The scene then shifted to the Xiantian sect, where the severely wounded Bai Xiangyu, upon her return, fainted immediately and fell to the ground. This revelation unveils the truth behind the incident involving Bai Xiangyu 50 years ago. Chapter 28, Unforgettable. However, upon gazing at the scene before her, Zilin Xian did not immediately believe it. Instead, she inquired, "What evidence do you possess that can substantiate the authenticity of these events?" Zilin Xian was acutely aware that the props used for recording memories could not alter the content of the footage. Yet, as the Empress, she felt compelled to harbor doubts. This was a matter of great significance. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the Divine Moon Empire and the Xiantian sect would indeed be on the brink of conflict. A clash between these two formidable powers was no trivial matter. Hearing Zilin Xian's voice, Luo Li nodded affirmatively. "Yes, all of it is indeed real." If your majesty harbors any skepticism, I can replay other past events. Luo Li's words prompted Zilin Xian to respond with a nod. Very well. Then show me the events concerning her. Pointing to the side at Mo Ying, Zilin Xian was eager to see if Luo Li could indeed replay the previous occurrences. Mo Ying, filled with curiosity, had immediately accompanied Luo Li to seek the empress after Luo Li had contacted her and produced the playback. She had never considered the possibility that Luo Li's claims might be false. Now, faced with the empress's challenge, she began to realize the gravity of the situation and turned to Luo Li. Thus, under the gaze of the two women, Luo Li began to channel her internal spiritual energy. As seconds passed, she directed her energy toward the wall, causing the projection to materialize once more. This time, the display depicted Mo Ying's initial encounter with Leng Ningshuang and Xingyu. Xingyu, quick. Upon witnessing this scene, not only Zilin Xian and Mo Ying, but even Luo Li, who had conjured the image, found themselves momentarily taken aback. The projection revealed Xingyu and Leng Ningshuang in the main hall of the loft, while Mo Ying stood on the windowsill outside, peering in at the unfolding events. It was akin to a masterpiece of art. The melodic sounds echoed throughout the Divine Moon Palace, causing Mo Ying's face to flush instantaneously. It's true. I believe you now. At that moment, Mo Ying felt an overwhelming sense of shyness, lacking even the courage to gaze at the projection. She had never anticipated that Luo Li would display such intimate footage. The sight of Xingyu and Leng Ningshuang together had left a profound impact on her. Just when she thought she had nearly forgotten, Luo Li's replay had reignited those memories. Upon hearing Mo Ying's response, Luo Li promptly ceased the playback, a noticeable blush adorning her cheeks as well. She too had not expected to reveal such a scene to Mo Ying. These images were ones she had secretly viewed alone at night. How could she possibly showcase them before others? As the projection faded, the only one remaining composed was Zilin Xian. Yet, she too was not unaffected. She was stifling her emotions. She had never anticipated that the one she had longed to meet, Xingyu, would surpass her expectations in both charm and charisma, leaving her feeling unforgettable. Not to mention Xingyu's well-built physique. Clearing her throat, Zilin Xian finally spoke, cough. Since the footage is genuine, you shall accompany me to seek out the Xiantian sect tomorrow. As for the location of Leng Ningshuang's residence, as she spoke, her gaze settled on Mo Ying. Mo Ying, you shall guide her there. Understood. Without hesitation, Mo Ying turned and swiftly exited the Divine Moon Palace, eager to find a moment to collect herself. The earlier scene had been exceedingly embarrassing, yet she could not deny that both Xingyu and Leng Ningshuang possessed such perfect figures. She found herself glancing down at herself. While her physique was commendable, it paled in comparison to the mature allure of the Empress, and even less so against Leng Ningshuang. Unbeknownst to her, after monitoring Xingyu and Leng Ningshuang for an extended time, her attention had become increasingly fixated on Xingyu. Her thoughts were entirely consumed by him. As Mo Ying departed, Luo Li chose not to linger, quickly following suit. After receiving the Qitian Jade pendant from Xingyu, she discovered that her ancient tower had undergone an upgrade, enabling the playback of past events. She did not comprehend the reasons behind Xingyu's assistance, yet she understood why he was reluctant to engage with her, because Xingyu was the Dao partner of the demon lord, Leng Ningshuang. Since Xingyu preferred to maintain his distance, she resolved to take the initiative to seek him out. Ever since parting ways with Xingyu, her interest in him had blossomed. Through the playback function, she had gleaned numerous insights about him. The more she observed, the more she yearned for connection, which led her to the Divine Moon Empire. Regrettably, she was unaware of Xingyu's whereabouts and had to seek the Empress first. Through the playback function, she became aware of the relationship between the Xiantian sect and the Divine Moon Empire, which subsequently led her to find Mo Ying and arrive here. By assisting the Empress with her issues in exchange for the location of Leng Ningshuang, or rather, Xingyu's residence, she had successfully achieved her goal. Once the two had completely departed, Zilin Xian returned to her seat, finally allowing herself to relax. Glancing at the stack of unprocessed memorials on her desk, a smile crept onto her lips as she reminisced about the earlier scene. Who would have thought Leng Ningshuang, this formidable woman, possessed such a distinctly feminine side? Even more surprising was that she could find such a perfect Dao partner. Zilin Xian mused to herself, her tone imbued with allure. With the knowledge that he was your partner, I shall bear no psychological burden. Within the loft, having enhanced his strength after enduring several boss battles, Xingyu had finally achieved a successful raid. Gazing down at the entranced Leng Ningshuang, clad only in black stockings in his embrace, his eyes brimmed with tenderness. Indeed, to triumph over a swordsman, one must become a swordsman. Previously, Leng Ningshuang had effortlessly defeated him numerous times, relying on their stark disparity in power. Now, Xingyu had finally managed to turn the tables. Of course, he was aware that it was Leng Ningshuang who had allowed this to happen. If he were to face her in her true form, he would likely be vanquished the moment the boss battle commenced. Struggling to remain in Xingyu's embrace, Leng Ningshuang lifted her gaze and spoke in her usual cool tone. Xingyu, I will procure a set of techniques for you. Now that your cultivation has reached the foundation establishment stage, you ought to practice a more advanced method. Leng Ningshuang had not forgotten about Xingyu's cultivation techniques. His rapid advancement and learning speed compelled her to prepare adequately. Listening to Leng Ningshuang's words, Xingyu smiled gently. Yes, Ningshuang, I trust you. The techniques you provide will undoubtedly be the finest. Xingyu began to anticipate the caliber of techniques that Leng Ningshuang would bestow upon him. If they were among the heavenly grade techniques that emerged only in the later stages of the game, then he truly would soar to new heights. The only lament was that Luo Li, as the protagonist, required considerable time to grow before acquiring the power to supplement the heavenly Tao. Only after the Tao was complete could Xingyu obtain techniques beyond the heavenly grade. Yet, even in the current realm of cultivation, heavenly grade techniques were already regarded as the pinnacle of achievement. That should suffice for Xingyu's cultivation for the time being. Chapter 29. Your partner is truly remarkable. The response from Xingyu brought a subtle smile to Leng Ningshuang's lips. She delighted in the praise from Xingyu, though she could not quite fathom why. Even the slightest compliment could elevate her spirits immensely. At this moment, her character had been significantly influenced by Xingyu. Otherwise, the usually aloof and indifferent her would not have felt such joy from a few words of admiration. Seeing the slight uplift at the corners of Leng Ningshuang's mouth, Xingyu felt a surge of happiness within himself. He could perhaps be deemed the sole individual in the entire realm of cultivation who had witnessed this formidable female demon display a smile. After a brief moment of respite, Xingyu and Leng Ningshuang finally exited the room together. At this juncture, Leng Ningshuang had traded her customary black dress for an ethereal, white gauzy gown. While the white attire was modest, it significantly transformed her aura, rendering her less like a fearsome demoness and more akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. The reason for this change in attire was, of course, Xingyu's desire to see her in a white dress, prompting her to don this garment she had never worn before. Upon reaching the hall on the first floor and beholding Leng Ningshuang in her white gown, Xingyu's spirits lifted. He extended his right arm, gently encircling her delicate waist, and together they seated themselves at the tea table, brewing tea to unwind and relax. However, their moment of tranquility was abruptly interrupted by the voice of the captain of the Shadow Guard, Mo Ying, resonating from outside the courtyard. Respected Leng, someone wishes to see you. Upon hearing this, the warmth in Leng Ningshuang's demeanor vanished in an instant, her expression turning cold. The tenderness in her eyes was replaced by her usual indifferent gaze. Xingyu recognized that she was irked. After all, they were enjoying a private moment, and such an intrusion was understandably vexing. The title of respected was hardly an issue, for in the cultivation world, none would dare to address her as Demon Lord in her presence. They all referred to her with the honorific respected. Ningshuang, someone is looking for you. Let us go see, Xingyu suggested, releasing her alluring form as he stood from the sofa. Leng Ningshuang remained silent, but swiftly rose to her feet. Her demeanor alone revealed the extent of her anger. Yet, as she was now in a relationship, she could not afford to act immaturely as she once did. Not only for herself, but also for Xingyu, she reminded herself. With this thought, she managed to regain some composure and followed Xingyu. They exited the loft and entered the courtyard, where Xingyu paused to allow Leng Ningshuang to catch up before they approached the courtyard's entrance together. With a flourish, Xingyu opened the gate, and his gaze fell upon a tall figure clad in a black dress, with striking azure hair, standing before them. Instantly, Xingyu recognized her as Mo Ying, the enigmatic captain of the Shadow Guard under the moon goddess, Zilin Xian. Curiosity piqued within him. What could have compelled this captain to seek out Leng Ningshuang? As Xingyu observed Mo Ying, she too regarded him with interest. This marked their first official encounter, as prior instances had merely involved her observing him from a distance. Additionally, Mo Ying's attention shifted to Leng Ningshuang, who stood beside Xingyu in her white dress. The sight of her evoked a sense of astonishment in Mo Ying at that moment. Leng Ningshuang appeared far removed from her usual persona of a ruthless demoness, instead resembling a celestial being, ethereal and untouched by the mundane world. Before Xingyu could utter a word, Leng Ningshuang's voice cut through the air with an icy clarity. What is it? The moment she spoke, an overwhelming aura of pressure enveloped the space, causing Mo Ying to shudder and snap back to reality. It is nothing, merely someone is seeking you, she replied, gesturing for a figure clad in black, with short black hair, to step forward from behind her. Upon seeing the girl, a flicker of confusion crossed Leng Ningshuang's eyes. Who are you? Unfamiliar with the girl's intentions, she stood perplexed, while Xingyu's heart raced with realization. The protagonist, Luoli. What was she doing here? And why did she seek him? Locking eyes with Xingyu, Luoli did not answer Leng Ningshuang's question, but instead smiled at him, her voice sweet and melodious. Xingyu, we meet again. At these words, both Leng Ningshuang and Mo Ying turned their gazes toward Xingyu. The weight of their scrutiny, particularly that of Leng Ningshuang's possessive stare, sent a chill down his spine. This was troublesome. The protagonist coming to see him was one thing, but it was another matter entirely that Leng Ningshuang was also present. How was he to explain this? Having endured solitude for so long, Leng Ningshuang had finally encountered him, and her possessiveness was formidable. She absorbed every iota of attention he unwittingly exuded, leaving nothing overlooked. Xingyu was convinced that should he err and provoke her into a state of obsession, she would emerge as the most terrifying Yandere imaginable, without exception. Thus, upon hearing Luo Li's words, Xingyu cleared his throat. Oh, I did not anticipate our paths would cross so soon. Pray tell, what brings you to my partner, Leng Ningshuang? He emphasized the term partner deliberately, hoping to appease her. To further soothe her, he reached out with his left arm, encircling her delicate form. However, this time, Leng Ningshuang did not lean toward him. Instead, she remained steadfast, her striking black and white eyes fixed upon him with an expression devoid of emotion. This compelled Xingyu to draw closer to her, for only his presence could bring her some semblance of calm. Depending on someone else for sustenance is no simple task, especially when that someone is a formidable demoness. Luo Li appeared unfazed by Xingyu's actions. Instead, she turned her attention back to Leng Ningshuang. Respected Leng, I sought you to express my gratitude. You have been an excellent mentor to Xingyu. He has rendered me significant assistance, and I am here to thank both you and him. Luo Li's words carried an odd undertone, implying that your partner is quite remarkable, which caused Leng Ningshuang's gaze to turn frigid. With no choice but to clarify, Xingyu spoke up. It was but a trivial matter. That beast was not particularly formidable. Thanks to the remarkable vessel provided by my partner, it was easily dispatched. Upon hearing this, the frost in Leng Ningshuang's eyes softened considerably, no longer sending chills down Xingyu's spine. Luo Li continued, for you, it may seem trivial, but to me, it was a tremendous aid. Moreover, you entrusted me with the Qitian Jade Pendant, which has proven invaluable. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I will gladly oblige. With that, Luo Li produced a communication jade pendant from her storage ring and placed it in Xingyu's hand. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Thank you once more for your help. As Luo Li prepared to depart, Xingyu finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Until we meet again. He swiftly closed the courtyard gate, leaving no opportunity for Luo Li to utter another word. Should she utter any ambiguous remarks, it would spell disaster for him. Xingyu had not anticipated that the heroine, who would normally arrive in the kingdom of Xianyue after several days, would appear so unexpectedly. Moreover, it was perplexing that she sought him out specifically. Wasn't pursuing the storyline far more engaging than seeking him? He was already bound by a soulmate. Her visit could easily lead to misunderstandings. However, just as Xingyu exhaled in relief, a voice, piercingly cold and devoid of emotion, resonated in his ears. Xingyu, did you give her the jade pendant I helped you acquire? The chilling tone sent a shiver down his spine, compelling him to divert his gaze. He then beheld Leng Ningshuang, her expression inscrutable, her eyes fixated upon him, seemingly agitated. Chapter 30. Training gazing at the enchanting Xinghuang. Xingyu felt a slight tremor in his throat. Xinghuang, allow me to explain. I didn't intend to give that jade pendant to her. While speaking, Xingyu gently tugged Xinghuang toward the attic. Thankfully, Xinghuang was still responsive to his pull, which slightly eased his worries. If she had resisted his pull, it would have indicated that she was genuinely upset. Outside the attic, Mai remained rooted in place, observing Luoli beside her. She cast a glance at the closed gate ahead, her heart filled with astonishment. She had not anticipated that Luoli had previously interacted with Xingyu. No wonder she sought him out. Even more surprising was Ningshuang's exaggerated possessiveness. Although the door was shut, Ningshuang's voice still resonated, her mournful tone unmistakable even to Mai. Meanwhile, Luoli displayed no emotion, her demeanor slightly relaxed. "Let's go, Sister Mai," Luoli suggested, snapping Mai back to reality. Together, they departed, for the Empress had instructed Luoli to visit Xiandao sect the following day, and Mai needed to ensure a suitable arrangement for her. Naturally, lingering here was not an option, despite her desire to continue observing Xingyu and Ningshuang from the shadows. She realized it was not feasible. Inside the attic, Xingyu guided Ningshuang back to the tea table, with his right hand encircling her alluring form. He smiled and began, "Ningshuang, my reason for giving her the jade pendant was not trivial. She recognized it and understood its function, which compelled me to hand it over." Ningshuang frowned slightly at his words. "So, you are simply being kind-hearted? You gave away something we painstakingly obtained." At this, Xingyu shook his head gently. "Not at all, Ningshuang. My actions were for your sake." She revealed to me a crucial piece of information regarding the method to break through to the transformation stage. Initially, Xingyu had no intention of divulging details about the transformation stage to Ningshuang. However, given that the main character, Luoli, had already encountered him, he knew he had to stabilize Ningshuang's emotions. If discord arose between them, it could disrupt the plot. Such chaos would hinder the resolution of many future crises, a scenario Xingyu wished to avoid at all costs. Upon hearing Xingyu mention the transformation stage, Ningshuang's eyes narrowed slightly. "What is it?" Leaning closer to her ear, Xingyu spoke softly. "In our current realm of cultivation, the heavenly Tao is flawed. This jade pendant, known as the Qi Tian Jade Pendant, is a material to mend the heavenly Tao. It is a treasure that only you can use to restore it. Once the heavenly Tao is completed, Ningshuang, you will be able to break through to the transformation stage. I merely acted on my own accord, hoping to assist you in your aspiration to advance." Ningshuang, who had not truly been angry, softened her gaze upon hearing Xingyu's explanation. Tilting her head slightly, she replied in a gentle voice, "That was in the past. Currently, I do not have a strong desire to break through to the transformation stage." Her tone remained cool, yet devoid of any pressure, subtly indicating that she had been calmed by his reassurances. Unbeknownst to Xingyu, the anger that could be soothed was mere flirtation. A genuinely enraged individual would remain unyielding, regardless of persuasion. Listening to Ningshuang's response, Xingyu smiled tenderly. Yes, Ningshuang is the best. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt he had successfully pacified her. Furthermore, by giving the Qi Tian Jade pendant to Luoli, the underlying truth of the conflict between Xiandao sect and the Xinyu Empire had been unveiled. His beloved partner, Ningshuang, would no longer be misunderstood or targeted by the two major factions. With Xingyu's praise, a faint blush crept onto Ningshuang's cheeks, her lips curling into a smile before she quickly suppressed it. Turning her gaze to Xingyu, she spoke coldly. "Xingyu, aside from that jade pendant, what else is needed to mend the heavenly Tao? If there is a requirement, we shall assist her in obtaining it." Hearing this, Xingyu sighed inwardly. It seemed Ningshuang still harbored a desire to advance to the transformation stage. However, it was merely an idea now. She no longer fixated on it as she once did. To eliminate any lingering hazards, Xingyu knew he must continue to manipulate this enchantress. There are indeed materials needed, but as she mentioned, I am unaware of their locations. Thus, even if we wish to assist her, we are unable to. Xingyu was well aware of all the materials required for mending the heavenly Tao, yet he could not disclose this information. After all, once the heavenly Tao was restored, even more formidable enemies would emerge. The most terrifying among them could only be dealt with by Luoli once she had fully matured. If the heavenly Tao were to be completed before Luoli was ready, it would plunge the entire realm of cultivation and Luoli herself into peril. Xingyu had no desire for such an outcome. He had yet to savor the pleasures of life to the fullest. After receiving Xingyu's response, Ningshuang chose not to pursue the matter further, merely nodding in understanding. Several moments passed before she spoke again, her voice cool yet purposeful. "Xingyu, you possess cultivation, battle techniques, and skills. The only aspect you lack is combat experience." As she reached this point, Ningshuang reluctantly released her embrace, rising from her seat. With a flick of her wrist, a silver longsword materialized in her hand. Turning, she gazed down at Xingyu from her elevated position. Therefore, step outside. I shall train you. Raising his gaze, Xingyu could only glimpse half of Ningshuang's face from his vantage point. He understood all too well her sudden desire to train him was influenced by Lawley's earlier praise. This realization left him feeling somewhat helpless. After all, indulging in a life of luxury was not as effortless as it appeared. With a slight nod, Xingyu stood up as well. All right, Ningshuang, I shall follow your lead. Together, they exited the attic and made their way to the spacious courtyard outside. Upon arrival, Xingyu observed Ningshuang channeling her internal energy to set up a formation that enveloped the entire courtyard. As the formation was completed, a translucent barrier emerged, encasing the courtyard along with Xingyu and Ningshuang within it. It appeared that this formation was designed to contain the intensity of their battle, preventing any spiritual pressure or attacks from escaping, so as not to disturb the inhabitants of the Xingyu imperial city. Xingyu, swing your sword at me, Ningshuang commanded. Approaching him from 5 meters away, her expression devoid of emotion, her striking black and white eyes fixated on him. In response, Xingyu inhaled deeply, summoning the black gold longsword Ningshuang had previously gifted him. The sound of the sword being drawn echoed, and without further ado, he charged forward, eager to gauge the current state of his combat prowess. Chapter 31. Do not disturb the rest with a soft thud. Xingyu was effortlessly pushed back several steps by Leng Ningshuang. The long sword in his hand clattered to the ground. Observing this scene, Leng Ningshuang maintained her calm demeanor. Xingyu, grip your sword tightly. No matter what happens, do not let go. Heeding her advice, Xingyu retrieved his long sword and continued his assault. This training session had persisted for quite some time, and the once brilliant sky had completely darkened. Exhaling a breath of relief, Xingyu felt an overwhelming fatigue as his internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Gazing at the still-standing Leng Ningshuang ahead, he helplessly remarked, Ningshuang, let's stop. I feel I can't go on. This was the first time Xingyu experienced the sensation of total exhaustion of spiritual energy, as if his body had been completely drained, rendering him devoid of strength, akin to the feeling he had after being thoroughly defeated by Leng Ningshuang in their usual boss battles. With his black gold long sword sheathed, Xingyu placed it into his storage ring. Noticing his unsteady footing, Leng Ningshuang allowed her sword to dissipate and gracefully approached him, extending her hands to support him. Then let us rest properly. With her assistance, Xingyu entered the loft. This time, he finally understood how Leng Ningshuang prepared medicinal baths. In the bathroom, he watched as she filled a tub with medicinal water, first testing the temperature before inviting him to join her in the wooden tub. You have received the assistance of Leng Ningshuang's medicinal bath, accelerating the absorption of its effects by 10%. Hearing the familiar notification, Xingyu felt a rush of warmth as he looked down at Leng Ningshuang, who, despite her expressionless face, clung to him like an octopus, her eyes filled with tenderness. Relishing her soft touch, he felt both his body and mind relax completely. To be honest, training with Leng Ningshuang was no simple task. Had she not been his partner, he would have likely perished the first time he wielded his sword against her. Comparing his swordsmanship to the world's foremost sword cultivator was akin to facing an inevitable demise without even understanding how it happened. However, despite the high difficulty of the training, it significantly enhanced Xingyu's skills. He accumulated considerable combat experience and identified his weaknesses. Now, his combat prowess would allow him to easily defeat a mid-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator. He could also overcome those in the late Foundation Establishment stage, although it would require greater effort. His current combat power was equivalent to that of a peak Foundation Establishment cultivator, albeit his level remained at the early stage. Just as Xingyu pondered these thoughts, Leng Ningshuang raised her head, her exquisite and beautiful face drawing close. Before he could react, he felt a soft sensation on his lips, akin to savoring a sweet, gelatinous treat, smooth and velvety. After several seconds, he realized the softness had vanished and lowered his gaze to meet her eyes. Xingyu, your combat strength has improved significantly. You had power before, but you did not know how to wield it. To prevent such instances from recurring, we must train together every few days. Naturally, Xingyu nodded in agreement to Leng Ningshuang's request. Yes, Ningshuang, I will follow your lead. With the training of Leng Ningshuang, the apex of combat strength in the cultivation world, Xingyu felt fortunate. After all, it was only through rigorous training that he could attain true combat efficacy, rather than merely possessing cultivation without any martial prowess. In a perilous future, lacking combat strength would place him in genuine danger. With Xingyu's affirmation, Leng Ningshuang's lips curled into a smile, and she lowered her head to bury her face in his chest, silently absorbing his presence. Gently embracing Leng Ningshuang, Xingyu, fatigued, gradually closed his eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. Having undergone intense training, he was already in a state of extreme exhaustion, so it was only natural that he would fall asleep. Listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat, Leng Ningshuang too closed her eyes, relishing the moments spent alone with Xingyu, feeling immensely fulfilled and content. At the Xiantian sect, in the Master-S loft, the current sect leader, Chu Qingya, sat at the edge of her bed, holding a letter sent from the Xianyue Empire, unable to suppress a cold laugh. Oh, they wish to meet and resolve misunderstandings? Very well. I shall see what misunderstandings exist between us. As she spoke, anger flickered across her delicate features. With her striking red hair and petite stature, she appeared remarkably youthful. Dressed in a thin, white gauze dress that left her pale legs exposed, she resembled an adorable young girl, even in her current state of fury. Chu Qingya harbored no belief in any misunderstandings. Her dear friend, Bai Xiangyu, had been grievously injured by the Xianyue Empire, and as of now, had yet to awaken. How could there be any misunderstanding in such a situation? Ripping the letter from the Xianyue Empire to shreds, she shifted her gaze to the bed beside her. There lay another petite and lovely girl, dressed in a black dress, her silver hair disheveled, and her delicate face pale, clearly bearing the marks of significant trauma. This was Bai Xiangyu, the former sect leader of Xiantian sect, who had been in a coma for 50 years and had never awakened since. Chu Qingya had exhausted numerous methods and sought precious herbs, yet none could rouse Bai Xiangyu from her slumber. This filled her with deep sorrow and resentment towards the Xianyue Empire. Bai Xiangyu had once saved her life when she was on the brink of death in the wilderness. It could be said that Bai Xiangyu had given her a second chance at life. Without her, she would have perished long ago and would never have attained her current pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Thus, for Bai Xiangyu, she would fight against the Xianyue Empire with every ounce of her being. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Xingyu slowly opened his eyes while lying on the bed. A delightful, soft sensation emanated from within his embrace. Looking down, he found Leng Ningshuang still nestled in his arms. Sound asleep, she curled up like a little kitten, her limbs entwined with his body as if fearing he would leave. Xingyu gazed at her exquisite sleeping visage, unable to suppress a smile. Who would have thought that the typically aloof and cold Leng Ningshuang, who appeared so austere in her black dress, would display such a contrasting demeanor in slumber? It was a delightful juxtaposition that tempted him to indulge in her beauty. Of course, Xingyu refrained from disturbing her peaceful rest, instead gently stroking her hair with his right hand, relishing the softness of her silky locks. It seemed that Leng Ningshuang had not enjoyed such a restful sleep in a long time, and he resolved not to disrupt her tranquility, especially as he had no pressing matters to attend to. Gazing at the faintly illuminated sky outside the window, Xingyu gently disengaged from Leng Ningshuang and arose from the bed, donning a black robe before departing the chamber. Upon reaching the second-floor corridor, he stood before the window, observing the scenery. According to the narrative, the conflict between the Xiantian sect and the Divine Moon Empire should escalate. However, with the heroine Luo Li's premature arrival, Xingyu was certain that this crisis would be swiftly resolved. A sigh escaped Xingyu's lips. He had not intended to alter the storyline, but for Leng Ningshuang's sake, he felt compelled to intervene. Fortunately, it was still the early stages of the plot, so any changes would likely have minimal impact. He hoped there would be no adverse consequences. Moreover, he had gifted Luo Li the Qi Tian Jade Pendant, which she could undoubtedly use to enhance the Tong Tian Ancient Pagoda and overcome future challenges, fostering her growth. As long as she developed, no matter how the plot deviated, everything should be fine. If necessary, he could enlist his beloved companion to assist Luo Li. Before the heavenly Tao was complete, Leng Ningshuang's power could effortlessly resolve any issue. As Xingyu contemplated the future, he noticed several figures soaring towards the Divine Moon Imperial Palace in the distance, accompanied by massive flying treasures. It seemed that Empress Zilin Xian was leading Luo Li to the Xiantian sect to dispel misunderstandings. However, the scale of their procession was rather grand. While some might perceive it as an attempt to resolve conflicts, others might mistake it for an expedition to annihilate the Xiantian sect. Nevertheless, the Divine Moon Empire's foundation was undeniably formidable. Even the Empress's entourage was extravagant. Xingyu was certain that if his companion were not Leng Ningshuang, he might not even have the opportunity to reside in the Divine Moon capital, let alone meet Mo Ying, the leader of the Empress's most enigmatic secret force. Xingyu found himself curious about the Empress's appearance, which he imagined would be far more captivating than what he had seen on screen. Recalling the alluring and mature Empress from the storyline, who was even taller and more voluptuous than Leng Ningshuang, a hint of anticipation flickered in Xingyu's eyes. He quickly dismissed such thoughts, reminding himself that he already had Leng Ningshuang. It would be inappropriate to entertain thoughts of other women. He couldn't fathom the Empress developing an interest in him and competing with Leng Ningshuang for his affection. In the sky, Empress Xiandao, clad in a black dragon robe, stood at the forefront of a colossal airship. Luo Li and Mo Ying stood beside her, while several members of the secret guard trailed behind. Despite its imposing appearance, the group was relatively small, consisting mainly of secret guard members, aside from Luo Li. After all, they were going to resolve conflicts with the Xiantian sect, and bringing a large contingent might be misconstrued as a provocation. Upon ascending into the sky, Xian's gaze drifted downwards, settling upon the pavilion where Leng Ningshuang resided. Her eyes met Xingyu's, who was standing by the window, looking in her direction. Seeing Xingyu in person stirred something within Xian's heart. He was even more attractive than the image Luo Li had conjured. The Xingyu in the image lacked the captivating aura that he possessed in reality. Gazing at Xingyu from afar, a hint of emotion flickered in her violet eyes. Mo Ying, noticing the Empress's gaze, followed suit and spotted Xingyu standing by the window on the second floor of the pavilion. She was taken aback, sensing the emotions emanating from the Empress's eyes. The Empress harbored feelings for Xingyu. Mo Ying was astonished by this revelation. Did this mean the Empress intended to vie for his affection with the female demon? The thought made her anxious, as she herself harbored feelings for Xingyu. If the Empress and Leng Ningshuang were to discover her secret, she, a mere captain of the secret guard, would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Luo Li, standing nearby, remained oblivious, preoccupied with thoughts of Xingyu. She planned to inquire about how he had obtained the Qi Tian Jade pendant after resolving the issues with the Xiantian sect. Her priority was collecting heaven-mending materials to upgrade her Tongtian ancient pagoda, thereby enhancing her strength. A series of sneezes interrupted Xingyu's thoughts. What's happening? Is someone thinking about me? And more than one person? He mused, a self-assured smile gracing his lips. In the cultivation world, aside from Leng Ningshuang, no one else would be thinking of him. As he had predicted, the sound of a door opening came from behind him. Turning around, he saw Leng Ningshuang emerge from the room, clad in a black gauze dress, her bare legs exposed, her hair slightly disheveled, and her expression impassive. "Xingyu, you're awake," she said, her bare feet padding softly on the floor as she approached him, standing almost within touching distance. "I just woke up myself," Xingyu replied, his throat constricting slightly as he took in her proximity. "Ningshuang, did you rest well?" Leng Ningshuang did not answer, instead reaching out to embrace him. "Not well," she murmured, her voice soft. Enfolding her in his arms, Xingyu asked, "Do you want to rest more?" Leng Ningshuang looked up at him, her eyes meeting his. After a moment of silence, she replied, "This time, don't leave." Xingyu understood that her restlessness stemmed from his absence. "All right, Ningshuang, let's rest," he said, resigned to serving as her human pillow. He couldn't help but notice that Leng Ningshuang's dependence on him seemed to be growing, while her desire to reach the transformation god realm appeared to be waning, as if she had transferred her ambition onto him. This was likely a good thing, as long as he remained cautious and avoided any romantic entanglements. He vowed never to stray, lest he be drained dry. With that, Xingyu led Leng Ningshuang back into the room. Chapter 33. Mere allusion to Starfeather's utter astonishment, despite declaring her need for rest. Coldfrost was intent on having breakfast first. It was not until 2 hours had elapsed that Starfeather, embracing Coldfrost, truly found respite. Starfeather had not yet recovered from the exertion of his sword practice the previous day. Now, he was being exploited by Coldfrost in such a manner. Had it not been for Starfeather's enhanced strength, coupled with the potency of the Spring Return art, he would not have been able to endure. It seems that to indulge in a life of ease, one must possess considerable power. Profound Sky Sect, the main hall of the sect. The crimson-haired little sprite, Chu Qingya, adorned in a black, gossamer thin dress and white stockings, sat at the table, her gaze fixed upon the divine moon empress, Xiandan, who sat opposite her, and the attendant, Mo Ying and Luo Li, who stood beside Lingxian. Her delicate, youthful countenance was etched with impatience. She had no desire to meet with this empress, much less negotiate with her, had she not wished to tarnish the reputation of the profound sky sect, which by Xiangyu had painstakingly built. She would have taken action against the divine moon empire long ago. Would she have waited until now? At this moment, only 4 individuals occupied the main hall: Lingxian, Luo Li, Mo Ying, and Chu Qingya. With a serene expression, Lingxian addressed Chu Qingya, Sect Master Chu. There is no need for such a significant conflict between our two factions, as there has merely been a misunderstanding between us. Misunderstanding? You. Chu Qingya abruptly rose to her feet, but Lingxian interrupted her before she could finish her sentence. Sect Master Chu, please be patient. When I say it is a misunderstanding, I naturally have evidence to support my claim. I can reveal to you the reason for by Xiangyu's grave injuries. Upon hearing these words, Chu Qingya suppressed her inner fury and resumed her seat. Very well, then present your evidence. Chu Qingya was determined to examine the evidence Lingxian claimed to possess. She was utterly convinced that Lingxian was responsible for by Xiangyu's misfortune. At that time, no one else could have inflicted such injuries upon by Xiangyu. Receiving Chu Qingya's consent, Lingxian turned her gaze toward Luo Li, who stood beside her. Luo Li, proceed. Luo Li stepped forward and channeled her spiritual power. As a beam of white light emerged, a projection appeared on the adjacent wall. It depicted the scene of Bai Xiangyu being inadvertently struck by the lightning tribulation that cold frost had summoned. After viewing the scene, Chu Qingya remained silent. After a long pause, she spoke once more. What if this is a fabrication? Chu Qingya was now certain that it was genuine, but she could not resist asking. Thus, Luo Li continued to recount the events she had previously experienced, completely dispelling Chu Qingya's concerns. So, this is the truth, Chu Qingya uttered, her gaze towards Lingxian now tinged with evident remorse. Your Majesty, I apologize for my misjudgment. From this day forward, I and the profound sky sect will heed your Majesty's commands. Chu Qingya was not one to equivocate. She readily acknowledged her errors. Her obstinacy had led to decades of conflict between the Divine Moon Empire and the profound sky sect. Had it not been for Luo Li's intervention, she would have remained convinced that Lingxian was responsible for everything. Witnessing Chu Qingya's swift admission of guilt, Mo Ying and Luo Li were both astonished. They had anticipated a protracted negotiation, but the conflict had been resolved so quickly. Chu Qingya's forthright nature was rather admirable. As she spoke, Chu Qingya rose and bowed to Lingxian, signifying that, from that moment forward, the profound sky sect would be at the Divine Moon Empress's disposal. In reality, this was the original state of the two great powers. When Bai Xiangyu was the sect master, the Divine Moon Empire and the profound sky sect were deeply intertwined, complementing each other. Both sides would assist the other in times of need. After bowing to Lingxian, Chu Qingya turned to face Luo Li and bowed to her as well. Luo Li, is it? Thank you. Without you, I would never have known the truth. Chu Qingya could discern that Luo Li was a helper brought in by Lingxian. Although she was only in the late stages of qi refining, her ability to replay events that had occurred in the cultivation world was already remarkable. Luo Li, taken aback by Chu Qingya's bow, quickly shook her head. Do not thank me. You should thank Starfeather. He is the Tao companion of the demon lord, Cold Frost. Without his assistance, I would not possess the ability to replay events. Luo Li would not claim all the credit for herself. It was all due to Starfeather's efforts. Starfeather? Chu Qingya's expression was puzzled, as she did not recognize the name. But she silently committed it to memory. She did not know Starfeather, but she was familiar with Cold Frost. After attributing the credit to Starfeather, Luo Li continued, by the way, Bai Xiangyu was struck by a lightning tribulation descended by the heavenly Tao. I would like to try to heal her. Upon hearing these words, the three women's gazes toward Luo Li were filled with astonishment. What? Luo Li, can you heal Sister Bai? Chu Qingya could no longer contain herself and approached Luo Li directly. Luo Li gently shook her head. I cannot guarantee a cure, but I can try. Subsequently, Luo Li was led by Chu Qingya to the room in the sect master's pavilion. Lingxian and Mo Ying swiftly followed. As the empress, Lingxian had sought numerous methods to heal Bai Xiangyu, but to no avail. Now, Luo Li claimed that she could heal her. Lingxian was determined to see how Luo Li would accomplish this. Inside the room, Luo Li stood by the bed, with the other three women standing behind her. Gazing at the silver-haired cutie on the bed, Luo Li closed her eyes, extended her right hand, and gently grasped by Xiangyu's small hand. Starfeather had given her the Heavenly Enlightenment Jade Pendant, allowing her to upgrade the Tower of Babel. She had discovered that the tower possessed an additional ability to absorb the power of the Great Tao. Bai Xiangyu had been struck by a lightning tribulation descended by the Heavenly Tao, which meant that there was definitely the power of the Great Tao within her body. By expelling all of this power, she could awaken. Otherwise, with the power of the Great Tao obstructing her, she would never be able to awaken. Upon examination, Luo Li discovered that Bai Xiangyu's body contained a significant amount of the power of the Great Tao. Thus, she activated the Tower of Babel and began to absorb this energy. The power of the Great Tao was detrimental to other cultivators, but for Luo Li, who could absorb and refine it, it was an excellent cultivation resource. After a dozen minutes, Luo Li opened her eyes. A faint spiritual energy emanated from her body. Her cultivation had broken through to the peak of qi refining. At that moment, Bai Xiangyu slowly opened her eyes, sat up, and turned her gaze toward the four women by the bed, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Linxian, why are you here? The first to approach Bai Xiangyu was Chu Qingya. Chu Qingya recounted the events of the past few decades. Finally, after half an hour of explanations from Chu Qingya and Zi Linxian, Bai Xiangyu understood what had transpired. Upon learning what had happened, Bai Xiangyu looked at Luo Li and said with a smile, Luo Li, if you need anything, just ask. Anything I can provide, I will give you, as you have saved my life. Upon hearing these words, Luo Li shook her head. No, I cannot accept it, as it is not my merit. It is all due to Starfeather's efforts. Without Starfeather's assistance, I would not have been able to do anything. Starfeather? Bai Xiangyu began to take an interest in the name. Sister Xiangyu, Starfeather is the Tao companion of that devil, Cold Frost. Seeing Bai Xiangyu's interest in Starfeather, Chu Qingya directly explained who Starfeather was. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiangyu was shocked. That devil has found a Tao companion. Moreover, the demon's companion surprisingly rescued her. This left her, who once prided herself on being aligned with the righteous sects and claimed to have no ties to the Xuantiangong or the demonic paths, feeling rather helpless. After experiencing such events, it appears that both she and the Xuantiangong now bear some connection to the demonic realm. Gasping softly, Xingyu reopened his eyes. He gazed at the figure in his embrace, Cold Condensation Frost, who was sprawled like an octopus, limbs in motion, and had already succumbed to slumber. A slight ease washed over him. For reasons unknown, he now felt an unsettling sensation of being watched. And it wasn't he just by one, but by several. Who could be so idle, and who possessed the audacity to fixate on him? After all, he was Cold Condensation Frost's companion. Thus, the feeling of being observed must surely be mere illusion. Having composed myself, I continued to slumber, embracing Leng Ning. Upon awakening once more, I noticed Leng Ning had quietly slipped away. After sitting up, I gingerly rubbed my lower back before rising to don my black attire and depart from the chamber. The firmament was now draped in the inky cloak of night. As I stepped into the corridor on the second floor, I detected palpable spiritual undulations emanating from the adjacent training chamber. Peering within, I beheld Leng Ning, clad in a pristine white gown, her alabaster legs bare, seated in a meditative posture, engrossed in her cultivation. Despite having imparted the method of apotheosis to Leng Ning, making her aware of the impossibility of transcending to the divine transformation realm due to the incomplete state of the celestial Tao, she persisted in her cultivation. Perhaps it was merely a desire to refine her skills, rather than an obsession with breaking through. I harbored concerns that she might once more succumb to the perils of cultivation deviation. As I stood sentinel outside the chamber, Leng Ning, sensing my presence, slowly opened her eyes. Unlike me, her status as a high-level cultivator allowed her to interrupt her practice at will, even multitasking during her cultivation. With a serene countenance, she addressed me. I intend to consolidate my cultivation for a period. You should retire and rest. Having spoken, she closed her eyes once more and resumed her practice. I understood her motivations. My assistance system was bidirectional, augmenting not only my own cultivation aptitude but also hers. Her current state was a consequence of her heightened talent, necessitating continuous cultivation to solidify her foundation. Otherwise, her prodigious talent would become a burden. Nodding gently, I responded, "Very well, Ning, I shall venture out for a stroll." With that, I turned and descended to the ground floor of the pavilion. This time, I did not linger in the main hall, but instead exited the pavilion, venturing into the imperial capital's thoroughfares. I had long desired to explore the capital of the Divine Moon Empire. During my time engrossed in the game Celestial Dao, I frequently guided the female protagonist through the city streets. To me, the capital felt as familiar as my own abode. I was eager to witness whether the city lived up to its reputation for opulence, as depicted in the game. Following the recollections imprinted in my mind, I arrived at the most bustling avenue in the heart of the capital. Despite the late hour, the street teemed with activity. Merchants lined both sides, while countless individuals thronged the thoroughfare, a vibrant mix of mortals and cultivators. Such a harmonious coexistence was a rare sight in many other locales. I strolled along, reveling in the lively atmosphere. Many of the merchants from the game had their counterparts in this reality, some even peddling the same stat-boosting items. I also paid a visit to the inn where I used to save my progress in the game. After more than an hour of exploration, I had to concede that the capital was indeed a place of splendor. Standing beside an arched bridge, gazing upon the vibrant panorama, I mused on the joy it would bring Leng Ning to experience this alongside me. The mere thought of her smiling face filled me with elation. Her radiant smile was captivating and irresistible. As I stood lost in contemplation, a slightly aloof voice broke through my reverie. "Her Majesty summons you." Startled, I swiftly turned to face the source of the voice. There, clad in a black dress, stood the tall, cyan-haired commander of the Shadow Guard. Her sudden appearance took me by surprise. The Shadow Guard was as elusive as ever. I hadn't even noticed her approach, and her proximity was unnerving. Stood so close that she was practically touching me. The thought of Leng Ning witnessing this scene sent a shiver of anxiety down my spine. Fortunately, she was engrossed in her cultivation, or I would have been hard-pressed to explain the situation. Clearing my throat, I subtly distanced myself from Her Majesty. You refer to, correct? As a man pledged to his companion, I could not afford to be in such proximity to other women. Moreover, exquisite beauty made it all the more important to avoid any untoward actions. Nodded in response. Indeed, Her Majesty seeks your presence. As a subject, she would never dare to utter the Empress's name in public. Only in private, when alone with the Empress, would she address as sister. Observing his demeanor, I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She wouldn't even dare to speak the Empress's name in public. Was the epitome of unwavering loyalty in the storyline. She would execute any command from the Empress with unwavering dedication, never questioning her orders. Furthermore, she would reveal all her findings to the Empress, never concealing anything. Her fate, however, was far from enviable. An exceptionally powerful demonic beast at the peak of the nascent soul stage would soon appear within the Empire's borders. This beast possessed immense destructive power, threatening to obliterate a significant portion of the Empire's foundation. Despite the valiant efforts of and the two sect masters of the Profound Heaven sect, they were unable to vanquish the beast. Demonic beasts, after all, possessed combat prowess superior to that of cultivators at the same level. Defeating a nascent soul stage demonic beast required at least a divine transformation realm cultivator. However, due to the incomplete state of the Celestial Dao, the emergence of divine transformation realm cultivators was an impossibility. Even with the assistance of the female protagonist, they could not eliminate the beast. The beast was a formidable foe, appearing early in the storyline, when strength was still limited. To eliminate the beast, conceived a plan, self-detonation. As a nascent soul stage cultivator, her self-detonation would unleash power equivalent to the full force of a divine transformation realm cultivator. To safeguard the Divine Moon Empire, she would sacrifice herself to destroy the demonic beast. This act solidified her status as a symbol of blind loyalty. Many players criticized her decision as foolish, arguing that she had sacrificed herself for a trivial matter. They believed that she should have clung to life rather than sacrificing herself for others. However, I viewed it differently. I believe that was a remarkable individual. Otherwise, she would not have remained by the Empress's side since long before the rebellion, still commanding the Empress's most vital force. The Shadow Guard. Fixing my gaze upon serene countenance, I inquired, "What matter does Her Majesty seek me for?" I was puzzled by this sudden summons. I had never had any dealings with the Empress. Could it be that she intended to target Leng Ning and sought to recruit me as an informant? Impossible. Leng Ning may be a female demon, but I would never betray her. Otherwise, I would not have gone to such lengths to acquire the jade pendant for her sake. Chapter 35. Do you not desire a more favorable reputation? Her Majesty did not explicitly state it, but she merely wishes for Xingyu to pay a visit. Mo-ing responded softly. Even she herself failed to notice the subtle tenderness that had crept into her tone when conversing with Xingyu. Moreover, gazing upon Xingyu's handsome countenance, she felt a burgeoning desire to draw closer. Moing found Xingyu increasingly captivating, though she could not quite fathom the reason. She simply yearned for his presence, for his company. In that case, let us depart. Take me to see the Empress. It was futile to inquire of Moing, for she herself was uncertain. Thus, Xingyu resolved to meet with the Empress, Xiandao, directly. He was curious to ascertain the purpose of her summons. It could not possibly be that she had taken a fancy to him. Such a notion was utterly implausible. Since his arrival in this world, he had had no interaction with her whatsoever. If the Empress were truly smitten with him, he would have to decline her advances. He already had Leng Ningshuang, and the addition of Xiandao would undoubtedly crush his frail frame. Xiandao was a more mature, voluptuous figure, towering over Xingyu in height. Xingyu doubted his ability to satiate the desires of this lonely Empress. At least, not until he had attained greater strength. Upon receiving Xingyu's affirmative response, Moing, without hesitation, extended her right hand and grasped Xingyu's shoulder. A familiar sensation of dizziness washed over him. When Xingyu regained his senses, he found himself within a grand hall, not ostentatious but brilliantly illuminated. Recognizing his surroundings, Xingyu immediately identified it as the Divine Moon Hall, where Empress Xiandao typically attended to matters of state. Observing his presence in the Divine Moon Hall, Xingyu's gaze shifted forward. There, he beheld Xiandao, clad in a loose-fitting black dragon robe, her voluptuous figure unmistakable, seated before a desk laden with memorials. "Your Majesty, I have brought Xingyu," Moing announced, kneeling on one knee before Xiandao. Subsequently, Xingyu witnessed Xiandao, who had been engrossed in the memorials, slowly raise her gaze, her voice mature, alluring, and pleasing to the ear. "Very well. Moing, you may withdraw." Upon hearing the Empress's command, Moing hesitated for the first time in many years. Turning her gaze, she cast a lingering glance at Xingyu, who stood beside her. After a moment's hesitation, she turned back, nodding slightly. "As you command, Your Majesty." Rising to her feet, Moing reluctantly departed from the Divine Moon Hall. Xiandao, of course, had observed Moing's actions. She had not anticipated that Xingyu could so transform the usually resolute captain of the Dark Guards. This realization caused her a slight tremor of surprise. Only after Moing had left the Divine Moon Hall did Xiandao turn her attention to Xingyu. Surveying Xingyu's black-clad figure, Ningshuang's lips curved into a subtle smile. With a gentle wave of her right hand, the doors of the Divine Moon Hall swung shut. Hearing the sound of the closing doors behind him, Xingyu felt a surge of inexplicable tension as he faced the smiling, mature Empress. Could it be that the Empress intended to force herself upon him? Something felt amiss, deeply amiss. Why else would she close the doors before engaging in conversation? If the Empress truly intended to do something untoward, should he resist before yielding, or simply yield outright? No. His beloved Leng Ningshuang awaited him at home. He could not commit any egregious acts. Thus resolved, Xingyu took a deep breath and addressed the voluptuous Empress before him. "Your Majesty, may I inquire as to the purpose of your summons? If my memory serves me correctly, we have no grievances between us, and this is our first encounter." Having spoken these words, Xingyu inhaled deeply once more. The Empress was indeed mature, alluring, and captivating. Her voluptuous figure, in particular, could not be concealed even by the voluminous dragon robe. The exaggerated proportions of her breasts brought home to Xingyu, for the first time, the true meaning of the term tumultuous waves. Observing the Empress in person was far more striking than viewing her through a screen while playing the game. Xingyu was certain that if Xiandao were not a high-ranking cultivator, she would be perpetually exhausted from standing and sitting. Listening to Xingyu's words, Xiandao rose from her seat with a smile, her black stockinged legs concealed beneath the black dragon robe, carrying her forward. She approached Xingyu, and a potent aroma of mature allure enveloped him. Observing Xiandao at close range, Xingyu's breathing grew shallow. He could not help it. The pressure emanating from Xiandao was overwhelming. It was not the same kind of pressure as that exerted by Leng Ningshuang, but rather a pressure stemming from basic biological instincts, akin to the oppression of a weak creature by a powerful one. Ningshuang's height was not significantly greater than his, perhaps only a few centimeters. However, her voluptuous figure made her appear much taller. Stepping back slightly, Xingyu attempted to compose himself, continuing his inquiry. "Your Majesty?" Ningshuang's eyes twinkled with amusement, betraying none of the cold, domineering demeanor she typically displayed as empress. Her violet eyes fixed on Xingyu, and her lips curved upward. Xingyu, I have summoned you today to express my gratitude. Without you, the Divine Moon Empire and the Xiantian sect would never have been able to reconcile their differences and resolve their misunderstandings. Upon hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Xingyu was rendered speechless. How could Luo Li, the female protagonist, have been so candid as to expose him? Xingyu had never intended to come forward and claim credit for resolving the matter. Thus, he continued to feign ignorance. Your Majesty, I have no idea what you are talking about. Xingyu, cease your pretense. Luo Li has already informed me of everything. Xingyu's modesty only served to excite Leng Ningshuang further. She felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and ravish the seemingly adorable Xingyu before her. Xingyu was truly disingenuous. Despite possessing such extraordinary abilities, he chose to remain hidden. Very well. Now that Leng Ningshuang was fully aware of everything, there was no need for him to conceal it any longer. Swallowing hard, Xingyu continued, If it is for this matter, then please, Your Majesty, do not concern yourself. I merely made a small contribution. It does not warrant Your Majesty's gratitude. Xingyu genuinely desired to avoid any entanglement with the Empress. He could clearly sense that the way the Empress looked at him was highly unusual. That possessive gaze. He had only ever seen it in Leng Ningshuang's eyes. The Empress was meeting him for the first time, yet she. Could it be that his infinite charisma was at work? After all, Leng Ningshuang and the Empress were similar in that they had wanted to be with him upon their initial encounter. Leng Ningshuang was like Leng Ningshuang, arriving late to the party. Heh! With a soft chuckle, Leng Ningshuang raised a delicate eyebrow. Xingyu, you were the one who contributed the most. Therefore, I must reward you. Otherwise, if word were to spread that the Divine Moon Empire does not reward those who resolve issues, it would reflect poorly upon us. Seeing that Xingyu remained unmoved, Leng Ningshuang deployed her trump card. Xingyu, you must realize that Leng Ningshuang does not wish to tarnish your reputation. She does not even allow you to cultivate demonic arts, which proves that she does not want you to become a demon cultivator with a negative reputation like her. The Divine Moon Empire is indeed a righteous realm. If one were to embrace the benevolence of the empire, wouldn't that signify one's alignment with virtue? Moreover, by enhancing your reputation, the name of Leng Ningshuang would also flourish. Do you not desire for Leng Ningshuang's reputation to improve? As the Empress, Leng Ningshuang comprehends the significance of vulnerabilities profoundly. For the notorious Leng Ningshuang, Xingyu represents her Achilles heel. Conversely, for Xingyu, Leng Ningshuang is his own vulnerability. Leng Ningshuang is confident that her words will undoubtedly sway Xingyu's innermost thoughts. Chapter 36, Feigning Ignorance. As anticipated by Leng Ningshuang, Xingyu fell into contemplation upon hearing her words. After spending numerous days together, Xingyu was acutely aware of Leng Ning's desire to shed the vestiges of her identity as a demonic cultivator since their union. As a transmigrator, Xingyu was indifferent to whether Leng Ning was a demonic or righteous cultivator. His only concern was for Leng Ning herself. However, his indifference did not equate to hers. Therefore, after a moment of silence, Xingyu redirected his gaze towards Leng Ningshuang. Very well, I accept your offer. Leng Ningshuang's smile intensified upon receiving Xingyu's response, and she nodded. Excellent. Xingyu, your agreement is all that matters. From this day forward, you are a member of the Divine Moon Empire. Moreover, you will also possess an identity within the profound Heaven sect. Both major powers recognize you as righteous, and henceforth, you shall be a true righteous cultivator. Leng Ningshuang gazed at Xingyu, her eyes brimming with delight. Upon finishing her statement, she promptly presented Xingyu with the identity tokens of both the Divine Moon Empire and the profound Heaven sect. As the Empress, she was acutely aware of the advantages conferred by a righteous identity, which could secure the moral high ground in the cultivation world. Occupying the moral high ground could garner assistance from numerous individuals. Leng Ning's cultivation had been arduous precisely because she had become a demonic cultivator. Had her strength not been formidable, she would have perished long ago. How could she have possibly survived until now? Conversely, Leng Ning's combat prowess far surpassed that of many cultivators who had adhered to conventional cultivation methods. After all, she was a formidable entity who had emerged from a veritable sea of corpses. After examining the tokens of the two major powers, Xingyu stored them in his storage ring. Your Majesty, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Xingyu genuinely desired to avoid being alone with the alluring Empress within the Divine Moon Palace. Otherwise, should anything transpire, he would be unable to provide an adequate explanation. Upon perceiving Xingyu's intention to depart, Xianxian did not obstruct him, but rather assented directly. Very well, Xingyu, you may depart at your leisure. Upon receiving this reply, Xingyu did not hesitate and immediately turned towards the tightly sealed doors of the Divine Moon Palace. Extending his right hand, Xingyu attempted to open the doors, only to discover that they were firmly shut and impervious to his efforts. In desperation, Xingyu resorted to channeling the spiritual energy within his body and exerting even greater force upon the doors. However, despite his utmost exertion, Xingyu remained unable to open the doors, much to his dismay. What exactly was Empress Xianxian attempting to accomplish? She had explicitly granted him permission to leave, yet the doors remained firmly shut. Turning back, Xingyu directed his gaze towards Xianxian. To his surprise, he beheld the Divine Moon Empress Xianxian seated at the desk laden with memorials, engrossed in her imperial duties. Still feigning, the Empress was simply unwilling to permit his departure. Consequently, Xingyu advanced a few steps and positioned himself before the Empress's desk. Gazing upon the mature and alluring purple-haired woman seated before him, Xingyu could not resist voicing his thoughts. Your Majesty, did you not grant me permission to depart at my leisure? Why am I now confined here? As Xingyu completed his statement, he distinctly observed Xianxian slightly raise her head, her eyes filled with amusement as she regarded him. Confined you? I have not confined you in any way. You are free to leave at any moment. Your continued presence here suggests that you yourself are unwilling to depart. Ningshuang's tone was exceedingly casual, leaving Xingyu utterly speechless. Why had he not discerned this Empress's penchant for sophistry during his gaming sessions? Should not Xianxian embody the image of an iron-willed, ruthless, and imperious Empress? How had she transformed into this? Your Majesty, it is not that I am unwilling to depart, but rather that I am unable to open the doors. I beseech your Majesty to lend your assistance. Devoid of any alternative, Xingyu was compelled to adopt a slightly more submissive posture, hoping that the Empress would grant him clemency. He had already been away for an extended period, and should Leng Ning complete her cultivation before his return, dire consequences would ensue. Leng Ning would undoubtedly seek him out, only to discover him alone with the Empress, who exuded an aura of mature and captivating femininity. Within the Divine Moon Palace, that would spell disaster. As Xingyu completed his statement, his gaze remained fixed upon Ningshuang's refined and alluring countenance. He observed her pause for a few seconds before continuing. Xingyu, as you are aware, I, as the sovereign, do not typically offer assistance. Unless you can provide me with something that piques my interest, I shall remain unwilling to intervene. As Xianxian spoke, she delicately licked her supple lips, her eyes radiating an air of possessiveness. Upon witnessing this, Xingyu immediately felt a pang of apprehension in his lower back. What was the Empress contemplating? Was her boundless charm about to be unleashed once more? Observing Xingyu's nervous demeanor, Xianxian chuckled softly before continuing. Xingyu, should you provide me with a massage? I may be inclined to assist you. As Xianxian spoke, she placed the memorials in her hand upon the desk, stretched languidly, and then patted her shoulders. In order to secure his departure, Xingyu was compelled to succumb to the Empress's imperious demands. Moreover, it was merely a massage. Surely nothing untoward would occur. Taking a deep breath, Xingyu acquiesced. Very well, Your Majesty, I implore you to honor your commitment. Subsequently, Xingyu positioned himself behind Xianxian, extended his hands, and began to knead her shoulders. An intensely alluring fragrance assailed his senses, causing Xingyu's throat to constrict slightly. Ningshuang's body was indeed remarkably supple and voluptuous. Even her shoulders possessed an exquisite texture. Apply a bit more pressure. Xingyu, do not be concerned. I shall not be in pain. As she received the massage, Xianxian extended her legs slightly and leaned back against the chair, her eyes closed. A distinct blush suffused her cheeks, and the corners of her lips remained perpetually upturned. Standing behind Xianxian, Xingyu was afforded a clear view of her. Although Xianxian was seated, Xingyu could discern that the adage unable to see one's toes when looking down held true. Ningshuang's proportions extended far beyond her toes. Should she look down, she would likely see nothing but her prodigious assets. During his gaming sessions, Xingyu had frequently derided the Empress's somewhat exaggerated proportions. However, upon witnessing them firsthand, Xingyu found that they were not excessively disproportionate. Her figure was statuesque, and her proportions were perfectly suited to her physique. However, Xingyu was perplexed as to what the empress had consumed to achieve such remarkable development. His beloved Leng Ning was already generously endowed. Yet there were still those who surpassed her. At that moment, Xingyu was startled by Leng Ningshuang's voice. "Xingyu, what are you gazing at? The pressure of your hands has diminished." Upon hearing this, Xingyu promptly averted his gaze and increased the pressure of his massage. Simultaneously, he explained, "Nothing, Your Majesty. I was merely contemplating how weary Your Majesty must be." Chapter 37. The Empress's softness. Xingyu was acutely aware that his immediate task was to elevate Leng Ningshuang's spirits. Therefore, a modicum of concern seemed innocuous. Once she was content, his departure would surely be facilitated. Xingyu found himself in an unenviable position. He had anticipated subsisting solely under the aegis of the formidable Leng Ning, yet fate had conspired to ensnare him with this empress. Henceforth, he resolved to venture forth only in the company of Leng Ning, unless he possessed sufficient power to roam unencumbered. Xingyu's words elicited a gentle chuckle from Leng Ningshuang. "Indeed, Xingyu, you speak truly. I, too, often find myself weary, but for the sake of the empire, such is of no consequence." As an accomplished cultivator at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, Leng Ningshuang was cognizant of Xingyu's gaze. It appeared Xingyu favored this particular aspect. Such was not entirely unexpected, given her endowment surpassed that of Leng Ning. Upon responding to Xingyu, Leng Ningshuang extended her arms in a languid stretch. "Therefore, Xingyu, you must endeavor to provide me with a massage. Come, attend to this region." Leng Ningshuang gestured towards her axillary ribs. Massaging this area posed a precarious challenge, as inadvertent contact with the empress's bountiful physique was highly probable. This prospect left Xingyu in a state of trepidation. "Your Majesty, massaging this area may be inappropriate. Do you still harbor a desire to depart?" Leng Ningshuang interjected before Xingyu could complete his sentence. Left with no recourse, Xingyu reluctantly lowered his hands and massaged the indicated area. Inevitable brushes occurred, causing Xingyu considerable consternation. Fortunately, the empress appeared oblivious, offering no comment and seemingly basking in the sensation. Xingyu had anticipated a brief massage, but the empress remained silent, betraying no intention of cessation or alteration of position. This predicament was becoming increasingly arduous. For a quarter of an hour, Xingyu felt his body growing increasingly unruly. On one occasion, his hands inadvertently descended, making contact with the empress's exquisitely supple waist. Just as Xingyu reached his breaking point, Leng Ningshuang slowly opened her violet eyes and offered a smile. "Xingyu, that suffices. Your massage has been most relaxing." The mellifluous tones of the mature woman resonated in his ears, prompting Xingyu to swiftly retract his hands from Leng Ningshuang's person. "Your Majesty, may I now take my leave?" As Xingyu spoke, he observed Leng Ningshuang rise from her seat and turn to face him. He noted that the empress's countenance was flushed, her eyes filled with possessiveness. This caused Xingyu a surge of apprehension. Was the empress contemplating preventing his departure? He swallowed nervously, his body instinctively recoiling. However, he found himself immobilized, as if under a spell of stasis. Then, Xingyu saw Leng Ningshuang extend her arms towards him, enveloping him in an embrace. A sensation akin to sinking into a cloud of cotton engulfed him, leaving him in a state of utter bewilderment. He desperately sought to extricate himself from Leng Ningshuang's embrace. But despite the absence of any binding magic, he found himself unable to resist. In Leng Ningshuang's arms, it was all too easy to surrender all resistance. The sensation, even more opulent than that offered by Leng Ning, rendered him powerless. His head was pressed firmly against her softness, making it difficult to breathe. Then, he distinctly heard Leng Ningshuang's voice in his ear. "Xingyu, there is one area you have yet to massage properly. Rest assured, I shall be gentle." "Wait," Xingyu thought, "shouldn't that be my line?" A sense of being underestimated washed over him. But soon, Xingyu regained his senses. "No, I can't do this." While the empress's patronage was tempting, he was already satiated by his esteemed companion, Leng Ning. "No, absolutely not. I must resist." Yet, despite his resolve, Xingyu found himself unable to muster any resistance, either physically or mentally. He resigned himself to the Empress Leng Ningshuang's pursuit of his favor. Outside the Divine Moon Palace, the captain of the royal guard, Mo Ying, stood guard at the entrance. She was the sole sentinel present, as the Empress had decreed that Xingyu's visit was solely for the purpose of intimacy. Mo Ying listened to the sounds emanating from within the palace. Her cheeks flushed with anticipation. She yearned to witness the events unfolding within, but the Divine Moon Palace was sealed tightly. Not even a mosquito could penetrate its defenses, let alone her. However, Emoing was not overly concerned, as Luo Li was present. She could always approach Luo Li later and request a replay of the day's events. Feigning accidental viewing. Although the two were of disparate ranks, her relationship with Luo Li was amicable. She had provided Luo Li with the cultivation resources she desperately needed. The only remaining concern was Leng Ning. She wondered when Leng Ning would complete her cultivation. She had been tasked with obstructing Leng Ning by any means necessary. Emoing harbored doubts about her ability to impede Leng Ning, a super demoness whose power had been amplified. She could only hope that she would be able to withstand the demoness. In the Divine Moon Imperial City, within an ordinary pavilion with a courtyard, Leng Ning, in the second-floor training room, retracted her released aura and slowly opened her eyes. She no longer exuded any murderous intent, and her demeanor had become increasingly gentle, adorned in a white dress. She appeared more like a righteous immortal than the fearsome demon lord who had once slaughtered all under heaven. She rose and approached the mirror, a smile gracing her lips as she surveyed her reflection. Her transformation since being with Xingyu had been profound. Even her piercing gaze had softened. She hardly recognized herself. She was confident that Xingyu would be pleased with her current state. With a thought, Leng Ning teleported to the first-floor hall of the pavilion. Finding the hall deserted, Leng Ning remained composed. Xingyu was absent, indicating that he had ventured out. In that case, she would seek him out. As she prepared to depart, channeling the spiritual power within her, Leng Ning's white gauze dress transformed into a conservative black dress, concealing all traces of her skin. After changing, Leng Ning stepped out of the pavilion in black stockings and left the courtyard, venturing into the outside world. She had previously dripped her essence blood onto Xingyu, which he had successfully absorbed. In addition to enhancing Xingyu's abilities and allowing him to breach her defenses, the essence blood allowed her to pinpoint Xingyu's location. In essence, she had left her mark on Xingyu, fearing that he might encounter danger. Channeling her spiritual power, Leng Ning discovered that Xingyu was currently within the Divine Moon Imperial Palace. This revelation caused a hint of confusion to appear in her eyes. She was unsure why Xingyu was in the Imperial Palace, but since he was there, she would investigate. Leng Ning swiftly made her way towards the Divine Moon Imperial Palace. Chapter 38. Arrival of Leng Ning. A surge of spatial undulation heralded the arrival of Leng Ning. Clad in a black dress, within the Divine Moon Imperial Palace. Only members of the Shadow Guard were present in the palace at this hour, and they naturally took note of Leng Ning's presence. Yet, they remained largely indifferent, betraying not even a hint of surprise. Leng Ning had been a fixture in the empire for decades, often appearing at the palace when in need of something. They had grown accustomed to her visits. Undoubtedly, she was here once more in search of some necessity. Upon entering the Divine Moon Imperial Palace, Leng Ning maintained a serene countenance, employing her spiritual power to discern Xing's whereabouts. Subsequently, she advanced, her slender legs encased in black stockings visible beneath her black dress, towards Xing's location. The Imperial Palace was not particularly expansive, and soon, Leng Ning traversed the archway, arriving before the Divine Moon Hall. As she reached her destination, she caught sight of Emo standing ahead. Leng Ning cast only a fleeting glance at Emo before averting her gaze. Her concern lay solely with Xing, not with Emo. However, just as Leng Ning was about to approach the tightly shut doors of the Divine Moon Hall, Emo stepped forward. Revered Leng, Emo began. Her Majesty is presently occupied within the hall. I implore you not to disturb her. If you seek an audience with Her Majesty, I can escort you to a place of repose until Her Majesty concludes her affairs, at which point I shall bring you before her. Emo subtly positioned herself to obstruct Leng Ning's path, lest she barge into the Divine Moon Hall. Should Leng Ning indeed intrude upon the hall and witness the Empress in such a state with her Dao companion, Emo was certain that a momentous battle between peak nascent soul cultivators would ensue, a battle sparked by a ludicrous nascent soul Dao companion. It had been decades since the cultivation world had witnessed a clash between peak nascent soul experts. Moreover, the notion of the supreme demon sovereign and the iron-blooded empress warring over a man was a topic of immense interest. Such an event would undoubtedly be chronicled and passed down through the cultivation world for centuries, if not millennia. Thus, Emo was determined to prevent such an occurrence, a task that weighed heavily upon her. While the empress might find amusement in the situation, she was left to contend with a seemingly formidable she-devil. Upon hearing Mo's words, Leng Ning responded tersely, her voice exceedingly frosty. Stand aside. Leng Ning was acutely aware of Xing's presence within the Divine Moon Hall, along with the Empress. This gave her cause for concern. What if Xing were subjected to some untoward action by the Empress? Leng Ning was well aware of the Divine Moon Empress's strength. She could easily subdue Xing with a single hand, leaving him utterly defenseless. Her apprehension was not unfounded, for she herself had contemplated such actions upon her initial encounter with Xing. Seeking Xing's consent to become her Dao companion was not a genuine solicitation of his opinion, but rather a gentle nudge. Regardless of Xing's response, she was resolved to be with him. Having once entertained such thoughts herself, she feared that might do the same. The mere thought of voluptuous, mature figure, exuding a captivating feminine allure, filled Leng Ning with unease. She dreaded the possibility that Xing might forget her after associating with. This cannot be allowed, she inwardly exclaimed. With a hint of demonic intent flickering in her eyes, Leng Ning's gaze upon Mo carried a palpable sense of malice. She was genuinely contemplating violence. While Mo might appear formidable to outsiders, in her eyes, she was merely a loyal hound of the Empress, easily dispatched. Sensing Leng Ning's gaze, Mo broke out in a cold sweat, her black dress dampening against her back. Yet, for the sake of the Empress, she steeled herself and continued, Revered Leng. As I have stated, Her Majesty is presently engaged. I implore you to await her convenience. Her Majesty will undoubtedly grant you an audience once her affairs are concluded. Within the Divine Moon Hall, Xing, pinned to the carpeted floor, was startled by the commotion outside. This is not good. Leng Ning has arrived, he exclaimed inwardly. What if she were to witness the present situation? Xing turned his gaze toward the M-figured Empress and voiced his apprehension. Clad only in black stockings, noticed Xing's expression and promptly leaned closer, her face inches from his. She then said with a smile, Xing, Leng Ning is just outside. If you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, she may very well force her way in. Here, paused, gently cupping Xing's face with her hands. Surely, Leng Ning would be displeased to witness the present scene. Therefore, Xing, it would be best if you could persuade her to depart swiftly. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. While I am unconcerned, the same cannot be said for you. A mischievous glint sparkled in his refined, mature eyes. Upon hearing her words and witnessing her mischievous demeanor, Xing realized the truth. Leng Ning, often labeled a wicked woman, was anything but. The true wicked woman was none other than the Divine Moon Empress. Who would have imagined that the demon sovereign Leng Ning was not wicked at all, while the Empress of a righteous empire was the true villain? This wicked woman was even coercing him, when it was she who. But now, Xing's thoughts were futile. The deed was done, and all that remained was to accept it with equanimity. And having accepted it, he had no choice but to assist in resolving the Leng Ning situation. Xing was unsure whether to consider himself fortunate or unfortunate. First, he was favored by the ceiling of combat power, the she-devil, and then he was favored and forcibly taken by the enchanting Empress. It had a feeling of NTR plot. After swallowing slightly, Xing shouted in the direction of the door, Ning, you're here? Outside the door, Leng Ning heard Xing's voice from the hall, and her sharp aura suddenly softened. The demonic nature and killing intent in her eyes completely disappeared, replaced by tenderness. Xing, I'm here. Her voice was still cold, but her tone was clearly expectant. Mo was a little surprised to see it. Who would have thought that the she-devil, who had been full of demonic intent and murderous aura just now, would instantly become so gentle after hearing Xing's voice? Mo now completely understood why Her Majesty was so happy and concerned about Leng Ning when she first heard that she had found a Dao companion. Xing can be said to be her only weakness as a lonely she-devil. No matter what happens in the future, Her Majesty can use Xing to control Leng Ning, so as to force her not to be like before, doing whatever she wants. After receiving Leng Ning's reply, Xing's voice came from the hall again. Ning, Her Majesty and I still have some things to discuss, so you should go back and have a good rest first. Now that I have the identity badges of the Divine Moon Empire and the Xiandao sect, and have become a righteous cultivator, I naturally have to study some knowledge of righteous cultivators. I hiss. Slower. Want lighter? What is lighter? Hearing Xing's words suddenly stop, Leng Ning's eyes were startled, and she made a gesture to push open the door of the Divine Moon Hall. Chapter 39. The second boon having advanced merely a few steps, Leng Ning and Mo once more detected sounds emanating from within the hall. It's nothing, Ning. Do not fret. It is merely that Her Majesty imparts the sacred doctrines at such a rapid pace that I struggle to comprehend them. Upon hearing this, Mo could not help but feel a wave of speechlessness wash over her. Xingyu's fabrication was transparently flimsy, a poorly constructed falsehood. Yet, to Mo Ying's astonishment, Leng Ning genuinely seemed to believe Xingyu's words. Leng Ning paused, a moment of silence hanging in the air before she responded in her crystalline voice, "Very well. In that case, Xingyu, I shall not intrude upon you. You and Her Majesty, immerse yourselves in the study of the sacred doctrines. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to seek me out." With these words, Leng Ning turned and departed from the Divine Moon Hall. Only when Leng Ning had fully receded from view did Mo Ying release a sigh of relief. Raising her right hand, she dabbed at the beads of perspiration that had gathered on her forehead. Though her direct exposure to Leng Ning had been brief, scarcely more than a few seconds, the sheer weight of her presence had been overwhelming. It brought into sharp relief the chasm that separated her from Leng Ning. Within the Divine Moon Hall, Xingyu, too, breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Leng Ning had ultimately departed. Had she truly entered, he would have been utterly undone. Yet, Xingyu was acutely aware that he could not indefinitely conceal his relationship with the Empress. He needed to seize an opportune moment to confide in Leng Ning. Moreover, he needed to accept responsibility for the Empress. Or rather, it now seemed, the Empress needed to accept responsibility for him. Xingyu was not one to trifle with a woman's affections. Thus, everything needed to be clarified. With these thoughts in mind, Xingyu turned his gaze to Zai Linxian, who wore a mischievous smile. "Xingyu, Leng Ning has departed. We have a considerable amount of time ahead of us. Let us resume the transmission of sacred doctrines." The sultry, mature timbre of her voice resonated in his ears. Observing Zai Linxuan's roguish demeanor, a surge of indignation welled within Xingyu. He would simply invert the natural order and demonstrate to this hitherto inexperienced empress the formidable expertise he had acquired from vanquishing bosses. 2 hours elapsed. Xingyu, clad in black attire, stood within the hall, his gait unsteady, a palpable weariness clinging to him. His boss-slaying techniques were indeed formidable. Yet the Empress was simply an anomaly of stats. In the face of such exaggerated power, Xingyu's skills and experience were rendered futile. Having shed her tattered black stockings and donned a loose-fitting black dragon robe, Zai Linxian regarded Xingyu with eyes brimming with tenderness. "Xingyu, henceforth, should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. If it lies within my power, I shall assist you. Even if you desire to continue, I am amenable." Licking her lips, Zai Linxuan's cheeks flushed crimson once more. Only now did she comprehend why Leng Ning had sought a Dao companion, and why that companion was Xingyu. Verily, Xingyu's essence was delectable. In this, she had perhaps triumphed over Leng Ning. Hearing Zai Linxuan's words, which suggested a certain patronage, Xingyu felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He had scarcely finished partaking of the soft rice offered by the female demon Leng Ning when the Empress presented her own helping. What could Xingyu do but partake? Though his teeth might not be the strongest, his appetite was prodigious. Nodding gently, Xingyu began to respond, "Your Majesty, I." Xingyu's words were abruptly cut short by Zai Linxian. "Still calling me Your Majesty?" As she spoke, Zai Linxian approached Xingyu, looking down upon him. Her violet eyes were filled with anticipation, her lips curving into a smile that she could scarcely suppress. Prompted by this reminder, Xingyu swiftly corrected himself. "Ah, Linxian. That is more like it." Nodding gently, Zai Linxian extended her arms and embraced Xingyu once more. The familiar softness and alluring fragrance enveloped him. Xingyu had to concede that embracing Zai Linxian was far more fulfilling than embracing Leng Ning. After all, Zai Linxian possessed a voluptuous figure and considerable height. This was only natural. As Xingyu was enfolded in Zai Linxuan's embrace, a dispassionate, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Identified a potential binding target, Zai Linxian. Bind as a second boon. Without hesitation, Xingyu assented. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the story character Zai Linxian. Though he had not actively sought to partake of the Empress's soft rice, but had rather been force-fed it, Xingyu felt a surge of excitement upon successfully binding her. The female demon Leng Ning and the divine Moon Empress Zai Linxian, two supreme figures, were both feeding him soft rice. The rate at which he improved his strength would undoubtedly accelerate. He would be able to ascend to the pinnacle of the cultivation world even faster. With these thoughts in mind, Xingyu no longer resisted Zai Linxian. Instead, he proactively extended his arms and embraced Zai Linxuan's voluptuous frame, his hands finding her slender waist. Seeing that Xingyu had become proactive, Zai Linxian, who had already felt satisfied, was once again filled with excitement. The temperature of her body continued to rise. Her throat constricted. Xiandao whispered into Xingyu's ear. Xingyu, you should have mastered. Quickly circulate it to restore your body. Though Xingyu was puzzled as to why Xiandao wanted him to circulate the technique, he nevertheless complied. After all, he was currently greatly depleted, and circulating the body restoring would alleviate his discomfort. Thus, Xingyu began to circulate the technique. Only then did Xingyu understand why Xiandao had wanted him to circulate the technique. This wicked woman was at it again. Late at night, Emoing stood outside the tightly shut doors of the Divine Moon Hall, her heart filled with worry. So much time had passed, yet Xingyu had not emerged. Could the Empress have broken him? Just as Emoing was consumed by anxiety, the doors of the Divine Moon Hall swung open. Then, clad in black attire, his complexion wan, and seemingly utterly exhausted, Xingyu emerged from within the hall. Xingyu did not notice her standing to the side, concealing her presence. He simply made his way toward the exit of the palace. After Xingyu had departed, Emoing saw the Empress Xiandao emerge from within the hall, her complexion radiant, a smile gracing her lips, clad in a plain black dress. Your Majesty. Seeing Xiandao, Emoing spoke directly. After casting a gaze in the direction of Xingyu's departure, Xiandao turned her attention to Emoing. Emoing, find those female artisans and have them create another set of dragon robes. The previous set was damaged. Hearing these words, Emoing was utterly astounded. She had not expected the Empress to be so extreme as to damage even the dragon robes, symbols of imperial authority. Very well. As long as the Empress was happy, she need only carry out her orders. A dozen minutes passed, and Xingyu returned to the courtyard outside the pavilion he shared with Leng Ning. Gazing upon the closed gates of the courtyard, Xingyu felt a surge of trepidation. He had deduced that Leng Ning was currently exceedingly displeased, and genuinely so. After all, his earlier lie had been transparently flimsy, and he had only returned late at night. Given Leng Ning's intelligence, she would have undoubtedly realized the truth and become incensed. Uncertain of whether it would yield to persuasion, Xingyu took a deep breath, extended his right hand, and pushed open the grand gate of the courtyard. Chapter 40. Unperturbed? Observing the desolate and tranquil courtyard of the Xingyu's apprehension intensified. The lamp within the remained lit, signifying that Leng Ningshuang was still inside, awaiting his return, for she had no need of slumber. Closing the courtyard gate, Xingyu approached the entrance of the. With a hesitant hand, he pushed open the door to the first-floor hall and stepped inside, his heart pounding with trepidation. Immediately upon entering, Xingyu noticed Leng Ningshuang seated at a tea table upon a sofa. She was evidently awaiting his arrival. She was adorned in a gossamer white gown, her alabaster legs bare. Her exquisite and mature countenance was devoid of expression, her composure unwavering. As Xingyu gazed upon her, Leng Ningshuang met his gaze with her limpid eyes. Xingyu, you have returned, she uttered, her voice devoid of any discernible emotion, leaving Xingyu uncertain as to whether she harbored any resentment. Drawing a deep breath, Xingyu mustered a gentle smile. Indeed, Ningshuang, I have returned. As he spoke, Xingyu approached and sat beside Leng Ningshuang. An inexplicable chill emanated from her, a sensation that was undeniably palpable. No sooner had Xingyu settled than Leng Ningshuang leaned in and embraced him, her touch both alluring and tender. Yet, Xingyu felt no desire, only a sense of unease, for Leng Ningshuang's ardor seemed almost menacing. Even as he sat, she had eagerly drawn near. Just as Xingyu's anxiety reached its zenith, Leng Ningshuang spoke once more. Xingyu, you claim to be a righteous cultivator of the Divine Moon Empire and the Xintian sect? Upon hearing her inquiry, Xingyu responded without hesitation. Yes, Ningshuang, I am now considered a righteous cultivator. If I persevere, you will no longer have to be a demon sovereign, but can instead become a righteous cultivator like myself. As he spoke, Xingyu gently reached out and embraced Leng Ningshuang's lithe waist, which felt somewhat more slender than that of Xiandao, the Empress. But why am I embracing Leng Ningshuang while thinking of Xiandao? Xingyu swiftly banished these errant thoughts from his mind. Although this was the world of cultivation, where moral standards differed from those of his former life, and while he had not actively sought intimacy with the Empress, he could not embrace one woman while fantasizing about another. Upon hearing his words, Leng Ningshuang's expression remained unchanged. She merely nodded lightly. I am indifferent. What matters is that you, Xingyu, can be a righteous cultivator. With that, Leng Ningshuang turned and nestled into Xingyu's arms, as if fearing his departure. Even as she embraced him, she clung to him with both arms and legs, her exquisite face buried against his chest. Observing Leng Ningshuang's actions, Xingyu was certain that she harbored suspicions, even if she was unaware of the full extent of his intimacy with Xiandao. Her current behavior was uncharacteristically ardent. In that case, I must no longer conceal the truth. I must reveal all that has transpired, even if Leng Ningshuang finds it unacceptable. I must not keep anything hidden. Holding Leng Ningshuang close, Xingyu inquired anxiously, "Ningshuang, there is something I must tell you." "What is it?" Leng Ningshuang responded, her face still buried against Xingyu's chest, her voice cold. Hearing her reply and feeling her softness in his arms, Xingyu found it difficult to speak directly. He began tentatively, "Ningshuang, if I were to have contact with a woman other than you, what would you do?" As soon as the words left his lips, Leng Ningshuang abruptly raised her head, her clear eyes fixed upon him, devoid of any emotion. After several seconds of intense eye contact, Leng Ningshuang spoke, her voice devoid of expression. "If such a thing were to occur, I might be unable to restrain my murderous intent." Her words sent a chill down Xingyu's spine. Leng Ningshuang, with her expressionless face and emotionless eyes, was truly terrifying, resembling the demoness of legend. Xingyu was certain that Leng Ningshuang spoke the truth, for she was incapable of deceit. Otherwise, she would not have spoken so candidly. Swallowing hard, Xingyu gazed upon Leng Ningshuang's exquisite face. Finally, he made his decision. Even if Leng Ningshuang harbored murderous intent, he had to reveal the truth. Nodding slightly, Xingyu continued, "Ningshuang, if you truly wish to kill me, I will accept it. For you are the one who saved my life. Just now, with the Empress, Xiandao, I experienced the same intimacy as with you." Having spoken these words, Xingyu anxiously awaited Leng Ningshuang's response. It would be a lie to say that he was unafraid of death, but he knew that his affair with Xiandao could not remain hidden for long. If he did not reveal it now, Leng Ningshuang's power and perception would inevitably uncover it later. To reveal it willingly was a different matter than being discovered. Xingyu braced himself for Leng Ningshuang's punishment. He would accept her scolding or even her blows. However, to Xingyu's astonishment, Leng Ningshuang's expression remained unchanged, her eyes devoid of any emotion. After a moment of silence, Xingyu saw her nod lightly, her voice still calm and steady. "Yes, I understand. The Empress must have suffered a considerable loss of essence as well." Xingyu was taken aback by Leng Ningshuang's words, and he instinctively nodded in agreement. "Indeed, quite a bit." He caught himself mid-sentence. "Ningshuang, are you not angry? Did you not say that you would be unable to restrain your murderous intent?" Xingyu knew that cultivators of Leng Ningshuang's caliber were typically composed, having experienced much in their lives. However, that was only when they were not provoked. Xingyu had now thoroughly provoked Leng Ningshuang, yet she remained unperturbed. Hearing Xingyu's question, Leng Ningshuang remained calm. "The deed is done. What good would anger do?" With that, Leng Ningshuang licked her lips. "However, Xingyu, I truly find my murderous intent difficult to contain. I shall forever brand you with my mark. I shall extinguish your life. I shall make that Empress know that you are mine, and that she can only play a subordinate role." Before Xingyu could react, he felt a soft touch upon his lips. Xingyu was utterly bewildered. He had assumed that Leng Ningshuang's murderous intent was directed at his life. But it turned out that she meant, well, strictly speaking, that was also part of his life. Leng Ningshuang had not specified, so Xingyu was helpless. Fortunately, upon returning from the palace, Xingyu had been continuously circulating the returning spring skill to replenish his body. Otherwise, he would have been ill-prepared to face the final battle against the demoness Leng Ningshuang. Chapter 41. Mutual devotion. Time ebbed from the depths of night into the awakening dawn, and thence into the embrace of twilight, only to be reborn once more with the sunrise. Frost, I yearn to cultivate. Cultivate. Nay, this is thy penance. Henceforth, shouldst thou desire further dalliances, I alone shall be the arbiter. Moreover, for each paramour thou dost acquire, thou shalt spend a week in my company. Swiftly, the days unfurled, and a week elapsed, liberating Xingyu from Leng Ning's dominion. In the grand hall, Xingyu reclined before the tea table, his form languid, his gaze adrift, a sensation familiar to him, reminiscent of his initial foray into the immortal path game, where he had sacrificed sleep for a week to vanquish Leng Ning. The triumph then mirrored his current state, a vacant stare and utter exhaustion. Yet now, his conquest of Leng Ning had taken a different form. Extending a hand, he grasped the freshly brewed tea, imbibing cup after cup. He had remained sequestered for over a week, leading some to surmise he was in seclusion. Setting down the teacup, Xingyu inhaled deeply, a smile gracing his countenance. Though his reserves were depleted, he had managed to placate Leng Ning, a feat in itself. After all, he had not actively sought the Empress's favor. Rather, he had been the recipient of her munificence. Furthermore, Leng Ning, deeming the Empress worthy, had accepted the unfolding events. Through this experience, Xingyu discerned that Leng Ning did not object to his benefiting from other immortal maidens' generosity, provided she vetted those who sought to bestow such favor upon him. Not every immortal maiden was deemed suitable to proffer him sustenance. Amused by this notion, Xingyu mused that he was, in essence, hard-eating soft rice. He had never anticipated that his initial intent to partake of a demon queen's largesse would evolve into this. Xingyu even suspected that would not be the sole immortal maiden seeking to shower him with gifts. There would be more. Xingyu vowed to remain steadfast, rejecting any unnecessary indulgences. Raising his gaze, he peered towards the staircase leading to the second-floor loft. Leng Ning was currently ensconced in the training room, deep in secluded cultivation. This time, it was a genuine retreat, lasting several days. Xingyu was acutely aware that he was the catalyst for her cultivation. His enhancement of her innate abilities had been so profound that she was compelled to consolidate her cultivation, lest her power wane. However, once she diligently refined her cultivation and spiritual energy, her strength would ascend once more. Though the increment might be slight, for a high-level cultivator like her, even a scintilla of added power could overwhelm all. Leng Ning was becoming increasingly formidable. Xingyu was certain that once the female protagonist, Luo Li, completed the heavenly Tao, Leng Ning would be the first to break through to the transformation god stage. Moreover, even if others were to reach the transformation god stage, she would remain the apex of combat prowess in the immortal cultivation world. This brought a smile to Xingyu's lips. He had played a significant role in Leng Ning's remarkable strength. Who could claim he contributed nothing while enjoying her favor? He had toiled tirelessly, day and night, to elevate her talents. Therefore, his acceptance of Leng Ning's generosity was, in essence, a mutual devotion. At this very moment, Leng Ning was not the only one in seclusion. Within the Empress's chambers in the Divine Moon Imperial Palace, the alluring Empress, clad in a gossamer black gown that revealed her alabaster legs, was immersed in cultivation. She sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed, channeling the formidable spiritual energy within her. With a soft exhale, opened her eyes, a smile playing on her lips as she sensed the power within. So, Leng Ning, all your power advancement is because of Xingyu. Heh. No wonder you were trying to hide him. If I hadn't seized the opportunity, I would never have known all of this. Felt fortunate. Her relationship with Xingyu had begun solely out of affection, but she had not anticipated that he possessed the ability to enhance her innate attributes. He was akin to a natural furnace cauldron. Xingyu's constitution only made adore him more. Taking a deep breath, rose from the bed and approached the window. Gazing at the sun-drenched sky, her exquisite, mature face was filled with anticipation. A week has passed without attending to state affairs. Xingyu, wait for me. Once I've dealt with the memorials, I'll come to you. This time, I won't let you go so easily. With those words, extended her pink tongue, moistening her luscious lips. A shiver ran down Xingyu's spine, a sudden chill of foreboding. It was as if he were a prey being stalked. Surely, no one else has taken an interest in me, Xingyu muttered inwardly. Standing up and donning a black robe, Xingyu decided to venture out and bask in the sunlight. Being confined in Leng Ning's embrace for over a week had left him stifled. Xingyu was not a recluse, and the Divine Moon Imperial capital held too much allure for him to resist. He refused to believe that he would be forcibly abducted in broad daylight by. Leaving the loft and opening the courtyard gate, Xingyu departed from his and Leng Ning's abode. His every move was observed by Mo Ying, who was concealed nearby. Orders to Mo Ying were to monitor Xingyu, and, upon his departure from the loft, to protect him covertly. Now was the opportune moment. The Empress instructed her to protect Xingyu, without specifying the means. Therefore, her proximity to Xingyu could also be construed as protection. With a subtle throat movement, Mo Ying teleported behind Xingyu. Xingyu, the Empress has dispatched me to protect you. Hearing the crisp, mature voice behind him, Xingyu swiftly turned around. He immediately recognized Mo Ying, the refined woman with flowing cyan hair, clad in a cyan dress and black stockings that revealed only her lower legs. She had appeared behind him unannounced. Upon seeing Mo Ying, Xingyu's lower back tightened. Could she be acting on the Empress's orders to escort him back to the palace? That won't do, Xingyu thought. I can't handle that right now. Fortunately, Xingyu's fears were unfounded. Had the Empress truly sent her to retrieve him, Mo Ying would have stated it directly. She would not have silently appeared by his side, acting as a mere bodyguard. Therefore, he need not worry. Thus, Xingyu nodded gently. In that case, I appreciate your protection. Xingyu held a positive impression of Mo Ying. Whether it was the character from the story or the real person he had encountered, her disposition was admirable. She refrained from transgressions and executed her duties impeccably. Xingyu was confident that, under her guard, he would not encounter any mishaps within the Divine Moon Imperial capital. There is no need for thanks. Your child with Her Majesty is the future ruler of the empire. It is only natural that I protect you. Mo Ying's words left Xingyu speechless. Indeed, she remained the staunchly devoted Shadow Guard captain. To utter such words, did Mo Ying not comprehend that the higher a cultivator's realm, the more challenging it becomes to procreate? Given the Empress's power, it would be remarkable if she conceived within 50 years. Yet, Xingyu found such loyalty in Mo Ying to be quite agreeable. Her fidelity, at the very least, was beyond question. Moreover, having already availed himself of the Empress's patronage, he could henceforth enlist Mo Ying's aid in matters, obviating the need to constantly trouble Leng Ning. Chapter 42. Complimentary intel. Forsaking further observation of Mo Ying, Xingyu directed his course towards the Divine Moon Imperial City, specifically, a remarkably towering edifice. This grand structure was not merely the tallest and largest in the city, but also the headquarters of a formidable organization known as the Azure Flower Pavilion. The Azure Flower Pavilion functioned akin to an intelligence agency within the realm of cultivation. Provided one possessed sufficient wealth, it was possible to procure any desired information from within its walls. Xingyu was keen to ascertain whether this pavilion held any intelligence regarding materials for mending the heavens. Despite his status as a transmigrator, privy to the entirety of the game's plot and progression, Xingyu's knowledge of certain minutiae remained incomplete. For instance, he was aware of the existence of the desolate abyss, yet remained ignorant of its precise location, relying on Leng Ningshuang to guide him. Had he been alone, he would have been compelled to traverse the entirety of the cultivation world, an endeavor unlikely to yield success. Xingyu's pursuit of celestial repair materials was, of course, motivated by his concern for Leng Ningshuang. Even now, she had not relinquished her aspiration to transcend to the transformation god stage. Thus, he sought to aid Luo Li in acquiring materials that would not disrupt the storyline and whose specific locations eluded his awareness. Presently, however, Xingyu's motivations extended beyond Leng Ningshuang to encompass the Divine Moon Empress, Lin Xian. She, like Leng Ningshuang, harbored a fervent desire to attain the transformation god stage, though she lacked the latter's obsessive fixation. Shortly thereafter, Xingyu, accompanied by Mo Ying, entered the Azure Flower Pavilion. As the captain of the Dark Guard, Mo Ying had frequented the pavilion in search of information, rendering her intimately familiar with its layout. Her cerulean eyes fixed upon Xingyu, Mo Ying was beset by a sense of bewilderment. She was at a loss to comprehend his purpose in coming here. Was he seeking insight into forthcoming events? Or was he simply indulging in a leisurely perusal? Despite her internal perplexity, Mo Ying refrained from uttering a word. Her mandate was to safeguard Xingyu, not to dictate his actions. Due to Mo Ying's frequent visits to the Azure Flower Pavilion in her capacity as Dark Guard captain, she was a familiar face to many within its walls. Upon witnessing her entry in Xingyu's wake, the denizens of the pavilion cast curious glances in his direction. They were unacquainted with Xingyu's identity, yet they recognized Mo Ying, the Empress's most formidable blade, trailing behind him. Moreover, her demeanor suggested that she was subservient to his will, a revelation that elicited astonishment among those present. Oblivious to the gazes of those around him, Xingyu proceeded directly to the pavilion's uppermost floor, where the most precious and arcane intelligence was housed. Upon arriving at the apex of the Azure Flower Pavilion, a vast hall, Xingyu was greeted by a familiar visage, Luo Li, the black-haired maiden with delicate features, clad in a gossamer black veil that revealed her alabaster legs. The sight of Luo Li here filled Xingyu with a measure of surprise. Verily, for this female protagonist, celestial repair materials held paramount importance. After all, she possessed the Tower of Babel. What astonished Xingyu most was that, in the mere span of a week, Luo Li had already advanced to the early foundation establishment stage. Her spiritual aura surpassed his own. Truly, The female protagonist was blessed with the protagonist's halo. Even with his system, he could not compare. Xingyu was cognizant of the source of Luo Li's prodigious strength. She had healed by Xiangyu, thereby acquiring a substantial quantity of the power of the Grand Tao from within her. By absorbing and refining this power, her cultivation had undergone a dramatic elevation. This was in feat exclusive to her. Not only had she been chosen by the heavenly Tao, possessing the Tower of Babel that enabled her to absorb and refine the power of the Grand Tao, but she was also capable of absorbing this power without suffering any ill effects. Any other cultivator who attempted to absorb the power of the Grand Tao would succumb to a coma, as Bai Xiangyu had, for decades. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Luo Li, who was engrossed in her search for intelligence, casually glanced up. Upon recognizing Xingyu and Mo Ying, a radiant smile illuminated her exquisite countenance. "Xingyu, it truly is you," she exclaimed. "I never expected to find you here." With these words, Luo Li approached Xingyu, her face beaming with delight. While she harbored a deep aversion to demonic cultivators, she found herself unable to dislike Xingyu, the consort of the demon lord. Moreover, and most importantly, were it not for Xingyu, Leng Ningshuang, the demon lord, would undoubtedly have become even more formidable and would never have been restrained. It was thanks to Xingyu's intervention that Leng Ningshuang, the demon lord feared by countless individuals in the cultivation world, had been pacified. How could she possibly harbor animosity towards Xingyu for placing himself in such a precarious situation? Observing Luo Li approach, Xingyu responded with a smile. "Luo Li, you are seeking celestial repair materials, I presume? Have you had any success?" Luo Li shook her head in response to Xingyu's query. "No, not a single clue. I have no idea how you managed to locate the jade pendant of previously." Mo Ying was bewildered by the exchange between Xingyu and Luo Li. Unable to comprehend their words, she chose to disregard them. Furthermore, she recognized that excessive knowledge was not always advantageous. Her years of service at the Empress's side had been characterized by unwavering discretion, knowing what to heed and what to ignore. The topic of conversation between Xingyu and Luo Li appeared esoteric, beyond the ken of a dark guard captain. It was a matter for the Empress. At the very least, I was merely fortunate, Xingyu replied. With these words, he strode forward to the table where the intelligence was displayed. The table was laden with dossiers containing brief synopses of information, such as data on the Xiantian sect's rear mountain, records of officials in the Divine Moon Empire, and details of an impending secret realm. The intelligence was diverse and plentiful, each item secured within its own protective formation. Adjacent to each item was a jade pendant for communication. Upon identifying an item of interest, one could simply seize the pendant and contact the chief administrator of the Azure Flower Pavilion, the pavilion master himself. The intelligence on the uppermost floor was of exceptional value, and thus entrusted to the pavilion master's personal oversight. After perusing the intelligence on the table, Xingyu's gaze alighted upon an item entitled Treasure Map of the Desolate Ruins of the Demon Domain. Xingyu's interest was not in the treasure map itself, but in the desolate ruins of the Demon Domain. He was ignorant of the exact location of the desolate ruins, yet he was acutely aware that, deep within the Demon Domain, there existed a supreme immortal-grade artifact known as the Shield. This immortal-grade artifact was one of the materials required to mend the heavenly Tao. The Shield possessed formidable defensive capabilities, remaining a popular artifact among players even in the game's late stages, after the heavenly Tao had been mended. After all, who does not love a shield-wielding tank? Xingyu intended for Luo Li to acquire this extraordinary treasure. The location where the shield was located was not perilous, and its acquisition would grant Luo Li the ability to defend herself, alleviating concerns about her safety. Furthermore, and most importantly, the acquisition of the shield would not disrupt the game's storyline in any way. While the shield was a material for mending the heavens, it was also the reward for a side quest. If this side quest was missed, the resurrected demon prince of the demon domain would, at some point in the storyline, attack the female protagonist with the shield. In essence, it was a gift of equipment for Luo Li, without which the storyline could not progress. Upon seeing Xingyu halt at the table, Luo Li and Mo Ying joined him, following the direction of Xingyu's gaze. "Xingyu, you're looking at this. Do you think there's a problem? You don't believe the treasure map leads to the celestial patching materials, do you? I've examined it, and it only points to a demonic beast's head." Luo Li's tone carried a hint of bewilderment. She had already perused the information regarding the treasure map of the demonic domain ruins. She had entertained the notion that the treasure buried within might be the celestial patching materials. However, upon employing the upgraded ancient Tower of Heaven's Reach, she discovered that the treasure was nothing more than a demonic beast's head. Consequently, she dismissed the information outright. Possessing the ability to utilize the replay function of the ancient Tower of Heaven's Reach, enhanced by the heaven-opening jade pendant, she could scrutinize numerous events, preventing her from being deceived by useless intelligence. As Luo Li's words reached his ears, Xingyu's lips curled into a subtle smile. This intelligence is quite valuable, Luo Li. You should acquire it and venture to the demonic domain ruins. I have a premonition that you'll find something you need there. Xingyu was acutely aware that Luo Li's replay function was limited to events within the past 50 years. Beyond that, she was unable to continue replaying. However, the heaven-suppressing shield had surfaced in the demonic domain ruins a century ago. There was no way Luo Li could have perceived it. Had Xingyu not been an expert player privy to the entire game's storyline, he would not have been privy to such matters. Upon hearing Xingyu's words, Luo Li nodded gently, albeit with lingering doubts. All right, Xingyu, if you say so, I'll give it a try. Luo Li still harbored reservations about its reliability. However, since it was Xingyu's request, she was willing to acquiesce. After all, she had nothing to lose. Having resolved the conflict between the Divine Moon Empire and the Profound Heaven Sect, she now possessed a wealth of cultivation resources and spiritual stones, effectively amassing a considerable fortune. While the intelligence might be expensive for ordinary cultivators, it was insignificant to her current wealth. Furthermore, the demonic domain ruins were situated near the Divine Moon Empire, not particularly far away. She could certainly make a trip, and even if she failed to discover the celestial patching materials, she could still consider it a training exercise. Having recently broken through in her cultivation, she was eager for combat. Extending her right hand, Luo Li retrieved the communication jade pendant and channeled spiritual energy into it. A beam of light emanated from the pendant, followed by a mature and alluring voice. This is the Azure Flower Pavilion Master. Are you seeking to purchase the treasure map of the demonic domain ruins? Upon hearing the mature voice, Luo Li nodded. Yes, Pavilion Master, I am Luo Li, and I wish to purchase this intelligence. May I inquire? Before Luo Li could finish, the Azure Flower Pavilion Master on the other side of the jade pendant interjected with a slightly surprised tone. Are you the Luo Li who resolved the conflict between the Profound Heaven Sect and the Divine Moon Empire? Upon hearing this, Luo Li was taken aback. She realized just how powerful the Azure Flower Pavilion, reputed to be the foremost intelligence agency in the world, truly was. She had maintained a low profile during the resolution of the conflict, and few knew that she was responsible. Yet, the Azure Flower Pavilion Master was aware of everything. Nodding once more, Luo Li responded, Yes, that is me. Upon receiving Luo Li's confirmation, the tone on the other side of the jade pendant relaxed. Aha, since you are the meritorious Luo Li, I will waive the fee for this intelligence. You may take it directly. If you encounter any issues with the intelligence, feel free to contact me at any time. With those words, the light from the communication jade pendant vanished, indicating that the person on the other end had terminated the connection. Chapter 43, Starwing Shall Not Depart. The connection severed, and still nodding, Luo Li echoed, Yes, I understand. Before placing the jade pendant back on the table, simultaneously, the formation safeguarding the treasure map of the demon domain ruins dissipated, making the coveted information accessible. Though mentally prepared, Starwing was still taken aback by Luo Li's protagonist aura, acquiring such invaluable intelligence without expending a single spirit stone, truly befitting the female lead. Luo Li, clutching the information, turned to Starwing with a smile. Starwing, would you care to accompany me? Initially, she had intended to seek the celestial repair material alone. But now that Starwing was present, she couldn't let the opportunity pass. She intended to extend an invitation for a joint adventure, determined to seize this chance to be with him unless he explicitly declined. Having been apart for some time and privy to the events of Starwing's past week, thanks to her playback ability, Luo Li found it increasingly difficult to suppress her longing. If the demonic enchantress Leng Ningshuang and the divine moon empress Lin Xian could coexist harmoniously with Starwing, why couldn't she? Unaware of Luo Li's nightly broadcasts, Starwing pondered her invitation. Venturing into the demon domain ruins with Luo Li shouldn't pose any issues. Besides, it's nearby and relatively safe, a quick trip. I'll simply accompany Luo Li on her adventure. It was also an opportunity to ensure she located the Town Heaven Shield, a crucial celestial repair component. Nodding gently, Starwing agreed. All right, Luo Li, I'll accompany you to the demon domain ruins. Turning to Mo Ying, he inquired, Mo Ying, will you join us as well? He was uncertain if she would accompany them, considering the destination lay outside the Divine Moon Empire, and as captain of the Imperial Guard, her duties might prevent her departure. Furthermore, he assumed her protection was limited to the capital. Contrary to his expectations, Mo Ying nodded calmly. I shall accompany you. Luo Li's eyes betrayed a fleeting disappointment, quickly replaced by a confident smile, unnoticed by Starwing and Mo Ying. With Mo Ying's presence secured, Starwing felt reassured. Despite not possessing the formidable strength of Zilin Xian or Leng Ningshuang, her late-stage nascent soul cultivation base made her a formidable asset. After all, nascent soul cultivators were a rare breed, especially those at the late stage, indicating considerable talent and ample resources. Having made their decision, Starwing, Luo Li, and Mo Ying departed from the Azure Flower Pavilion. Upon reaching the street, Mo Ying summoned a flying boat from her storage ring and boarded it. This vessel, typically used for leading expeditions, while not as luxurious as Leng Ningshuang's, was still quite capable, reaching speeds comparable to a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. As Starwing and Luo Li joined her, Mo Ying channeled her spiritual power, piloting the boat into the sky at a moderate pace. Far slower than the speed Starwing had experienced on Leng Ningshuang's vessel. This was necessary, as their foundation establishment cultivation bases couldn't withstand the boat's full speed. Mo Ying, unfamiliar with the exact location of the demon domain ruins, relied on Luo Li for directions. After half an hour, they arrived above their destination. Starwing, we've arrived. Luo Li exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement as she gazed at the dilapidated ancient structures below, eager to find more celestial repair materials and enhance her combat prowess, thereby gaining the ability to protect Starwing. Observing the ruins below, Starwing felt a sense of familiarity, having completed this side quest numerous times. Mo Ying gently landed the flying boat, and stepping onto the ground, Starwing inhaled the fresh mountain air, feeling a sense of relaxation amidst the ancient ruins. Now inhabited by various creatures, including low-level demonic beasts, easily vanquished by Starwing, Luo Li, or Mo Ying. However, they had to avoid attracting the attention of the buried demon prince. Starwing, should we consult the treasure map, or? Luo Li asked. Holding the information in her hand, her gaze fixed on Starwing, aware that the treasure was merely a demon's head, but sensing that Starwing knew more. After stowing the flying boat, Mo Ying stood silently beside Starwing, feeling a sense of peace she hadn't experienced in a long time. Burdened as she was by her duties as captain of the Imperial Guard, she was also curious about the object of their search, and whether it warranted reporting to the Empress, Starwing's consort. Ultimately, Mo Ying decided against informing Leng Ningshuang, recognizing her loyalty to the Divine Moon Empire and trusting that Starwing would share any significant developments with his beloved. It obviates the need for an outsider such as herself to intervene. Unbeknownst to Xingyu, Mo Ying was preoccupied with her own musings. Upon hearing Luo Li's proposition, Xingyu directed her gaze towards the ancient edifice, its main structure remarkably intact, a short distance away. Extending her hand, she gestured towards the building, enunciating, "Let us first investigate that location." Having received Xingyu's directive, Luo Li stowed away the intelligence and, in concert with Xingyu and Mo Ying, proceeded towards the ancient structure. Concurrently, within a pavilion in the Divine Moon Imperial capital, Leng Ningshuang, who was immersed in cultivation, gradually opened her eyes. At that moment, she palpably discerned that Xingyu had absented himself from the Divine Moon Empire, venturing to a locale in close proximity to the empire. This realization engendered a sense of perplexity within Leng Ningshuang's heart. What has befallen Xingyu that he would depart so far? Could it be that he seeks to distance himself from me? As she ruminated, a palpable surge of demonic intent manifested within Leng Ningshuang's limpid eyes. However, she swiftly suppressed this malevolent influence. Improbable, Leng Ningshuang mused internally. Xingyu would never abandon me. For if Xingyu genuinely desired to sever ties, he would not have disclosed the matter concerning Zilin Xian a mere week prior. He would have maintained his silence indefinitely. Moreover, Xingyu still has Zilin Xian in his life. Would he forsake her as well? Utterly impossible. After a period of deliberation, Leng Ningshuang gradually regained her composure. However, she found herself bereft of any inclination to resume her cultivation. Rising to her feet, she channeled her spiritual energy and donned a profoundly conservative black gown. With a swift teleportation, she embarked towards Xingyu's location. She resolved to ascertain the events that had transpired, compelling Xingyu to depart from the empire. Simultaneously, within the Divine Moon Imperial Palace, the Divine Moon Empress, Leng Ningshuang, harbored sentiments akin to those of Leng Ningshuang. Xingyu's departure from the empire had similarly deprived her of any desire to attend to state affairs. Rising to her feet, she exchanged her attire for a diaphanous purple dress, complemented by white stockings. With a swift teleportation, Leng Ningshuang departed from the Divine Moon Imperial Palace, setting course for Xingyu's whereabouts. Chapter 44. The Heaven-Suppressing Shield and the Ruins of the Demon Realm within the seemingly intact ancient edifice. Xingyu, Luo Li, and Moing entered together. Though outwardly preserved, resembling a tower, the interior was dilapidated. Dust, rubble, and decayed wooden fragments littered the ground. Observing the ruins, Luo Li felt perplexed. To her, it was merely a desolate space, even the best preserved structure reduced to crumbling debris. She perceived nothing of particular significance. However, upon entering, Xingyu immediately noticed a severely corroded shield affixed to the right wall. Fashioned entirely from wood, the shield was in an advanced state of decay, easily overlooked under normal circumstances. Yet, Xingyu recognized it as the very celestial artifact, the heaven-suppressing shield, essential for mending the heavens and sought after by Luo Li. Sensing Xingyu's gaze, Luo Li followed his line of sight, spotting the shield hanging on the wall. Its dilapidated appearance prompted a quizzical expression. Xingyu, could that be what we're looking for? Luo Li discerned no unique qualities in the shield, detecting no aura of the great Tao. In contrast, the Qi Tian Jade pendant Xingyu had given her emanated a palpable Tao force. Could this seemingly decrepit shield, devoid of any discernible power, truly be a celestial patching material? Moing, hearing Luo Li's inquiry, also turned her attention to the shield. Despite being a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, she too found nothing remarkable about the dilapidated object. Nevertheless, she trusted Xingyu's judgment, believing his interest in the shield must be well-founded. Responding to Luo Li, Xingyu affirmed, Luo Li, try picking up the shield. Lacking the Tongtian ancient pagoda, and unable to utilize it even if he possessed it, he relied on Luo Li to transform the heaven-suppressing shield into its true, divine form. Without hesitation, Luo Li approached the shield, extending her delicate hand to touch the decaying wooden surface. As her fingers made contact, she channeled her spiritual power, instantly feeling it being drawn into the dilapidated shield. In a flash, the once wooden and decaying shield transmuted into a shield of black gold steel. The sudden increase in weight caused it to fall to the ground with a thud. Startled, Luo Li's eyes widened. She swiftly bent down and retrieved the heaven-suppressing shield, its formidable power evident even from its appearance. Xingyu, this is actually the heaven-suppressing shield, she exclaimed with elation. She had anticipated discovering valuable cultivation resources or excavating the demon beast's head, but never imagined encountering one of the 10 celestial patching materials. The heaven-suppressing shield. Xingyu smiled gently at her excitement. In that case, keep it safe. With the heaven-suppressing shield, Luo Li's defenses would be greatly enhanced, reducing the likelihood of unforeseen incidents. Moreover, the shield would significantly aid her cultivation, allowing her to advance more rapidly. Once her cultivation base improved, Xingyu could assist her in gathering more patching materials, ultimately enabling her to mend the heavens and elevate the cultivation world's potential. This would allow Leng Ningshuang and Leng Ningshuang to break through to the transformation god stage. Xingyu eagerly anticipated the day when he could enjoy the benefits of relying on them. Nodding, Luo Li stored the heaven-suppressing shield within her Tongtian ancient pagoda. However, the moment she did so, the ancient edifice began to tremble. Moing promptly warned, Xingyu, this place is collapsing. We must leave immediately. Heeding her warning, Xingyu and Luo Li quickly exited the structure. As they did, they witnessed the ancient, weathered building begin to crumble, eventually collapsing into ruins. Luo Li's spirits were high. Her gaze towards Xingyu was filled with possessiveness, a smile playing on her lips. She mused that if Xingyu remained by her side, she could undoubtedly acquire the materials to upgrade the Tongtian ancient pagoda and mend the heavens at an accelerated pace. She recognized that Xingyu possessed a deeper understanding of patching materials than she did. Without him, she would have been unable to obtain the heaven-suppressing shield, as she would have dismissed it as a mere decaying wooden shield. Not only Luo Li, but Moing also regarded Xingyu with astonishment. Even as a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, she had failed to recognize the divine nature of the shield, while Xingyu had perceived it. This piqued her curiosity and ignited a desire to learn more about him, a hint of possessiveness creeping into her gaze. Sensing the strange looks from the two women, Xingyu cleared his throat. Ahem. By the way, Luo Li, are you still interested in finding the treasure from the treasure map? It's quite valuable. In the storyline, the Demon Realm ruins contained a hidden boss that could be triggered, the nascent Demon Prince. If left undisturbed, the Demon Prince would emerge as a powerful obstacle on the main storyline's path. Most players preferred to trigger the boss fight early, before it grew too strong. Only seasoned players like Xingyu would leave it be. However, this was not a game. Xingyu was here with Mo Ying, making it feasible to trigger the boss fight. Without Mo Ying's presence, Xingyu wouldn't risk such a dangerous encounter. Furthermore, the Demon Prince's demon core was an excellent cultivation resource. It would be a fair exchange for Luo Li to give him the demon core after he helped her find the heaven-suppressing shield. Luo Li nodded in response to Xingyu's suggestion. Yes. With that, she headed towards a specific area within the Demon Realm ruins. Knowing the location of the treasure, she no longer needed the treasure map. Chapter 45. In antiquity, the left side always loses in a clash accompanied by Luo Li. They swiftly arrived at the heart of the demonic domain ruins. Here, a small mound resembling a burial mound was situated. Under ordinary circumstances, it would have gone unnoticed, as such mounds were ubiquitous within the ruins. Upon arrival, Luo Li channeled her spiritual energy and launched an assault on the mound. Bang! With a resounding crash, the mound dissipated, revealing a rectangular iron box over a meter in length. Luo Li turned her gaze towards Xingyu. Xingyu, this is the treasure. Shall we retrieve it? It merely contains the head of a demonic beast, nothing particularly special. Luo Li disclosed the truth. Upon hearing her words, Mo Ying, who had initially harbored curiosity about the contents, immediately lost interest. A mere demonic beast had hardly qualified as treasure. The fact that this intelligence was housed on the highest floor of the Azure Flower Pavilion alongside significant information seemed hardly worthwhile. In Mo Ying's estimation, such intelligence held no value for ordinary cultivators. Had Xingyu not recognized the seemingly high-grade shield magic weapon, their journey would have been in vain. Xingyu's brow furrowed upon hearing Luo Li's revelation. Hold your horses, the true treasure is about to materialize. With these words, Xingyu stepped forward, channeled his spiritual energy, and forcefully kicked the box. Bang! The resounding impact reverberated throughout the surroundings, causing the iron box to burst open. Subsequently, a massive black tiger's head tumbled out, landing several meters away. The moment the black tiger's head emerged from the box, the entire demonic domain ruins convulsed as if struck by an earthquake. Sensing the anomaly, Mo Ying swiftly positioned herself before Xingyu, while Luo Li brandished the heaven-suppressing shield, shielding him from behind. The two women shielded Xingyu in rapid succession, leaving him somewhat bemused. Was he perceived as so feeble? He was, after all, a Foundation establishment stage cultivator with the ability to protect himself. Nevertheless, he couldn't deny the pleasant sensation of being shielded by the two women. The mingled fragrances of the two women wafted towards him, causing his throat to tighten. Soon, the tremors subsided. From the location of the black tiger's head, a colossal black hand emerged, seizing the severed head. Boom! In the next instant, a lithe and formidable demonic beast erupted from the earth, landing with a resounding thud. The trio clearly observed that the beast was a black tiger with a rhinoceros horn and a human-like torso. Its physique was rather diminutive, standing at just over 5 meters tall, and its frame was gaunt, as if it had been starved for an extended period. A massive, 3-meter-long sword was slung across its back. This black tiger was none other than the hidden boss from the demonic domain ruins side quest, the yet-to-mature demonic prince. Black Tiger Vanguard. It emanated the aura of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. As a demonic prince with noble lineage, coupled with its status as a demonic beast, Black Tiger Vanguard's combat prowess was comparable to that of an early-stage golden core cultivator. Clutching the Black Tiger's head that Xingyu had kicked from the box, Black Tiger Vanguard's eyes betrayed a trace of human sorrow. It then proceeded to crush the head, unleashing a torrent of terrifying blood energy, which it promptly absorbed. A faint crimson glow enveloped its body, further amplifying its aura. Black Tiger Vanguard, though unable to speak, directed a furious roar towards the trio before drawing its massive sword. Despite the distance and the presence of the two women before him, Xingyu felt a palpable pressure from the Black Tiger Vanguard. As a demonic prince, Its combat prowess was extraordinary. If Mo Ying were absent, he and Luo Li would have been utterly outmatched. Survival would have been questionable, let alone victory. Mo Ying's face remained impassive as she prepared to unleash her spiritual energy. However, a flash of cold light streaked across the sky with such velocity that Mo Ying nearly missed it. The trio standing a dozen meters away from Black Tiger Vanguard witnessed the newly emerged demonic prince, brimming with rage after absorbing the blood energy, cleaved in two, its blood gushing forth as its severed body parts fell to either side. Xingyu was startled by this unexpected turn of events, as it deviated from the established storyline. He wondered if a formidable expert had intervened, altering the course of events in an unforeseen manner. The possibility of a deviation from the storyline filled him with apprehension. Just as Xingyu was consumed by worry, a familiar figure materialized in the sky and descended towards him. It was none other than his demonic consort, Leng Ningshuang. Leng Ningshuang's arrival seemed to lower the surrounding temperature. She strode past Mo Ying and Luo Li without so much as a glance, her black-stockinged legs visible beneath her conservative black dress. Reaching Xingyu, she inquired in an aloof tone, "Xingyu, what are you doing here?" Xingyu found himself at a loss for words. He felt that he should be the one asking this question. Shouldn't Leng Ningshuang be in seclusion? Why was she here? He simply replied, "Luo Li discovered intelligence about a treasure map and invited me to see if there was any treasure here, so I came along." Upon hearing this, Leng Ningshuang turned her gaze towards Luo Li, her emotionless eyes causing the latter to feel immense pressure and anxiety. After all, Luo Li's motives for inviting Xingyu were impure, as she sought to foster a closer connection. Now, her intentions had been exposed by Leng Ningshuang. After scrutinizing Luo Li for a few moments, Leng Ningshuang spoke once more. "In the future, refrain from taking Xingyu to such distant locales." Luo Li promptly nodded in agreement. "Yes, esteemed venerable, rest assured I will not take Xingyu so far away again." Satisfied with Luo Li's response, Leng Ningshuang gave a slight nod. She then turned her attention back to Xingyu. However, just as she did so, a familiar voice rang out from the side. "Quite the spectacle, isn't it?" Everyone turned towards the voice, and they beheld the mature and alluring divine moon empress, Leng Ningshuang, clad in a purple dress and white stockings. Mo Ying swiftly stepped forward. "Your Majesty." Leng Ningshuang waved her hand dismissively, signaling Mo Ying to step aside. She then turned her gaze towards Xingyu and Leng Ningshuang. She approached Leng Ningshuang and looked down at the demonic woman. "Ningshuang, what brings you here?" At this moment, facing the formidable Leng Ningshuang, she felt liberated from the pressure that once weighed heavily upon her. With the assistance of Xingyu, her innate abilities had flourished, and her combat prowess had significantly increased. The two women stood face to face in front of Xingyu, poised as if on the brink of confrontation. From Xingyu's perspective, it was evident that if they drew any closer, they would inevitably collide in a fierce clash. After all, they were both statuesque and curvaceous figures. However, the age-old adage regarding the outcome of confrontations still held true, standing on his left. Leng Ningshuang could not possibly rival Leng Ningshuang in terms of prowess. Xingyu, too, felt a surge of anxiety, for the atmosphere around them was decidedly unsettling. If a battle were to erupt, would he truly be able to intervene effectively? Chapter 46. Embrace me with an impassive countenance. Frost gazed upon Zephyr, her expression a serene smile. After a brief, intense observation, she pivoted and reached out to grasp Star. Before Star could react, a pronounced sense of vertigo overwhelmed him. In an instant, he found himself suspended thousands of meters above the earth, cradled in Frost's arms. What was happening? Star was utterly disoriented. "Star, hold me tight," Frost's voice, clear and cold, cut through his confusion. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her voluptuous form. Raising his head slightly, Star began, "Frost, what?" He was interrupted by Frost's words. "Star, henceforth, you are forbidden from venturing so far with other women. Had I not arrived first, Zephyr would have undoubtedly taken you away." Her eyes devoid of emotion. Her tone carried an unmistakable undercurrent of concern. It was evident that while she had come to terms with his relationship with Zephyr, she still struggled to interact with her normally. Yet, it was a start. Given Frost's temperament, one might have expected an immediate confrontation. The absence of such a clash was progress. Nodding gently, Star replied, "Understood, Frost. I promise not to venture so far with other women again." Her gaze softened at his response. Her prohibition wasn't merely born of jealousy, but of a deeper concern. Star's constitution was exceptionally unique. and its exposure to others could invite grave peril. Zephyr's interest in Star likely stemmed from an awareness of this very trait. Why else would an empress, perpetually burdened with affairs of state, seek him out? She undoubtedly sought to exploit his power for her own advancement. If Zephyr, with her formidable self-control, was unable to resist Star's allure, others would surely find it even more challenging. Frost's actions were solely for Star's protection. She had considered revealing the nature of his constitution to him, but feared an inadvertent disclosure. While she trusted Zephyr's discretion, she harbored reservations about the Empress, a woman of hidden depths. She was determined to prevent Zephyr from monopolizing Star's affections and to assert her position as his first companion. Enveloped in Frost's embrace, Star couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. Her hasty departure had prevented him from claiming the Demon Prince's core, leaving it to the heroine, Lapis. In the desolate demon domain, Zephyr gazed at a distant speck in the sky, a faint smile playing on her lips. As expected, Frost's every action was now dictated by her concern for Star. Furthermore, her temperament had noticeably mellowed. Most importantly, Frost was aware of her relationship with Star, yet displayed no animosity. This suggested an acceptance of their bond. It was a pity she hadn't encountered Star first. Yet it was enough. The sensation of wresting Star from Frost's grasp evoked a strange, thrilling excitement within her. Her voluptuous form seemed to radiate warmth. Clearing her throat, Zephyr turned to Lapis and Onyx, who stood nearby. Like Frost, she studied Lapis intently before inquiring in a mature, alluring voice, "Pray tell, what brought you here with Star?" Echoing Frost's suspicions, Zephyr believed Lapis had brought Star here under false pretenses. After all, she herself had once employed a similar tactic with Onyx. She wouldn't suspect others of actions she herself wouldn't consider. Under Zephyr's scrutiny, Lapis felt immense pressure, yet maintained a composed smile. It was nothing, merely a search for a treasure. Lapis did not conceal her search, but refrained from revealing that the treasure in question was the Dominion Shield, intended to mend the celestial order. This was a secret to be shared with as few as possible, a private matter between her and Star. Hearing that they were searching for something, Zephyr betrayed no emotion. Inwardly, however, she doubted that Lapis's intentions were so simple. It was undoubtedly a pretext to bring Star here. Had Onyx not been present, Lapis would have undoubtedly seized the opportunity. Nodding gently, Zephyr responded, "I see. And did you find it?" "Yes." Lapis replied directly, without hesitation. She had no reason to hide it, nor did she fear that Zephyr would attempt to seize it. Had the Empress desired it, she would have acted already. Moreover, Onyx's presence ensured that nothing could be concealed. "I am glad to hear it. Lapis, should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall gladly lend my aid." Zephyr's disposition differed from Frost's. If Lapis harbored feelings for Star, then she was an ally. After all, Lapis was an exceptional individual, and it wouldn't be a bad thing for her to become Star's companion. She was not a possessive woman. Of course, the primary reason for her magnanimity was that she hadn't been the first to meet Star. Had she been, she would have undoubtedly confined him to her harem, ensuring that he strayed no further. Thus, there would be no need to worry about any interlopers. Lapis nodded. "Understood, Your Majesty." While the Divine Moon Empire's assistance might not be essential, it would undoubtedly increase the likelihood of finding the necessary materials to mend the heavens. However, in Lapis's view, Star remained the key. Without him, no amount of external aid could guarantee the acquisition of the materials. Chapter 47. Come with me inside following an exchange. Zilin Xian and Mo Ing departed from the Demon Realm ruins. Luo Li, however, intended to remain, prioritizing the absorption and refinement of the Demon Prince's demon core. Despite the assistance from the Divine Moon Empire, she was unwilling to squander any cultivation resources, recognizing that Xingyu held a disdain for wastefulness. She was determined not to be wasteful. In the Divine Moon capital, within the courtyard of a pavilion, Xingyu was gently placed on the ground by Leng Ningshuang. Upon being released, Xingyu couldn't help but gasp for air. The speed at which Leng Ningshuang had flown was simply too rapid. Furthermore, concerned about him falling, she had held him a bit too tightly, causing his face to be pressed against the female fiend's bosom, making it difficult to breathe. On several occasions, Xingyu even suspected that he would suffocate from the E-level softness. After catching his breath, Xingyu heard Leng Ningshuang's voice beside him. "Xingyu, as I've stated before, I must train you every few days. Now that many days have passed, it is time for your training." Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Xingyu turned to look at her. He beheld Leng Ningshuang, silver sword in hand, emanating a terrifying aura, her exquisite face expressionless, and a hint of demonic nature in her eyes. Seeing Leng Ningshuang in this state, Xingyu couldn't help but inwardly gasp. Was this female fiend truly intent on training him? Xingyu had the unsettling feeling that Leng Ningshuang intended to obliterate him. Seeing Xingyu still frozen in place, Leng Ningshuang spoke once more. Xingyu, take the sword I gave you previously. This time, I will train your ability to withstand pressure. Otherwise, when facing powerful cultivators, your thoughts will be affected, preventing you from even considering escape. Leng Ningshuang's words caused Xingyu's throat to constrict slightly, and he summoned the black gold longsword from his storage ring. Her words also reminded Xingyu that in the game, the greatest advantage high-level cultivators possessed over low-level cultivators was the domination of their thoughts. The powerful mental strength of high-level cultivators could influence the thinking of low-level cultivators. For example, in most cases, the best solution for low-level cultivators when facing high-level cultivators was to flee. They simply had no chance of winning. However, in most cases, low-level cultivators would have their thoughts influenced by the pressure of high-level cultivators, preventing them from even thinking about escaping. Or, their thoughts would be distorted, creating a heroic notion that they could defeat the opponent, leading them to be killed by the high-level cultivator. Xingyu was certain that the reason he had not resisted when Zilin Xian held him in her arms in the Divine Moon Palace, not even mentally, was because he was affected by Zilin Xian's pressure. Of course, when facing Zilin Xian, it was also because he had no desire to resist. But this also proved how weak Xingyu's pressure resistance was. When he was with Leng Ningshuang for a week, Leng Ningshuang once again failed to control the release of her pressure, causing Xingyu to only last 2 breaths. So, pressure resistance was a necessary ability to train. Although Xingyu was a kept man, he aspired to become a top expert. And to become a top expert, the ability to resist pressure was essential. With this in mind, Xingyu gripped the black gold longsword tightly and turned his gaze to Leng Ningshuang, facing her pressure that made it difficult for him to breathe. In that case, Ningshuang, I'm coming. As soon as he spoke, Xingyu activated the spiritual power within his body and charged towards Leng Ningshuang. He didn't need to hold back against Leng Ningshuang. He could fight as he pleased. He would go all out. After all, with his current combat power, he couldn't even scratch Leng Ningshuang even if she stood still and let him attack. Xingyu used the, which Leng Ningshuang had taught him, to attack Leng Ningshuang. But no matter how he attacked, he couldn't even touch the hem of Leng Ningshuang's clothes. Although she appeared to be standing still, without any movement, Xingyu's every strike landed on empty air. Then, Xingyu and Leng Ningshuang exchanged glances. The next moment, an extremely terrifying pressure surged from all directions. The pressure was so exaggerated that Xingyu even felt as if he was about to be torn apart. With a soft thud, the black gold longsword in Xingyu's hand fell to the ground. Xingyu was stunned in place by Leng Ningshuang's gaze alone, unable to move. Seeing Xingyu frozen in place, Leng Ningshuang retracted the pressure she had released and reached out to Xingyu. Xingyu, it's not enough. Rest for a moment. Then continue training. The familiar soft touch came. Xingyu was embraced by Leng Ningshuang in her voluptuous arms. Feeling the softness, Xingyu completely relaxed, closed his eyes, and buried his face in Leng Ningshuang's bosom. But the moment he relaxed, an even more terrifying pressure was released from Leng Ningshuang's body. A terrifying sensation, like falling into an ice abyss, swept over his body, causing Xingyu to almost lose consciousness. But in the end, Xingyu stubbornly refused to lose consciousness, resisting the pressure released by Leng Ningshuang. The softness and warmth of her body, the overwhelming, enchanting fragrance, combined with the terrifying pressure, made Xingyu's mind extremely confused. He felt a strong desire to relax, but he had to force himself not to lose consciousness. This caused Xingyu to have a splitting headache, and he finally realized how difficult it was to improve one's mental strength to resist pressure in the cultivation world. No wonder the female protagonist Luo Li's mental strength was still not strong even in the later stages of the story. It was also at this moment that Xingyu heard the cold, mechanical female voice in his ear that lacked any emotion. You have received mental power assistance from the support target Leng Ningshuang. Your mental power has been improved, and you are immune to all pressure and aura. As the system's voice sounded, Xingyu instantly felt the terrifying pressure that filled his body completely dissipate. The corners of his mouth lifted, and Xingyu was overjoyed. As expected, he had to rely on the support system at critical moments. After swallowing slightly, Xingyu spoke. Ningshuang, I feel that my ability to resist pressure has improved. Hearing Xingyu's voice, Leng Ningshuang immediately released Xingyu. Seeing Xingyu's smiling face, Leng Ningshuang did not hesitate and released all the pressure in her body. Then, she saw that Xingyu was not affected at all, still maintaining his relaxed smile. This made Leng Ningshuang's lips curl up, and the tone of her voice became slightly lighter. Xingyu, you truly are a genius. Receiving Leng Ningshuang's praise, Xingyu smiled and nodded. Just lucky, just lucky. Xingyu would naturally not explain why he was immune to pressure. He could only pretend to be lucky. Hearing Xingyu's answer, Leng Ningshuang retracted the pressure she had released. Now that the training is over, come, follow me inside. As soon as she spoke, Xingyu's right wrist was directly grabbed by Leng Ningshuang. Before he could even react, he appeared in the pavilion room. Leng Ningshuang had teleported him again, and this time, it was only him who was teleported. His clothes did not come with him. Looking at Leng Ningshuang in front of him, who was also without clothes and only wearing black pantyhose, Xingyu felt a little nervous. At this moment, with the knowledge that he had become immune to her oppressive might, the frost condensation could no longer conceal her potential aura, which might inadvertently be unleashed. Now, Xingyu was truly confronted with the fully realized frost condensation, embarking upon an authentic battle against the boss. Chapter 48. Eavesdropping permitted? Another day dawned. Xingyu, reclining on the bed, languidly opened his eyes. A wave of softness and alluring fragrance emanated from his embrace. Gazing at the still slumbering Leng Ning in his arms, her legs adorned with black stockings, Xingyu's eyes were filled with tenderness. He had enabled Leng Ning to unleash her full power and truly revel in her abilities this time. However, this only allowed Leng Ning to indulge herself. He had yet to truly conquer this villainous fairy. After all, the disparity between Xingyu and Leng Ning was too vast. It was impossible for her to manifest her true strength. To mention only one aspect, her physical fortitude was such that if she were to exert herself fully, Xingyu would likely be crushed to pieces. His gaze lingered on Leng Ning's exquisite sleeping countenance, and Xingyu sighed softly. This life of ease was indeed eroding his ambition. Xingyu was certain that if he did not set himself some goals, he would truly become a plaything for these fairies. This was utterly unacceptable. He could not allow himself to become addicted to leveling up while lying around with fairies. Xingyu must strive to cultivate and become stronger. Fortunately, he no longer lacked cultivation resources. He must utilize these resources to rapidly increase his strength. Xingyu would not allow his ambition to be eroded. His cultivation was currently only at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, leaving aside the nascent soul stage. Even the golden core stage was a distant prospect. Xingyu must elevate his cultivation before Luo Li completed the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, he would only drift further away from his beloved Tao companion. Currently, Leng Ning and Leng Ningshuang's cultivation was restricted to the peak of the nascent soul realm, primarily due to the limitations imposed by the heavenly Tao. Without these constraints, their cultivation would surge directly to the transformation god stage, or even beyond. Wouldn't that distance them even further from Xingyu? Therefore, Xingyu must devote himself diligently to cultivation. Only in this way could he be worthy of his beloved Tao companions. He must never bring them shame. Just as Xingyu resolved to do so, Leng Ning, who was in his arms, slowly opened her limpid eyes. Her serene voice then echoed, "Xingyu, you're awake." Hearing her voice, Xingyu turned his gaze to Leng Ning's flawless and stunning face. His eyes were filled with tenderness as he nodded with a gentle smile. "Yes, I just woke up." As soon as he finished speaking, Xingyu felt Leng Ning embrace him even more tightly, as if she feared he would leave. It made it difficult for Xingyu to breathe. Were it not for Leng Ning's voluptuous and supple figure, Xingyu was certain that he would be in pain. After being held tightly for several seconds, Xingyu once again heard Leng Ning's tranquil voice. "Xingyu, you must cultivate, because you are too weak." Upon hearing this, Xingyu naturally nodded gently. "Yes, Ning, I will definitely cultivate." Even without Leng Ning's reminder, Xingyu would have diligently cultivated. After all, he was indeed too weak. As Leng Ning had said, he was only at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, which was not considered strong in the world of cultivation, let alone in the presence of Leng Ning, the villainous fairy. Xingyu was certain that if he did not have Leng Ning's protection, even if he had awakened the system, he would be devoured by the female cultivators outside. The mere thought of such a scene sent shivers down his spine, and his lower back began to twitch. Fortunately, he was incredibly lucky to have met Leng Ning, a perfect Tao companion who, despite her outward appearance as a demoness, possessed a kind heart and a wonderful personality. Just as Xingyu finished responding to Leng Ning, He suddenly noticed a distinct fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from his storage ring on the bedside table. Sensing this fluctuation, Leng Ning and Xingyu turned their heads simultaneously. After glancing at the storage ring, Leng Ning slightly loosened her right hand, which was tightly embracing Xingyu, and extended it directly. Then, a suction force emanated, and Xingyu's storage ring flew into Leng Ning's hand. Subsequently, Xingyu saw a communication jade pendant emitting light being summoned from the storage ring by Leng Ning. Gazing at the communication jade pendant in Leng Ning's fair and slender hand, Xingyu inexplicably felt a sense of unease. Because that communication jade pendant was precisely the one that connected him to Luo Li. After tossing the storage ring back onto the bedside table, Leng Ning first exchanged a glance with Xingyu. Xingyu, may I listen to your communication jade pendant with others? Leng Ning did not directly inject spiritual energy into the communication jade pendant, but rather intended to hear Xingyu's opinion. To such a minor request, Xingyu naturally nodded in agreement. Of course, Ning, listen if you wish. Xingyu was not at all concerned that anything untoward would occur. After all, he had no special relationship with Luo Li. What need was there to fear his Dao companion's scrutiny? Having obtained Xingyu's consent, Leng Ning infused the jade pendant with spiritual energy. Accompanied by a ray of spiritual light, Luo Li's clear and melodious voice echoed from the jade pendant. Xingyu, do you have time now? Hearing these words, Xingyu could not help but swallow. Looking at Leng Ning before him, he did not know how to respond. Should he say he was free? Was he really free? What if Leng Ning wanted to, as if sensing Xingyu's inner turmoil? Leng Ning interjected with her serene voice before Xingyu could answer. He is free. Do you have something you need him for? Within the Divine Moon Imperial Palace. In a pavilion in the royal gardens, Luo Li, a slender girl with short, straight black hair, dressed in a black dress, was startled upon hearing Leng Ning's voice from the jade pendant. She had not expected to hear Leng Ning's reply when she simply contacted Xingyu. In truth, Luo Li was somewhat apprehensive of Leng Ning. After all, this demoness was the first beloved Dao companion to be with Xingyu, and she harbored special feelings for Xingyu so naturally, she would feel somewhat afraid. Alas, she did not possess Leng Ningshuang's strength, nor did she have Leng Ningshuang's cultivation. If she did, then she would not need to fear any demoness and could simply become the third beloved Dao companion to be with Xingyu. Taking a deep breath, Luo Li looked at the petite figure sitting directly across from her, separated by a table, and then responded. Yes, but it is not I who seeks him. Rather, it is the sect master of the Profound Sky sect who seeks him, saying she wishes to thank him for his assistance. Inside the pavilion, Xingyu, who was reclining, felt a sense of helplessness upon hearing Luo Li's response. Why were the people from the Profound Sky sect also looking for him? It would not be like the Divine Moon Empress, saying they wanted to find him, but in reality whom it shouldn't be. After all, both the former sect master by Xiandao and the current sect master Chu Qingya of the Profound Sky sect possessed very genuine personalities. They were not like that wicked woman, the Divine Moon Empress Leng Ningshuang, who appeared proper on the surface but was extremely improper at heart. Therefore, it would not be a problem for Xingyu to meet them. Chapter 49. Fleeting Thoughts. Observing Xingyu, Leng Ningshuang's gaze intensified. Xingyu, proceed. Her confidence in the two Xiantian sect leaders was evident. Xingyu nodded gently. Understood. Kindly apprise me of the location, and I shall endeavor to arrive. Upon receiving Xingyu's affirmation, Luo Li's tone became animated. Excellent. It is within the Divine Moon Imperial Palace. Your arrival alone suffices. Mo Ing will escort you. As Luo Li concluded her statement, the connection jade pendant held by Leng Ningshuang ceased its luminescence and dissipated. Leng Ningshuang promptly discarded the pendant into Xingyu's storage ring. Subsequently, she entwined herself around Xingyu with fervent intensity. Xingyu, exercise caution during your sojourn. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, employ the connection jade pendant to seek my assistance. Leng Ningshuang's solicitous words engendered a sense of tranquility within Xingyu's heart, and his lips curved into a perceptible smile. Rest assured, Ningshuang, I anticipate no untoward incidents. Within the confines of the Divine Moon Imperial capital, what peril could befall him? Xingyu even suspected that the Divine Moon Empress, Leng Ningshuang, had covertly dispatched various covert guards to safeguard him. It would prove challenging even to court death, let alone encounter genuine danger. In response to Leng Ningshuang's admonition, he observed her abruptly release him and assume a seated posture. Xingyu, the unforeseen circumstances to which I alluded differ from your interpretation. With that, Leng Ningshuang executed a graceful turn. To augment your resilience, I shall commence your training forthwith. Upon hearing these words, Xingyu beheld the supremely aloof and icily composed enchantress, Leng Ningshuang, lower her head towards him. It was at this juncture that Xingyu apprehended the true nature of Leng Ningshuang's cautionary advice. An hour elapsed before Xingyu, clad in pristine white attire, departed the pavilion and arrived at the entrance of the Divine Moon Imperial Palace. Upon his arrival, he became the object of intense scrutiny by the covert guard members stationed on either side of the palace. The exclusively female covert guard members had never encountered a man of such flawless countenance. Consequently, despite their rigorous training, they found it challenging to suppress their innate inclinations. Their gazes converging upon Xingyu in unison. Subjected to the scrutiny of a dozen covert guard members, Xingyu found himself under considerable duress, their gazes possessing an almost predatory quality. Just as Xingyu's apprehension peaked, a familiar, mature voice emanated from his vicinity. Xingyu, you have arrived. Recognizing the familiar voice, Xingyu turned his gaze to the side. Indeed, it was the covert guard captain, Mo Ying. Mo Ying retained her customary ensemble of a black dress paired with black stockings. However, in contrast to Leng Ningshuang's modesty, she exposed her stocking-clad calves, thereby accentuating her statuesque figure. Mo Ying's arrival prompted the surrounding covert guard members to swiftly avert their gazes, lest they attract the captain's attention. Upon beholding Xingyu clad in white, Mo Ying herself experienced a momentary lapse in composure. Her cerulean eyes widened to their fullest extent, as if attempting to indelibly imprint the image of Xingyu's current appearance upon her memory. Xingyu in white proved exceedingly difficult for her to resist. Were it not for the presence of others, she would have been tempted to summarily subjugate Xingyu then and there. Observing Mo Ying, Xingyu remained oblivious to the myriad scenarios that had already transpired within her mind. He merely inquired, Mo Ying, Luo Li must have informed you. Where are they currently located? Please escort me. Having mentally ravished Xingyu for the 10th time, Mo Ying regained her composure upon hearing his voice and ceased her reverie. Ah yes, she did. Xingyu, accompany me. I shall guide you. With these words, Mo Ying swiftly turned and entered the imperial palace. Upon crossing the threshold, she could no longer restrain herself, and a conspicuous flush suffused her refined features. She had, once again, succumbed to fanciful thoughts. She was merely a covert guard captain, a subordinate of the Empress. How could she harbor any designs upon the Empress's consort, who was also the consort of the Enchantress? No. She must resolutely suppress such reveries. Otherwise, any misstep could precipitate dire consequences. Observing Mo Ying's entry into the palace, Xingyu promptly followed suit. While the palace entrance teemed with covert guard members, the palace interior was sparsely populated. During each of Xingyu's visits, he had yet to encounter a single official. After all, this was a realm of cultivation, where the Empress did not require the constant assembly of officials. Most matters could be readily resolved. Even in the event of intractable issues, Empress Xian possessed the power to effortlessly reach any location and personally resolve them. This rendered the Divine Moon Empire's governance far more robust than that of many modern nations in Xingyu's previous life. As Xingyu followed Mo Ying into the palace and traversed its pathways, a lithe figure clad in a black dress, exuding a mature and alluring aura, observed Xingyu from the shadows. It was none other than the Divine Moon Empress, Xian. Her violet eyes fixed upon Xingyu in white. Xian could not resist parting her lips and gently licking them. Exquisite. Xingyu, you shall don this ensemble henceforth. After murmuring these words to herself, Xian smiled and circulated the spiritual energy within her body before instantly vanishing from her position. The Divine Moon Imperial Palace occupied a vast expanse. After a 15-minute walk, Xingyu and Mo Ying finally arrived at the royal garden. Upon their arrival, Xingyu clearly discerned a pavilion in the distance. Within the pavilion sat two familiar figures, the female protagonist, Luo Li, and the current leader of the Xiantian sect, Chu Qinya. Xingyu, we have arrived. They are just ahead. You may converse yourselves. I have other matters to attend to and must depart. Uttering these words, Mo Ying turned and left without lingering, fearing that prolonged proximity to Xingyu would cause her to lose control and commit an indiscretion. She could not allow that to happen. Following Mo Ying's departure, Xingyu proceeded towards the pavilion. As he approached, he observed Luo Li rise to her feet and face his direction. Xingyu, over here. With a nod, Xingyu quickened his pace towards the pavilion. Seated within the pavilion, Chu Qingya, a petite and endearing lowly with fiery red hair, also turned her gaze towards Xingyu. She harbored a profound curiosity towards Xingyu, as Luo Li had informed her that without his intervention, they would have been unable to uncover the truth behind Bai Xiangyu's incident, which would have inevitably exacerbated the conflict between the Xiantian sect and the Divine Moon Empire. Now, beholding Xingyu clad in white, Chu Qingya could not help but swallow nervously, her crimson eyes filled with astonishment. She had never imagined that Xingyu would be a man of such flawless appearance and extraordinary demeanor. No wonder he had become Leng Ningshuang's consort. Even she harbored certain thoughts towards Xingyu. In the gazebo, gazing upon the petite, auburn-haired maiden seated before him, Xingyu offered a gentle smile. You must be the esteemed sect leader of Xiantian, Chu Qingya. As he spoke, Xingyu settled into the seat directly across from Chu Qingya. He was somewhat perplexed as to the purpose of her summons, given their apparent lack of acquaintance. Indeed, by his reckoning, this marked their inaugural encounter. Chu Qingya, momentarily captivated by Xingyu's presence, snapped back to attention upon hearing his words, nodding with a smile. Indeed, Xingyu, I am Chu Qingya, sect leader of Xiantian. I extend my gratitude for your prior assistance. Without your intervention, the truth may have remained concealed indefinitely. It might even have precipitated a calamitous war between our two great factions. Chu Qingya's tone was laden with relief. A conflict between Xiantian sect and the Divine Moon Empire would have undoubtedly resulted in widespread devastation. Upon hearing Chu Qingya's pronouncement, Xingyu turned his gaze toward Luo Ying, who sat nearby. It appeared that Luo Ying had indeed revealed his involvement. Otherwise, it was improbable that Chu Qingya would have been aware of his existence, much less attribute the reconciliation of the two powers to his actions. This realization left Xingyu somewhat disconcerted. His intention in remaining discreet was to bestow the credit entirely upon Luo Ying, the story's protagonist. Yet, Luo Ying had unveiled his role, rendering his efforts seemingly futile. Xingyu had harbored no desire for recognition. However, faced with the fait accompli, he resigned himself to the situation. Thus, he offered a subtle nod. There is no need for excessive gratitude. It was merely a trifling service. The true merit lies with Luo Ying. Without her involvement, my efforts alone would have been of little consequence. Ultimately, Xingyu redirected the accolades to Luo Ying. Upon hearing Xingyu's words, Luo Ying's lips curved into a subtle smile, her gaze towards Xingyu filled with anticipation. She had not anticipated that Xingyu would return the credit she had attempted to cede. This piqued her interest in him even further. Who could resist a man of such understated charm, striking countenance, and impeccable character? In response to Xingyu's statement, Chu Qingya smiled once more. By the way, Xingyu, will you be available in the near future? My elder sister, Bai Xiangyu, has expressed a desire to meet you. Although her recovery is not yet complete and will require some time, I am uncertain whether a meeting will be feasible. Chu Qingya was acutely aware that Xingyu was the consort of the she-devil, Leng Ning. Furthermore, based on their prior communication via Jade Pendant, the she-devil's possessiveness was formidable. It was quite possible that she would not permit Xingyu to depart. Therefore, Chu Qingya deemed it prudent to inquire first, in order to gauge the situation. Her elder sister, Bai Xiangyu, was exceedingly eager to meet Xingyu in person, at the very least to express her gratitude. In fact, Bai Xiangyu had initially intended to accompany Chu Qingya to meet Xingyu. However, her convalescence was incomplete, leaving her in a weakened state that prevented her from leaving Xiantian sect's healing array, given her decades-long state of unconsciousness. Therefore, it was decided that Xingyu would be invited to Xiantian sect. Upon hearing Chu Qingya's inquiry, Xingyu responded without hesitation, nodding in agreement. Certainly, I am available whenever Bai Xiangyu wishes to meet. Xiantian sect is situated adjacent to the Divine Moon Empire, and I am confident that Leng Ning would not object to my visiting. Moreover, my visit is predicated on a desire to express gratitude, and no untoward events are anticipated. I trust that Leng Ning will grant her consent. At worst, I can bring Leng Ning along to Xiantian sect. This would also serve to enhance Leng Ning's reputation among the righteous cultivators, mitigating her image as a mere demon lord. In truth, Xingyu was indifferent to the distinctions between the righteous and demonic paths. However, given Leng Ning's concern, he was willing to assist his esteemed consort. Upon receiving Xingyu's assent, Chu Qingya rose to her feet, a radiant smile gracing her countenance. Excellent. I am relieved that you are amenable. In 3 days' time, I shall extend an invitation on behalf of Xiantian sect for you to visit our sect and meet with my elder sister, Xingyu. Chu Qingya eagerly anticipated Xingyu's arrival at Xiantian sect. After all, Xingyu was the consort of Leng Ning. Cultivating a rapport with Xingyu was tantamount to fostering a connection with Leng Ning. In the event of future crises, Xiantian sect might be able to enlist Leng Ning's assistance. Despite her status as a demon lord, Leng Ning's power was unparalleled. Every faction sought her favor, similar to the Divine Moon Empire, which had long accommodated Leng Ning. The primary objective was not only to prevent her from causing mischief, but also to secure her aid in times of need. In response to Chu Qingya's invitation, Xingyu offered a subtle shake of his head. There is no need for ostentation. Discretion would be preferable. Xingyu harbored no fondness for fanfare. Were it not for Leng Ning, he would have contented himself with a life of leisure, sustained by her largesse. It was unlikely that he would have ventured forth to undertake such extensive endeavors. Upon hearing Xingyu's sentiment, Chu Qingya nodded in agreement. Very well. Since you prefer a low profile, I shall seek you out in 3 days' time. Having concluded their discussion regarding Xianyu, Xingyu and Chu Qingya engaged in further conversation concerning Xiantian sect. Concurrently, Xingyu cautioned Chu Qingya to be wary of certain individuals within the sect. In the future, according to the narrative, Xiantian sect would be embroiled in a major internal conflict. This strife would ultimately lead to the once prominent Xiantian sect's descent from the ranks of the top 10 righteous factions in the cultivation world. By alerting Chu Qingya in advance, Xingyu hoped to avert the impending turmoil. The decline of Xiantian sect would have significant repercussions for the storyline. With Xiantian sect's continued prosperity, Luo Ying could gather the materials to mend the heavens with minimal resistance, thereby restoring the celestial order. After approximately half an hour, Chu Qingya rose to her feet. Xingyu, I must take my leave for today. I shall see you again in 3 days. With these words, Chu Qingya departed from the Divine Moon Imperial Palace. She was unlike that wicked woman, Zi Linxian, who claimed to have official business but harbored ulterior motives. In the gazebo, only Xingyu and Luo Ying remained. Seated beside Xingyu, Luo Ying's delicate face was adorned with a smile. She had finally secured an opportunity to spend time alone with Xingyu. Turning her gaze, she regarded Xingyu's profile, inquiring with a smile, Xingyu, now that it is only us, would you be willing to share how you came to know about the celestial materials? Even now, Luo Ying found Xingyu to be unfathomable. Despite his seemingly modest cultivation, he had managed to become the consort of the great demon lord, Leng Ning, as well as the consort of the Divine Moon Empress. Furthermore, he possessed a wealth of knowledge, including celestial secrets unknown even to her. The possessor of the Tower of Tongtian. If not for Xingyu's benevolent nature, she was certain that he would have wrought immense havoc upon the cultivation world. Of course, it was precisely Xingyu's impeccable character that had enabled him to become the consort of Leng Ning and Zi Linxian, and to ensure that their encounters were devoid of significant conflict. Upon hearing Luo Ying's inquiry, Xingyu paused momentarily. Then, he subtly turned his gaze to meet her eyes. Under Xingyu's scrutiny, Luo Ying's cheeks flushed crimson. After a few seconds of unwavering eye contact, Xingyu spoke with a slightly grave tone. Luo Ying, are you certain you wish to know?